Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox as we take this Live Now look from the United States White House. On the left side of your screen, here's a preview of the top stories that we are covering today, Thursday, October 20th. We do expect President Biden to speak on the nation's infrastructure later on this morning. We're also continuing to cover the midterms, which are just less than 3 weeks away, and polls are continuing to show that the economy will be a deciding factor amongst voters. So today at 3:30 a.m. we will preview the weekly unemployment report that is expected to be released again today at 8:30. And of course, we are staying on top of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, a story that we have been covering since day one. The most recent news shows that
during 24 hours, more than 10 regions were subject to Russian terrorist strikes.
Declared
hit with several missiles
in 4 regions of Ukraine in Moscow recently. These areas were illegally annexed. So this is happening as the Russian army continues their attacks on various parts of Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Trey Yinks has more from Kyiv.
During 24 hours, more than 10 regions were subject to Russian terrorist strikes.
Ukraine hit with several missiles Wednesday as Moscow continues to ramp up attacks targeting civilians. In the latest wave of strikes to cripple Ukraine's infrastructure, a Russian missile hit a thermal power plant in the west. According to Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, a third of his country's power stations have been taken out, cutting power and water supplies to hundreds of thousands.
We are all seeing that the enemy is attacking critical infrastructure. Unfortunately, our region experienced missile fire today once again. The Burshin thermal power station was hit, which caused a fire.
In eastern Ukraine, emergency workers have their hands full. Paramedics dodging live rounds while trying to treat an injured woman in the Donetsk region. Part of the area is under Kyiv's control, but has seen intense fighting in recent weeks. First responders say despite the danger, they'll do whatever it takes to protect their home.
Yes, it is what it is. We are fighting for our homes, for our Ukraine, for our homeland.
As some Ukrainians are forced to duck constant shelling, the Kremlin warning others in the Kherson region to flee their homes. Tens of thousands of civilians and Russian-appointed officials getting on boats ahead of a possible Ukrainian push forward. The evacuations come as Ukraine's army regains more territory on the southern front. Ukrainian officials say residents in Kherson can ignore warnings to evacuate, adding this is just a Russian tactic to cause panic. In Kyiv, Trey Yinks, Fox News.
Thanks, Trey, for bringing us that report. Taking a live now look from Washington, D.C., here's more on the economy.
Ahead of the winter months and midterm elections, President Biden is tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to drive gas prices down. Another 15 million barrels will be released in December. It's part of the 180 million barrel release President Biden announced earlier this year.
Independent analysts have confirmed that drawdowns from the reserve so far have played a big role in bringing down oil prices.
The president also announcing his efforts to refill the tapped reserve. His administration plans to rebuy crude oil when prices dip.
We're going to buy back the oil that we sold at about $100 and buy back when prices go down to about $70.
The president is also scolding oil companies for being slow to pass the savings on to the consumer. Gas prices for American drivers have been falling since reaching $5 highs over the summer. According to AAA, nationally, a gallon costs $3.85, but that is still 50 cents more than a year ago. Critics of the release say it leaves the U.S. in a vulnerable spot, with the reserve at lows not seen since the 1980s.
This is a political emergency to the Democrats. If we were to have a hurricane in the Gulf or another emergency, we would not be prepared. He's already used 1/3 of it. He's put America in jeopardy.
The president has also left the option open to tap the reserve again if prices spike this winter. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Turning our attention now to the ongoing migrant situation in New York. Migrants started arriving in New York City's first emergency center on Wednesday. The facility opened as the city continues to see an influx of asylum seekers. Fox News senior correspondent Lauren Ingle has more.
New York City's Migrant Relief Center opening its doors on Randall's Island. The 449-bed facility will temporarily house asylum seekers being bused into the city from the southern border. The first wave of migrants moving into the complex today after arriving at the bus terminal in Midtown Manhattan. They are given COVID tests upon entering.
You've come a long way. Your clothes are probably dirty. That's not the right mental state to be in to determine where you want to be for the next several years of your life.
The shelter rests on nearly 6.5 acres. It consists of one main tent with the potential to double capacity with a second tent. Inside, people will have access to cots, food, legal services, and a recreation center. City officials say the center is a short-term solution for people as they figure out where to go.
At the border, they're really given two choices. Or pay yourself out of the border and into different states, or take these free buses.
New York has seen an influx of migrants in recent months. The increase has strained the area's shelters, prompting local officials to create these tent facilities. Many of those being bused into the city are coming from El Paso, Texas.
When the migrants from Venezuela came into El Paso, and they were El Paso was basically overwhelmed. They were truly overwhelmed.
City officials say there will be no time limit on how long migrants can stay at the facility. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
And with less than 3 weeks before midterm elections, President Biden is touting his administration's efforts for boosting the economy. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more from Washington.
President Biden is doubling down on his commitment to clean energy with a new initiative that would mobilize the federal government to secure the battery supply chain for electric vehicles.
Some see a challenge, but we see an opportunity to shift to a net zero sum carbon world in one of the most significant economic transitions since the Industrial Revolution.
But less than 2 hours before those remarks, President Biden announced the release of 15 million barrels of oil from the country's Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It completes the plan the president authorized in the spring to pull 180 million barrels of oil from the nation's emergency stockpile for 6 months, all to make sure there's enough oil, even as Russia's war in Ukraine continues to shake up the market. Still, many Republicans say that conflict is not the cause of the high cost of gas.
Gasoline prices are high at the pump today, not because of the war in Ukraine, but because of Joe Biden's war on energy.
The economy and lowering energy costs are shaping up to be top of mind for voters next month. So whether it involves tapping into the strategic reserves or incentivizing electric vehicle battery production, critics say the president's actions are all about the midterms.
Look, the voters are not stupid. This is just before the election. They understand that this is part of a series of election time moves.
The country's strategic reserves are now at their lowest level since 1984. President Biden says his administration will replenish supply once the price of crude oil falls to about $70 a barrel. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thanks, Madeline, for that report. The time is now 5:16. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Thursday, October 20th. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more top stories right after this. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. So big news happening today in relation to COVID-19. As a part of a two-day meeting, a CDC advisory panel holding two votes, laying out recommendations for COVID vaccines and children. And that includes a measure to determine if COVID shots could be added to the required vaccine list in order for kids to attend school. Now, the anticipated vote causing a firestorm among parents and some medical experts. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri has more from Atlanta.
Changes could soon be coming to schools, vaccine requirements, and it all hinges on two votes by the CDC's independent vaccine advisors. In anticipation of the federal government ending COVID vaccine funding, Wednesday's measure examined concerns over shots for poor and uninsured children once the funds run out. The panel voting for the so-called Vaccines for Children program to include COVID shots. The program allows the CDC to purchase and provide vaccines to those in need. Thursday, CDC advisors will vote on whether to recommend adding COVID shots to the agency's schedule of routine inoculations, meaning if approved, states would have the option to require students to get vaccinated to go to school, despite only having emergency approval for kids 12 and under.
Many people are not comfortable with this recommendation because the COVID vaccine in children was not based on data that it's clinically effective.
The measure getting pushback from parents and medical experts, with schools requiring some vaccines, such as measles and polio, but not others, like the flu shot.
It's not right. It's unethical to include COVID. We don't require the flu vaccine for children. Why would we require the COVID vaccine? It does not fit the category of our other traditional vaccines.
If Thursday's measure is adopted, states would have the authority to require COVID vaccination for school children, but Florida's Surgeon General tweeted, regardless of what the CDC decides, there will be no COVID mandates in his state. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
And we will have a live conversation with Fox 35 Orlando on that very subject. Right now, taking a Live Now look from the White House. And it is shaping up to be a pretty difficult beginning for the president's plan to cancel billions of dollars in student loan debt. After just 2 days, applicants say that they're facing some serious problems. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner has the latest.
It landed and handled more than 8 million applications without a glitch or any difficulty.
That was Monday. Now, just 48 hours later, Americans are reporting major problems applying for up to $20,000 of student debt forgiveness. So far, the website is blocking foreign IP addresses, meaning Americans abroad are locked out. The Education Department is now scrambling to produce paper applications. Married folks with joint federal loans also facing a glitch. They've been locked out of the program and have to request a special waiver before applying for student debt cancellation. For millions of other applicants, though, the process is easy. Too easy, according to experts who say the program is ripe for fraud and abuse.
There will be people that will see that there's no verification and lie on the application and say that they're eligible when in fact they're not from an income perspective.
Applicants are asked only for their full name, date of birth, social security number, and contact information. Applicants won't have to provide proof of income on which the loan forgiveness is supposed to be based.
I have seen people fake their own deaths to get a death discharge on their student loans.
Applicants are asked to self-attest under perjury to earning less than $125,000 per year, though they can face fines and jail time if they're found to have lied.
Just a few things applicants over the weekend have said. It was the easiest application they've ever filled out. Took maybe 60 seconds. That's a quote.
12 million Americans have applied for debt cancellation so far, and the government expects at least 40 million between now and December 31 when the applications close. The department says they'll verify a certain number of borrowers have told the truth about their income to protect against fraud. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
The IRS adjusts tax brackets and standard deductions each year to account for inflation. We normally don't notice it much, but because of the persistently high inflation that we've been recently seeing, the IRS announced that they are making dramatic changes for 2023. As Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard explains, it could mean more money in your wallet.
The IRS has announced for 2023, Americans will be able to keep just a bit more of their paycheck. They are hiking the standard deduction and raising tax bracket thresholds by around 7%. Brandon Arnold with the National Taxpayers Union says it's helpful, but still doesn't account for the 8.2% inflation rate being felt by Americans.
The biggest concern I have is that we're not doing enough here. You know, 7% increase helps a lot, but a lot of people are still going to be clipped by higher taxes.
For example, assuming these scenarios use the standard deduction, a single taxpayer making $100,000 would pay almost $14,800 in 2022. But in 2023, they would keep just slightly more than $500 than the year before. If a married couple files jointly with an income of $200,000, they will save $1,015 in 2023.
Inflation hits working class Americans, lower income Americans the hardest. And what this is doing is helping to protect Americans from the impact of inflation in terms of their taxes.
However, some analysts say the move could do exactly the opposite of what the Federal Reserve is trying to accomplish as they continue to raise interest rates to cool inflation.
It'll help fuel demand because people will be paying less in taxes, have a little more money to spend.
It'll be a while before you notice the changes. It applies to 2023's taxes, and those aren't filed until 2024. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
President Biden announced his latest plan to lower the cost of gasoline. While gas prices dropped over the summer, the national average still remains nearly 50 cents higher than a year ago. Fox's Madeline Rivera is in Washington with more.
It's not politically motivated at all.
As Election Day quickly approaches, President Biden is dismissing criticism that his latest move to release 15 million barrels of oil from the nation's strategic petroleum reserve is meant to sway voters. But polls show gas prices and inflation are likely to be top of mind for Americans. And while the average cost for a gallon of gas has dropped from its peak over the summer, the president says
They're not falling fast enough.
the release completes the 180 million barrel drawdown the president authorized in the spring, sending the nation's emergency stockpile to its lowest level since 1984.
He's playing politics with this national security asset that we have that's really developed really for a time of war that we need the energy. This is very dangerous. It's a dangerous policy.
With 400 million barrels left, the Biden administration argues the country's strategic reserve remains the largest in the world. And the president says he is committed to replenishing the supply once the price of crude oil falls to around $70 per barrel.
That means oil companies can invest to ramp up production.
The move isn't about face for the president, who has pledged to pivot from fossil fuels. Still, he maintains he's not turning his back on that commitment.
Our country needs to pass permitting reform to accelerate the development of clean energy.
The president left open the possibility of releasing even more oil reserves in the winter. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thanks, Madeline. We'll have more news right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A group of Ukrainian nationals traveled to Milwaukee to learn about how America's blood donation system works. The goal is to pick up new skills and strategies that will help the people of Ukraine. Fox's Christina Van Les has the story.
This is more than a peek behind the curtain. For these 5 Ukrainian women, it's a life-saving lesson about blood.
So that's not a product that can go overseas, but what can go overseas is our expertise.
Milwaukee's Varsity Blood Center is hosting Ukrainians this week. They work in different regions of the country at blood centers.
Their goal is to be able to learn from us and bring that back to again, advance their ability to engage donors and, most importantly, secure a safe blood supply.
The delegates say that's especially important now. The war in Ukraine left the country with an unprecedented demand for blood.
Because it's very important to regulate the question of the donor's blood. We need to have enough supplies.
The Ukrainians are learning about donor recruitment and blood health practices in the U.S.
How in America ask the donors to the blood donation? How they give the blood in the mobile hospital?
Varsity's Executive Vice President Brian Bautista says Ukraine's process is missing infrastructure, things like how blood is produced and distributed.
How far behind they are in their inability, both from the blood production, the donation, and the quality systems.
Bautista says this is a testament to the advances of U.S. blood centers. In Milwaukee, Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
The internet has helped make the world seem a little less small. And during the height of the pandemic, internet connected so many people forced to stay apart. But there's a darker side of the service many of us take for granted.
Technology is neither good nor bad, but it's also not neutral.
Technology nonprofit group The Markup examined more than 800,000 internet service offers from AT&T, CenturyLink, Earthlink, and Verizon across 38 cities. And according to its data, The Markup found all 4 internet providers, quote, routinely offered fast-paced speeds at or above 200 megabits per second in some neighborhoods for the same price as connections below 25 megabits per second in others. The report also found in 9 out of 10 cities, neighborhoods with the worst internet deals and slower speeds predominantly had lower incomes. 2/3 of cities with poorer speeds were also less white.
Unless we'll need 100 megabit per second download and 20 megabit per second upload speeds, and most likely in another 5 to 10 years it will be in the gigabit range.
Analysts say internet inequality is due in part to gaps in infrastructure and wealth. Adding the problem can limit people's work and school opportunities, affecting their finances and career advancement. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
The time is now 5:31 a.m. Let's take a live now look from the United Kingdom's House of Commons as the political turmoil surrounding Prime Minister Liz Truss continues. We expect urgent questions to begin any moment now.
Legal advice. Sarah Brittley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's encouraging that since the CPS published number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I know that my honourable friend will be very pleased to hear that CPS North West has consistently achieved a conviction rate that is higher than the national average, and the area conviction rate was 84.4%, 2 percentage points higher than the national rate.
Sarah Brittley.
Again, Mr. Speaker, it's encouraging that since the CPS published its strategy on rape and serious sexual offences in 2020, the number of rape prosecutions has risen dramatically, with a 62.9% increase reported. However, I know that several of my constituents in Hyndburn and Haslingden are keen to see the specialist trauma training for all court staff, police and prosecutors that's being trialled. So, with great interest in the scheme, please can the Minister update me on the findings at being.
Well, I'm very grateful indeed to my honourable friend for highlighting the importance of this issue, and indeed more broadly for the support for victims not only in her area, across the North West and across the country. There are 2 further specific measures that I think my honourable friend should look out for. Firstly, the Operation Soteria and its continued rollout across the country, and secondly, the Victims Bill. And I look forward to working with my honourable friend on both.
That completes questions. We're now going to the urgent question. I now call the Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Home Secretary to make a statement on the departure of his predecessor.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable lady for her question. Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend, the member for Fareham, resigned yesterday following a contravention of the Ministerial Code relating to a breach of Cabinet confidentiality and the rules relating to the security of government business. The Prime Minister has made clear the importance of maintaining high standards in public life and her expectation that ministers should uphold these standards as set out in the Ministerial Code. All ministers are personally responsible for deciding how to act and conduct themselves in the light of the Code and for justifying their actions and conduct to Parliament and the public. However, ministers only remain in office so long as they retain the confidence of the Prime Minister. She is the ultimate judge of the standards of behaviour expected of a minister and the appropriate consequences of a breach of those standards. My right honourable friend has explained her decision to resign, and to be clear, the information that was circulated was subject to Cabinet confidentiality and under live discussion within the government. In light of this, it would not be appropriate to discuss the specifics of the matter further in the House, but the Prime Minister is clear that the security of government business is paramount, as is Cabinet responsibility. The Prime Minister paid tribute to my right honourable friend's service as Home Secretary, noting that her time in office was marked by a steadfast commitment to keeping the British people safe and overseeing the largest ever ceremonial policing operation when thousands of officers were deployed from forces across the United Kingdom to ensure the safety of the royal family for all those who gathered in mourning for Her late Majesty the Queen. Having accepted my right honourable friend's resignation, the Prime Minister acted decisively to appoint my right honourable friend, the member for Welwyn-Hatfield, as Home Secretary yesterday afternoon. I hold the new Home Secretary in the highest regard and note that he is already getting on with the job, keeping the people of this country safe.
Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I notice there's no Home Secretary this morning, unless the member for Bassett Law has been appointed Home Secretary in the last few hours, which, to be honest, nothing would surprise us at the moment, because this is total chaos. We've got the third Home Secretary in 7 weeks. The Cabinet was only appointed 6 weeks ago. The Home Secretary's been sacked, the Chancellor sacked, the Chief Whip sacked and then unsacked, and the unedifying scenes of Conservative MPs last night fighting like rats in a sack. This is a disgrace. The former Home Secretary has circulated a letter, and that seems to contradict what the Minister just said, because she said it was a draft of a written ministerial statement that was due to be published imminently and had already been briefed to MPs. Is that not true? Can he explain the answer to that? And can he tell us also what time the Home Secretary informed the Cabinet Secretary of the breach, and whether a check's been made of whether she sent other documents through personal emails putting security at risk? Was there a 90-minute row about policy between the Prime Minister and the former Home Secretary? And given the huge disagreements we have seen over the last few weeks between the Home Secretary and the Prime Minister on drugs policy, on Rwanda, on the India trade deal, on seasonal agriculture, on small boats, and a bit of tofu thrown in over the lettuce for good measure, is there anything that the policy is actually agreed on in the Cabinet on home affairs? What we know is that the former Home Secretary has just been running her ongoing leadership campaign, whilst the current Home Secretary is too busy to come to the House because he's doing his spreadsheets on the numbers for whoever he is backing to come next. But who is taking decisions on our national security? Not the Prime Minister, not the past or current Home Secretaries. Borders, security, policing are too important for this kind of instability, just as people's livelihoods are too important for the economic instability that this Conservative Party has created. It is not fair on people, and to quote the former Home Secretary, this is indeed a total coalition of chaos. Why should the country have to put up with this for a single extra day?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure my right honourable friend will be aware that breaches of the Ministerial Code are a matter for the Cabinet Office, not the Home Office, and that is why I am here answering the question today and not the Home Secretary. But the Prime Minister took advice from the Cabinet Secretary, as you saw from her letter, and she is clear that it is important the ministerial code is upheld and Cabinet responsibility is respected. The Prime Minister expects ministers to hold the highest standards, and you've seen her act consistently in this regard. But these were breaches of the code. The Prime Minister expects her ministers to uphold the ministerial code, as the public would also rightly expect, and she took the requisite advice from the Cabinet Secretary before taking this decision. And I'm mindful it's not usual policy to comment in detail on matters like this, Mr. Speaker, but if it would be helpful with background, and appreciating much of this is already in the public domain, the documents in question contain draft government policy which remains subject to Cabinet Committee agreement. Having this on a personal email account and then also sharing outside of government constituted clear breaches of the code, sections 2.14 and 2.3, if helpful to look at. The Prime Minister is clear that the security of government business is paramount, as is Cabinet responsibility, and ministers must be held to the highest standards.
Sir Edward Lee, can the Minister assure us that this resignation was entirely due to a technical breach of the rules and there was no policy disagreement between the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary? Because many of us had great confidence in the former Home Secretary's determination to ensure that we meet our manifesto commitments and that we should not replace mass migration from Europe with mass migration from the rest of the world. So can the Minister assure us that the policy remains exactly the same as it was under the previous Home Secretary? We will stop mass migration.
Or do we can't have the boxing conversations going on? I know, but please, it's very distracting. This just does not happen between backbenchers and the box. Can we just make sure that doesn't happen? Right, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Right Honourable Member for Gainsborough for his question, and I can reassure him that this government stands firm in tackling illegal immigration. And whilst again this is not my policy area, I'm sure the new Home Secretary will highlight this. But I would also reassure my honourable friend that he will have seen the resignation letter from the former Home Secretary, where she does outline her reasons, and that this was for a breach of the ministerial code, which is why she took the decision to resign.
SNP spokesperson Ahmed Locking.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear, the idea that this Conservative government are suddenly avid followers of the ministerial code is for the birds. What was the real reason for the Home Secretary's abrupt departure? And was it the case that she refused to implement immigration policies that were aimed at hitting high growth targets due to her dogmatic views? And speaking of dogmatic views, she and her predecessor both supported the dangerous and immoral Rwanda policy, flying in the face of their own officials' advice about the human rights implications. Will he confirm that the new Home Secretary, that the old Home Secretary's departure marks the end of that abhorrent policy, and will it be consigned to the scrap heap where it belongs? And can I just end by quoting Colin Yeo, a prominent immigration lawyer, noted for his comprehensive analysis of Home Affairs matters. Today he posted an assessment called Braverman's Legacy as Home Secretary that simply says, Suella Braverman was Home Secretary for 43 days. Does he have anything to add to that?
I thank the honourable lady for her question. I'm not going to preempt government policy. Work is ongoing looking at immigration as part of the growth plan, but it also would not be right for me to speculate on private discussions, and that is a matter for the Cabinet and, of course, their decision to take on that. Why we are here today is to discuss the breaches of the ministerial code and the reasons for the Home Secretary's resignation.
Member of the committee, Lee Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, now then, I think the Shadow Home Secretary makes a really good point. The member for Bassetlaw would make an excellent Home Secretary, but that's another conversation. Look, I'm sad to see the previous Home Secretary leave. We had a conversation last week about small boats, ECHR, and the excellent Rwanda scheme. But I'm not convinced, so please convince me, Minister, that the Cabinet, Government and Number 10 were totally behind the previous Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for Ashfield for, as ever, championing the cause of making sure we have secure borders, and I know himself he is a great champion for this and will no doubt continue to push the case for this. And this government has shown that it is committed, of course, to making sure that we tackle illegal immigration, and the criminal acts that are going on in the Channel. And again, whilst I wouldn't want to preempt the policies of the new Home Secretary, I'm sure when he next comes to this House, he will be able to give you the assurance that you seek.
John Speller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And no Home Secretary, no Chief Whip, no Deputy Chief Whip. This truly is an okey-cokey cabinet, isn't it? In and out. But what I want to ask the Minister directly is, there's a lot of difference between security and embarrassment for the government. So can he actually tell us the security classification of the documents he's referring to? And also, can he tell us whether any other ministers are using personal email accounts in order to conduct government business?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the honourable gentleman, I would say this is not information that I am privy to. It is also not information that should necessarily be in the public domain either. I think it has also been made very clear from the statement at the start that we are dealing with sensitive government matters, and it is important that sensitive government documents are therefore kept sensitive. This is the reason the Home Secretary tendered her resignation. She recognises that and that this breached the ministerial code, and this is why she resigned as outlined in her letter.
Andrew Bridgen.
Thank you, Speaker. For the avoidance of doubt, would the Minister outline to the House the Government's current policy on immigration, and will he tell the House whether it's actually under review at the moment?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I would refer him to the previous answers that we have given. Again, this is not for me to discuss policy today as much as the reasons for the resignation of the Home Secretary, although, again, I am sure that the new Home Secretary will come to the House, and I'm sure he will be discussing that in line with the growth plan and our commitment to tackle immigration at a future date.
Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That someone who defended Dominic Cummings and expressed her intent to break international law ever became our Home Secretary shows how broken the government is under the Tories. But having a new Home Secretary doesn't solve the problem. This government is gridlocked, endlessly U-turning and completely failing the public. Isn't it clear that it's only through a general election that we can again bring stability and security to our country?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would remind the honourable lady that we do not live in a presidential system, and of course it is up to this government to command the confidence of this House, which is the case, and it has made very clear that we will not be having a general election. But this is not the business for this House this morning. We are here to discuss the resignation of the Home Secretary, and I think we should stick to that, Mr. Speaker, rather than trying to diverge into other areas.
I think I'll decide, though, do you not? Tom Hunt.
My constituents were informed yesterday that 200 economic migrants will be accommodated in a hotel in the town centre in Ipswich, of great cost to the taxpayer, putting pressure on local public services and actually also putting local jobs at risk. Will the Minister confirm to me that the new Home Secretary will prioritise the unsustainable practice of accommodating illegal immigrants in hotels and also throw their support behind things like the Miranda scheme that the Labour Party oppose, which is potentially the only way we can nip this problem in the bud?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Ipswich for his question, and I think in terms of reassurance, what I would say is we've seen the Prime Minister acting very swiftly to get a new Home Secretary in place yesterday afternoon, and that is because this government is committed to pushing ahead with our agenda, and of course important issues that my honourable friend has highlighted there which need attention. This is why it is so important that we do have that stability, and this is why the Prime Minister took the action that she did.
Alistair Cameron.
Because it's surely obvious that the Home Secretary resigned because it's now understood in government that government's immigration policy is a major block to economic growth. And if that is the case, then I welcome the change and I welcome the new Home Secretary, and we will do if he ever graces the chamber with his presence. When he reports back to the Home Office, when we look at immigration policy in relation to economic growth, will he remind the Home Secretary that we need urgent change in the law relating to visas for non-EEA nationals seeking to work in our fishing industry?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. Once again, I think it's been made clear that we should not be responding to speculation. Private discussions are exactly that, and what we have come here to deal with today are the facts. And the facts are the Home Secretary has tendered her resignation for a breach of the ministerial code, and policy issues are something for another time and not this House today.
Mr Speaker, I was very disappointed to see the previous Home Secretary leave her role. She's a tremendous loss to those of us who hope that one day, just one day, this government might finally get a grip of the small boats crisis. It would be a huge mistake if this government were to soften its tough line on preventing illegal immigrants entering this country upon their departure. Can the Minister confirm that the government's policy remains unchanged?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his question, and whilst I may already said that I cannot speak on behalf of other ministers with this, I think you will have seen from the Prime Minister's letter to the Home Secretary where she was thanked for the work that she has done, whether this was with the huge policing operation for late Her Majesty, or whether it is with the other work that she's been doing, and of course clamping down on illegal immigration, keeping the British people safe, and I'm sure that work will continue.
Mr Speaker, it's been widely reported that a member of the Cabinet was involved in a fracas last night during the vote. Was there a breach of the ministerial code, and will that be investigated?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his question. Of course, if my honourable friend believes such breaches have occurred, then there is a set process for people to refer that to. But I do think that we shouldn't be commenting on speculation. I think, as we see from the press this morning, there are many stories, many things about the lobby last night, which I was in, of course, and I certainly didn't see what I believe other people have been saying they saw. So I think rather than comment on speculation, we should stick to facts, and the facts are why we are here today.
Kirsten Oswald.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It seems to me that there are as many theories and reasons being given about the real reason for the departure of the former Home Secretary as there are stories about what on earth went on, and we all saw it with the fiasco that this government presided over last night. So can we have a bit more clarity on what has really gone on, what exactly is happening? And I notice that the Minister has been somewhat selective in who he will answer in terms of immigration. I think it's quite important that he gives us some clarity here and now on whether he is seriously defending the abhorrent policies of the former Home Secretary.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable lady for her question, but once again, we are not here today to discuss specific policies, but we are also not here today to discuss gossip, we are not here to discuss rumours, and we are not here to discuss what people may think did or didn't go on yesterday, and this is a completely different issue. We are here to discuss the resignation of the Home Secretary for a breach of the ministerial code, and the Prime Minister has been very, very clear that she expects the highest standards in government, and all ministers are expected to adhere to the ministerial code, and when they haven't and they have done a breach, they are expected to resign, and that is what the Home Secretary has done as outlined in her letter.
Florence Session-Lund.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister and would have heard other members and right honourable members talk about the former Home Secretary's comments in terms of seeing refugees fly away. For us as members to talk about people seeking refuge, people fleeing from war, persecution, is deeply beneath this House and beneath the standards we should have. The current Chancellor, who, as we all know, is probably the Prime Minister, has said that he wants to see a more compassionate Conservative. Yeah. Can the Minister outline that the new Home Secretary will be outlining that compassion in when we are dealing and talking about people seeking asylum and refuge in our country? Yeah.
Minister.
I thank the honourable lady for her question, and again, whilst I cannot discuss policy, what I would say is this government has shown compassion, not just in terms of the aid we give abroad, but I would point to the Homes for Ukraine scheme. You look at what we've done there, before that with Syria, before that with Afghanistan, and this country has a proud history of welcoming refugees. That is something that will continue, that is something that this government has been committed to, will continue to be committed to, and is something that I am certainly also committed to.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Appointing a Home Secretary who lasted 43 days and a Chancellor who lasted 38 days is unprecedented and farcical. What does that say about the Prime Minister's judgment and fitness for office? She has no support anywhere in this House anymore. Shouldn't she be following her former colleagues to the back benches, pausing only to ask for a dissolution of Parliament?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd remind my honourable friend that appointments are a matter for the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has outlined what she expects in terms of conducts of ministers, and when the Prime Minister has changed her appointment, she has done it swiftly. The Prime Minister has been very clear on this, that she expects us to be working together towards our growth plan to deliver for the people of this country, and that is why she has taken the actions that she has.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The former Home Secretary got her jotters because she was on manoeuvres, and the Cabinet at large is on manoeuvres to find out who's going to replace the Prime Minister. But the de facto Prime Minister, the Chancellor, didn't want anybody's manoeuvres competing with his own. Yeah. Isn't that the truth? It's nothing to do with that breach of the code.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I would say to the honourable gentleman, I think the proof here is in the resignation letter of the Home Secretary herself. The Home Secretary herself has outlined the reasons why she has resigned from her position. She's been very clear about the ministerial code, which areas it is that she has breached, and, of course, as we say, other matters are to be treated separately. But why we are here today, once again, is to discuss why the Home Secretary resigned. We're not here to discuss other matters that involve internal party politics.
Kate Green.
The Minister may not want to discuss immigration policy today, but I hope he will share my deep concern at the written answer I received on Tuesday from the Home Office, revealing that nearly 900 under 16-year-old asylum-seeking children have been accommodated in hotels, and the Chief Inspector for Borders and Immigration's report this week that some of the hotel staff don't even have DBS clearance. Will he go back to the Home Office immediately after this question to urge action to get those children out of those hotels and into a place of safety?
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable lady for her question, and I am happy to pass it on to the Home Office and ask them that question so they can provide you with that information. But, of course, we do remain committed to safeguarding children, whether that's children in this country or children that we have received coming into the country.
Wayne Davis.
The Minister has referred to the former Home Secretary's letter of resignation. But in that letter of resignation, she said, and I quote exactly, "The document was a draft written ministerial statement due for publication imminently. Much of it had already been briefed to MPs." Would he confirm that that is the case? And I suspect it is the case. Then we all know full well what the real reason for her resignation was, don't we?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I covered this previously, but I'm happy to repeat for the honourable gentleman. Having this on a personal email account and then sharing outside of the government does constitute a clear breach of the code, and that is there in section 2.14, it's there in section 2.3, and if it's helpful, again, people may wish to look at this. But again, the Prime Minister has been clear that security of government business is absolutely paramount, and that is why we are held ministers to the highest standards, and the Home Secretary tendered her resignation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a mess. This is a mess. I appreciate the Minister's got a really bad time having to defend this, but can I ask him whether he has asked other Cabinet members whether they've shared sensitive documents on their personal emails? Have they been asked? Has that extended to other platforms like WhatsApp, Telegram or Signal? Will there be a full check of the former Home Secretary's phone to make sure that it's not just personal email but other social networks and communication apps that may have been used in this? Because at the moment, the Minister is not reassuring this House nor the public that the security of our sensitive national security is being properly looked after by this government. Can he give that reassurance? And if he does not know now, will he come back to this House with a full disclosure of what apps were used, what documents were shared, and whether every single member of the government have been checked?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with my honourable friend that it is very important that documents are kept secure. This is why it's kept separate from personal emails and so on, and this is something that ministers are reminded of, including myself as a new minister with the big thick rule book, of course, that we have to read through. But what I would also say is that we've made it clear where there are breaches. There is a method for reporting that. We would take advice, of course, from the Cabinet Secretary regarding that. And I'm sure if there are further breaches, that they will be made aware to members of this House in future.
Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The dogs in the street can see the chaos at the heart of this government, and the Home Secretary's departure, the full truth of which we still don't know even after today, is not even the latest example of the chaos that we've seen since her departure. As we face huge economic challenges, a cost of Tory crisis, we probably have not needed stronger and more decisive leadership today than we have since World War II. So can the Minister explain to the House if he thinks the UK has the strong and decisive leadership that it needs?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable lady for her question, and I absolutely do have that strong and decisive leadership, and it was strong and decisive leadership that received the resignation of the Home Secretary and then appointed another Home Secretary the same afternoon. And as the Prime Minister has been very clear, the Prime Minister wants to move forward. She wants to move quickly to deliver for the people of this country, and that is why appointments have been made. And of course, with the breadth of talent on the backbenchers that we currently have, there's a wide pool of talent to choose from, and I'm glad that we're in this situation rather than having to send our front bench on training courses as the opposition have had to do recently.
Mr. Speaker, but increased immigration would tackle labour shortages and increase the tax take. Ending the hostile environment would improve vastly government efficiency. So given that growing the economy and cutting government spendings are supposed to be government priorities, when will we hear from the new Home Secretary on how Home Office policy is going to align with the Prime Minister's stated aims?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time is now 6 a.m. and you're streaming Live Now from Fox as we take this Live Now look from the House of Commons. Breaking overnight, a second senior member has left the British Prime Minister Liz Truss's government. Interior Minister Suella Braverman resigned on Wednesday, citing a breach of government rules. In a resignation letter, Braverman said that she had violated rules by sending an official document from her personal email to a parliamentary colleague. She also expressed concern over the direction of Liz Truss's government. Braverman's departure comes just 5 days after Truss fired the Treasury chief over the economic package that they both created, which triggered a financial crisis in the United Kingdom. The time is again 6 a.m. Let's take a quick break. We'll have more top stories in 2 minutes.
And also deeply aware of the strength of feeling in this House and in the other place about the scenes of violence at the Consulate General of the
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you all the latest when it comes to the Russian war on Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin declared martial law in 4 regions of Ukraine recently annexed. Now, this is happening as the Russian army continues their attacks on various parts of Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Trey Yinks brings us more.
During 24 hours, more than 10 regions were subject to Russian terrorist strikes.
Ukraine hit with several missiles Wednesday as Moscow continues to ramp up attacks targeting civilians. In the latest wave of strikes to cripple Ukraine's infrastructure, a Russian missile hit a thermal power plant in the west. According to Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, a third of his country's power stations have been taken out, cutting power and water supplies to hundreds of thousands.
We are all seeing that the enemy is attacking critical infrastructure. Unfortunately, our region experienced missile fire today once again. The Burshin thermal power station was hit, which caused a fire.
In eastern Ukraine, emergency workers have their hands full. Paramedics dodging live rounds while trying to treat an injured woman in the Donetsk region. Part of the area is under Kyiv's control, but has seen intense fighting in recent weeks. First responders say despite the danger, they'll do whatever it takes to protect their home.
Yes, it is what it is. We are fighting for our homes, for our Ukraine, for our homeland.
As some Ukrainians are forced to duck constant shelling, the Kremlin warning others in the Kherson region to flee their homes. Tens of thousands of civilians and Russian-appointed officials getting on boats ahead of a possible Ukrainian push forward. The evacuations come as Ukraine's army regains more territory on the southern front. Ukrainian officials say residents in Kherson can ignore warnings to evacuate, adding this is just a Russian tactic to cause panic. In Kyiv, Trey Yinks, Fox News.
President Biden is announcing that he is releasing more oil from the strategic reserve, but critics say much more is needed to truly put the brakes on gas price hikes. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more details.
Ahead of the winter months and midterm elections, President Biden is tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to drive gas prices down. Another 15 million barrels will be released in December. It's part of the 180 million barrel release President Biden announced earlier this year.
Independent analysts have confirmed that drawdowns from the reserve so far have played a big role in bringing down oil prices.
The president also announcing his efforts to refill the tapped reserve. His administration plans to rebuy crude oil when prices dip.
We're going to buy back the oil that we sold at about $100 and buy it back when prices go down to about $70.
The president is also scolding oil companies for being slow to pass the savings on to the consumer. Gas prices for American drivers have been falling since reaching $5 highs over the summer. According to AAA, nationally, a gallon costs $3.85, but that is still 50 cents more than a year ago. Critics of the release say it leaves the U.S. in a vulnerable spot, with the reserve at lows not seen since the 1980s.
This is a political emergency to the Democrats. If we were to have a hurricane in the Gulf or another emergency, we would not be prepared. He's already used 1/3 of it. He's put America in jeopardy.
The president has also left the option open to tap the reserve again if prices spike this winter. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Migrants started arriving at New York City's first emergency shelter on Wednesday. The facility has opened as the city continues to see an influx of asylum seekers. Fox News senior correspondent Lauren Engel has more.
New York City's Migrant Relief Center opening its doors on Randall's Island. The 449-bed facility will temporarily house asylum seekers being bussed into the city from the southern border. The first wave of migrants moving into the complex today after arriving at the bus terminal in Midtown Manhattan. They are given COVID tests upon entering.
You've come a long way. Your clothes are probably dirty. That's not the right mental state to be in to determine where you want to be for the next several years of your life.
The shelter rests on nearly 6.5 acres. It consists of one main tent with the potential to double capacity with a second tent. Inside, people will have access to cots, food, legal services, and a recreation center. City officials say the center is a short-term solution for people as they figure out where to go.
At the border, they're really giving two choices. Or pay yourself out of the border and into different states, or take these free buses.
New York has seen an influx of migrants in recent months. The increase has strained the area's shelters, prompting local officials to create these tent facilities. Many of those being bussed into the city are coming from El Paso, Texas.
When the migrants from Venezuela came into El Paso, and they were El Paso was basically overwhelmed. They were truly overwhelmed.
City officials say there will be no time limit on how long migrants can stay at the facility. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
And as a part of a two-day meeting, a CDC advisory panel holding 2 votes, laying out recommendations for COVID vaccines and children. And that includes a measure to determine if COVID shots should be added to the required vaccine list in order for kids to attend school. The anticipated vote causing a firestorm among parents and some medical experts. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri has more from Atlanta.
Changes could soon be coming to schools, vaccine requirements, and it all hinges on 2 votes by the CDC's independent vaccine advisors. In anticipation of the federal government ending COVID vaccine funding, Wednesday's measure examined concerns over shots for poor and uninsured children once the funds run out. The panel voting for the so-called Vaccines for Children program to include COVID shots. The program allows the CDC to purchase and provide vaccines to those in need. Thursday, CDC advisors will vote on whether to recommend adding COVID shots to the agency's schedule of routine inoculations, meaning if approved, states would have the option to require students to get vaccinated to go to school, despite only having emergency approval for kids 12 and under.
Many people are not comfortable with this recommendation because the COVID vaccine in children was not based on data that it's clinically effective.
The measure getting pushback from parents and medical experts, with schools requiring some vaccines, such as measles and polio, but not others, like the flu shot.
It's not right. It's unethical to include COVID. We don't require the flu vaccine for children. Why would we require the COVID vaccine? It does not fit the category of our other traditional vaccines.
If Thursday's measure is adopted, states would have the authority to require COVID vaccination for school children, but Florida's Surgeon General tweeted, regardless of what the CDC decides, there will be no COVID mandates in his state. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
Looking live from the White House, the time is now 6:10 a.m. It's shaping up to be a difficult beginning for the president's plan to cancel billions of dollars in student loan debt. Just after 2 days, applicants say that they're facing some pretty serious problems. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner has the details.
It landed and handled more than 8 million applications without a glitch or any difficulty.
That was Monday. Now, just 48 hours later, Americans are reporting major problems applying for up to $20,000 of student debt forgiveness. So far, the website is blocking foreign IP addresses, meaning Americans abroad are locked out. The Education Department is now scrambling to produce paper applications. Married folks with joint federal loans also facing a glitch. They've been locked out of the program and have to request a special waiver before applying for student debt cancellation. For millions of other applicants, though, the process is easy. Too easy, according to experts who say the program is ripe for fraud and abuse.
There will be people that will see that there's no verification and lie on the application and say that they're eligible when, in fact, they're not from an income perspective.
Applicants are asked only for their full name, date of birth, social security number, and contact information. Applicants won't have to provide proof of income on which the loan forgiveness is supposed to be based.
I have seen people fake their own deaths to get a death discharge on their student loans.
Applicants are asked to self-attest under perjury to earning less than $125,000 per year, though they can face fines and jail time if they're found to have lied.
Just a few things applicants over the weekend have said. It was the easiest application they've ever filled out. Took maybe 60 seconds. That's a quote.
12 million Americans have applied for debt cancellation so far, and the government expects at least 40 million between now and December 31 when the applications close. The department says they'll verify a certain number of borrowers have told the truth about their income to protect against fraud. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
The IRS suggests tax brackets and standard deductions each year to account for inflation. We normally don't notice it much, but because of persistently high inflation, the IRS announced that they are making dramatic changes for 2023. As Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard explains, it could mean more money in your pocket.
The IRS has announced for 2023, Americans will be able to keep just a bit more of their paycheck. They are hiking the standard deduction and raising tax bracket thresholds by around 7%. Brandon Arnold with the National Taxpayers Union says it's helpful, but still doesn't account for the 8.2% inflation rate being felt by Americans.
The biggest concern I have is that we're not doing enough here. 7% increase helps a lot, but a lot of people are still going to be clipped by higher taxes.
For example, assuming these scenarios use the standard deduction, a single taxpayer making $100,000 would pay almost $14,800 in 2022. But in 2023, they would keep just slightly more than $500 than the year before. If a married couple files jointly with an income of $200,000, they will save $1,015 in 2023.
Inflation hits working class Americans, lower income Americans the hardest. And what this is doing is helping to protect Americans from the impact of inflation in terms of their taxes.
However, some analysts say the move could do exactly the opposite of what the Federal Reserve is trying to accomplish as they continue to raise interest rates to cool inflation.
It'll help fuel demand because people will be paying less in taxes, have a little more money to spend.
It'll be a while before you notice the changes. It applies to 2023's taxes, and those aren't filed until 2024. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thanks, Lauren, for that report. The time is now 6:14 a.m. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where the time is 3:16 in San Francisco. That's where we're taking this Live Now look from. A pretty foggy start to the morning. Let's dive into this next story that is coming out of San Francisco, California. Surveillance video recently captured the moment that a pilot crash landed into a canal and survived. It happened earlier this week. Here's that story.
San Francisco is lined with restaurants, cafes, and boutique shops. But one of those shops, Cotopaxi, a high-end activewear outfitter, has closed its doors. The sign on the window reads in part, "Out of concern for our team's safety, we are temporarily closed due to increased crime in the neighborhood." Cotopaxi's CEO expanded on that on a post on LinkedIn. Davis Smith saying, "As of today, we are closing the store due to rampant organized theft and lack of safety for our team." He He says it's sad, but San Francisco appears to have descended into a city of chaos.
We've become a shoplifter's paradise.
Lloyd Silverstein is a third-generation San Franciscan and heads up the Hayes Valley Merchants Association. He says he has witnessed firsthand the kinds of mass thefts that Cotopaxi cites as its reasons for closing.
There are professional shoplifters that come in gangs from outside the Bay Area, and they've got a well-oiled machine. They'll park somewhere, their gangs will come out, they'll go in and they'll hit stores and they'll take a bunch of stuff. But there's also the unhoused, there's also the mentally unstable.
He says Cotopaxi is just the latest business to leave. He says another business called it quits this week also.
Long-established business, a friendly competitor of mine. Why? Stores just got broken into too much. Employees just quit too often just because they were tired of having their stores ripped off.
Local merchants have said they're frustrated that they've reached out repeatedly to elected leaders and to the police looking for help, but they say any additional attention they receive is fleeting.
What we need is the support of our police department, the support of our supervisor, the support of other agencies in the city to stand behind this so that our customers feel safe, that my employees feel safe, and that our streets are clean.
The surveillance video captures the impact.
That pilot saved his own life today with this skill.
Lyndon Fish works next to the Mesa Canal near the corner of Falcon Field. Tuesday before 8 a.m., one of the many planes flying overhead sounded different.
You hear a plane sputtering. You know, you're like, what is that? You know, like he's losing power. You can hear a plane sputter.
The video captures it crashing into the canal feet away from power lines in busy McKellips Road. The pilot was the only one on board and suffered just minor injuries.
They pulled him up and he was just sitting on a chair with the paramedics while they're checking him out. And I was like, I don't know if anybody else is in the plane, but he looks pretty good.
Looking at the wreckage from above and on the ground, other pilots came to see what happened and were impressed.
You got to look around and see what the area is and your safest place to go down, and you got to fly the plane. First thing, fly the plane, because if you let it stall, you're dead.
It was pretty neat to just know that a tragedy was actually averted today.
As it was towed away, the damage to the front of the plane was clear. Federal authorities will now investigate what happened, while locals keep talking about how the pilot survived.
And to make a bank with no power is almost an absolute drop. So it took some skill to put down where he did.
The surveillance video captures the impact.
The time is now 6:20. Moving right along with other top stories, the fentanyl epidemic is not just in big cities. Many smaller communities are finding themselves at the finish line of a massive international smuggling operation controlled by large drug cartels. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin has more from Charleston, West Virginia.
Like you always do, get me some solid video.
Most drug cases begin with confidential informants.
There's 140 things always.
They're given marked bills, sent to meet a dealer, and come back with drugs.
Some heroin / fentanyl.
That repeats. Different informants, different dealers, and small drug purchases.
I'm going to buy $350 worth of fentanyl.
Each of those doors right there.
As rural America is flooded with drugs, West Virginia has the sad distinction of leading the nation for drug overdose mortality. In 2020, for every 100,000 people in the Mountain State, 84 died from overdose. This year, nearly 96% of the deaths are caused by fentanyl.
As a parent, you're always waiting on the call.
Cece Brown understands the impact. Her son Ryan was hooked on opiates. One night, a detective came by.
He said, I'll never forget this, and this kind of replays in my mind over and over. Ryan passed away tonight.
The work that was done yesterday with the informants was to establish probable cause. There's probably a stash of dope in the house where they were working. Then they go to the judge, get a warrant, and the guys in this task force are about to execute that warrant.
Hands up. Hands up. Police search warrant. Police search warrant. Hands behind your back now.
By the time the drugs get to rural America, they have been divided up into small portions for individual use. The haul from this raid was a gun, cash, some meth, and of course fentanyl. As it proves time and again, just a small amount of this fentanyl can be fatal.
There's not a family in this area that hasn't been touched by this crisis. That's a guarantee.
The suspect caught in this raid now gets pressed to become an informant himself and give police information about his suppliers. That's a big part of how the drug enforcement game goes. Cops press low-level operatives to give them information on suppliers up the chain. The traffickers try to get around the police, meet the demand, and make their money. In Charleston, West Virginia, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Looking live now from New York. New York, the time is now 6:22. We'll have more news and top stories right after this. Welcome back to Live Now. Taking a Live Now look from the White House, we have some news when it comes to President Biden and his decision to ask Congress to codify Roe versus Wade, abortion rights protections, if Democrats continue to keep control. Live Now from Fox's Josh Breslow is bringing us an explainer.
Let's go over the basics here. What exactly does it mean to codify something?
Sure. So what we saw post the Dobbs decision is that the question of abortion regulation and access to abortion has been returned to the states. What President Biden is proposing is federal legislation that would return the issue to the federal level. So if there was a federal law enacted that said access to abortion and provision of abortion is federally protected, that would trump any state law that was contrary to that.
So I guess my question here is it possible for President Biden to even do that?
It is possible. He would need the votes and does not currently have the votes. And I think that's exactly why it is being introduced right now, right? So it's being used, quite clearly as an election issue as we head into election season in about 3 weeks. So it is a way to get the votes. Assuming that the legislation was introduced and requisite votes were had and President Biden signed it into law, I suspect it would still face legal challenges at that point.
And what would those legal challenges look like?
I think that those opposed to abortion access would very quickly challenge it as an overreach of federal authority and questioning likely why this is a federal issue and why the federal government is able to legislate in this space.
Have there been other laws that have been codified recently or that one party has attempted to codify?
There have, and what's interesting is that the other side of the aisle some years ago enacted what's known as the Partial Birth Abortion Ban Act, and that is a federal law dealing with abortion and banning a specific abortion procedure. So there is precedent actually in this space for the federal government to enact federal legislation around abortion, and that law was challenged in federal court and all the way up to the Supreme Court and was upheld. So Congress was able to act in that way, and that law remains in place. So that could prove tricky for anyone challenging the legislation President Biden is proposing.
And my question then would be, how long of a process would it take to try to I guess, go against what President Biden is announcing if he is able to codify Roe v. Wade. The process is probably a lengthy one.
It likely is, though I suspect that anyone who would think about challenging the law is already preparing, right? It's not surprising that President Biden introduced this legislation. He has certainly talked about it in the past. So I would imagine that the second it is passed into law, there would be immediate challenges to it, and it would have to wind its way through the court system. There would be questions of how quickly it would proceed, whether, for example, enforcement would be enjoined in some way. So likely would take many months to reach resolution.
Do you think there are other laws that President Biden plans to codify, or maybe the Democratic Party does, or is that kind of up in the air right now?
I wouldn't be surprised, right? So my area of expertise is reproductive rights law, so that's that's the one I'll opine on. But certainly we have a really monumental election coming up, right? So it is certainly a strategy to mobilize voters around the importance of who is representing them federally.
We heard a report a bit earlier on today that abortion rights not at the top of mind for many people during the midterm election. What are your thoughts on that as somebody who focuses there on reproductive rights?
It is somewhat remarkable to me when we think about issues that are so fundamental to how people can interact in society. The question of whether and when someone is going to get pregnant and continue a pregnancy to term is so fundamental to any question of self-determination, whether it's in the workplace or other areas of life. We also know that roughly a third of U.S. women will have an abortion at some point in their life, right? So this is not a wedge issue. This is not something that only a few people are engaging in. We have, a third of U.S. women having an abortion at some point in their lives, right? So this is something that is so central to so many people's lives. So it is somewhat surprising to me that this is not top of mind.
And I'm not sure if you can speak to this, but what do you think is the future of the laws relating to abortion as we progress through the next several years and the next several decades?
Yeah, so we saw this one coming, right? So those of us who have been involved in reproductive rights law for a number of years have long said this moment was coming. And it's become a question of who's on the course, right? So whatever President Biden does and is able to do and Congress is able to do, there is a likely challenge, and who sits on the court matters tremendously. The Dobbs decision was only possible because of who was sitting on the court. That decision would have gone the opposite way just a few short years ago. So I think I think that we are likely to see the current state of play until there is a significant change in composition in the court.
All right, Jessica Waters, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Right, a huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Josh Breslow, switching gears and bringing you all the latest international news. Thousands in Haiti are protesting their prime minister, demanding his resignation as the country experiences political unrest, gang violence, and a fuel shortage. Protests erupting hours before the United Nations Security Council meeting last week deliberated, and they were making requests by the Haitian government for foreign intervention in the country's situation. This happened on Monday, this video that we're showing you now. Protesters, as you see here, taking to the streets to oppose the deployment of foreign troops, police responding with tear gas. The United States and Canada has already flown equipment, including armored vehicles, to Haitian police over the weekend, but many are saying that their calls are going unheard. Live Now from Fox's Shirley Deskerpith spoke with an expert about this ongoing situation.
Thanks so much for joining us. But first, let's just start with the multitude of issues happening in Haiti, on the island. How did all of this start?
Well, thank you for having me. It is an honor to be on this platform to talk about the situation in Haiti. Now, to say that the situation is dire, that Haiti is in dire straits, would be an understatement. But that situation has been in the making for some time. And so as we know that the elected president was assassinated 15 months ago. And since that time, there is a caretaker government, whose mission was, to usher in the elections, so that elected officials would come to power to administer the affairs of the country. But what we see is deterioration of the situation. The gang violence, has really is rampant all around the country, and the country is really splintered into many sections. You got the north, you got the south, and you got the central region and the west. They are acting like silos there, because people cannot really move from one part of the country to the other because the gangs reign supreme. But how did we get there? Because it is the lack of political will, I would say, because the situation has worsened and nothing has been done to deal with it, and it seems that they let the situation fester so that they can revert to asking the United Nations and other countries to step in, and that's the last thing that the Haitian people would want, because we've been there before so many times, and occupation has never been kind to Haiti. And we suffered the worst under occupation. So now to bring back occupation, while the country had all the means to resolve this issue through consensus, so now we have to blame the political factions, because lack of consensus, lack of Haitians putting their heads together to resolve the situation, led us to this impasse. And the impasse is such that the country is on a lockdown. Nothing functions. The school don't function. Haiti is on the verge of famine, and the gasoline distribution is not happening, because it looks like some gangs, they control all that distribution. So it is chaos, and the government is pretty powerless against this situation, to the point that they are asking for foreign intervention.
Ed, sir, you did mention a lot right there, but I just want to take a step back. As we mentioned, the Prime Minister of Haiti did reach out and requested military help from international partners, as you mentioned, to stop criminal actions of gangs across the country. Now, the United Nations Security Council held a meeting on this on Monday, and discussions are still taking place. Let's watch this clip, and then afterwards, you tell us your thoughts.
Okay, thank you.
Security Council on his call to deploy international forces?
We've heard what you heard also yesterday. Was it yesterday? When was the Haiti meeting? Monday. We heard what you heard on Monday. We're in touch with various parties, but it's a matter for discussions within member states as to who will take the lead, who will provide police and other assets.
Quick follow-up on that.
Sure.
While the SJ has not suggested a UN mission, it was his call though that people should help. Has he heard from any countries just sort of saying, hey?
Yeah, I mean, we're aware that discussions are going on between countries. We're aware discussions are going on internally within governments as to what they can do in the time frame. But it's a dish in the making. So,
has he had any letters from any countries offering assistance?
No, but the letters, again, this is not, as you said, this is not a peacekeeping mission where we expect to get a letter from you saying this is what I can do.
Yeah.
These are bilateral contacts between member states, and also bilateral contacts between member states and the Haitian authorities.
All right, so your thoughts on that right there. They said that it will not be a peacekeeping mission, but let's keep in mind that on Monday, a vote did not take place on what they are saying are 2 resolutions. But again, tell us how the Haitian community feels about this. We have seen UN peacekeeping missions take place in the past in Haiti, and they do not have a good reputation, according to the Haitian people.
Yes, indeed. You know, and it's unfortunate that we would come to this point, you know, and as you can tell, and as you know, the Haitian community is pretty conflicted about all that. On the one hand, they lack the bare necessities. They are living in a very dire situation, so they need help. But bringing back the actors of the past that have caused harm to Haiti, I mean that causes us to pause. And the Haitian community, the Haitians in Haiti, that's the last thing that they want to see. They want to see foreign nations, you know, stepping on the land of the ancestors and to kill Haitians, basically. If it's not a peacekeeping mission, what kind of a mission is that? So that's something that, I mean, the Haitian police, the Haitian army should be able to deal with proper training, with proper, equipment, you know, for the longest, Haiti has been subject to an arms embargo. They cannot really get the armaments necessary to deal with that situation. They don't get the training, and there is also the armed forces. The armed forces, I know, is with it is a burgeoning force, you know, but they can beef it up. They can really arm it. They can really train it so that that force can be a potent force to deal with the situation. Because I think that there is a lack of will, because they let the situation fester. To me, they let the situation fester so that they can really call for an intervention. But it is not something that bodes well for the country. We know what happened in the past. The UN has brought the peacekeeping force. Well, now they are saying they're not bringing a peacekeeping force, but what they brought to Haiti was cholera. And then from 2004 to 2017, well, they were in the country, but what has changed? Gang violence is still there. The country is still in poverty. And so what we need, what we always say, is a reset of the relationships between Haiti and the international community, between Haiti and the U.S. So until that is done, we will go back to the same policies in the past that have not worked, and then we are doomed to repeat the same mistakes again. We will go there for a limited period of time, and once they leave the country, everything will go back to the way it was before they got it. So nothing has changed. Haiti has a long history of occupation, of intervention, and that hasn't brought a lasting solution to the pain of the Haitian people.
And you see the video I have been playing on your screen there, just a lot of turmoil on the island, and this has been happening for years now. Tell us what the day-to-day is like for people who live on the island.
Well, it is terrible. This is a country on lockdown, you know, and nothing works. There's no gasoline for people to for people to move from one place of the country to the other. Factories are not working, and kids cannot go to school, and there is a looming famine too in the country. So all that, you know, calls for action. All that pushes the people to rebel. Now it looks like the people are really tired of that situation. They are asking for the government to leave, and then instead, what the government says, the government asking for, for an intervention. So we don't really know, how this situation is going to unfold, because it seems that the people of Haiti, they're not letting up. They are keeping the pressure, so they keep protesting. At the risk of being, gassed up or killed. So they are making a statement, So they are tired of this situation. They need reform. They need a better way, and they need to go back to their daily lives, and that's not happening now.
Right. A lot of people have been protesting in the streets, asking for the resignation of the Prime Minister. What do you think happens next if the resolution of the UN does not get approved? What's next for the Haitian people?
Well, so the Haitians, they will keep fighting. They will keep fighting. So so they seem to be keen on some key demands, and the key demand is for the government to leave, and then arrive at a consensus among the Haitian leaders to see how to move forward towards elections. So what is the timeline to bring elections to the people? Because the Haitian people, they are tired of caretaker governments or transition governments. So they need to move towards elections, and so that they can really choose their own leaders, and so that they can hold those leaders accountable. So you have a government, a caretaker government now, who's been in power for 15 months, and it basically has nothing to show for. So that's what angers the population, and so there's nothing in the making for them. There's no real change in their life. If anything, things are worsening. So that's what when it brings them to the streets. And in the midst of big dangers, and in the midst of risks of being kidnapped, in the risks of being killed. Mm-hmm. So they are braving all those dangers to make a statement. And the statement is that enough is enough. Okay. They've given our government a lot of chances, a lot of leeway. 15 months. They were there for 90 days, for 6 months to hold elections, but no credible steps had been taken towards that end. And then they could not really arrive at a consensus among all the political factions. There was still a big divide between those political factions. Instead of getting together to solve the problems of the country, to resolve the economic situation, the economic dependency in which Haiti has been languishing for so long, in terms of tackling those big problems. No, there are quarrels, they are quarreling, and then nothing gets done. And the people are rising up and saying that that's enough. Now it's time for them to choose their own leaders in all this.
And we have seen that many of them are fed up. Some of them have been leaving the island, either going to nearby Dominican Republic, traveling to the other nearby islands, or coming here to the United States, just hoping for a better life. Etzner, thank you so much for your time here on Live Now from Fox and sharing your thoughts with us.
It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for joining us. But first, let's just start.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 6:49, continuing to bring you all the most recent top stories and breaking news here. We do have some news when it comes to the CDC. An advisory panel for the CDC will vote on a new recommendation for kids when it comes to COVID-19 vaccines. Yesterday, the agency voted to add COVID-19 shots to a program for poor and uninsured children. And today, Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie is joining us with more details. Good morning, Amanda.
Good morning. Well, as of yesterday, the CDC advisory panel had a presentation about pediatric COVID-19 vaccines, and the demonstration said that, or rather the recommendation said that everyone should receive the age-appropriate vaccine, and that they say that the benefits far outweigh any potential rare risks such as myocarditis, which they say most people recover from. But with this vote on the horizon, Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo is tweeting, it will not be required in Florida schools. If the CDC votes to recommend it, states would still have the option over whether or not to enforce it. The anticipated vote is causing a firestorm of opinions.
We don't require the flu vaccine for children. Why would we require the COVID vaccine? It does not fit the category of our other traditional vaccines.
I understand why there's hesitancy, but remember that these vaccines have been around for 2 years. We've been giving them in ages 5 and up for this whole time.
In anticipation of the federal government ending COVID vaccine funding, the panel voted for the so-called Vaccines for Children program, which will allow the CDC to purchase and provide vaccines to those in need, whether they are from low-income households or are uninsured. Now, CDC advisors are set to meet again today to vote on whether to require COVID-19 vaccines for students going to school. But again, each state will be allowed to decide whether to enforce it. And in Florida, the Governor DeSantis and the Florida Surgeon General say they will not have a COVID-19 vaccine mandate. Reporting live in Seminole County, I'm Amanda McKenzie. Back to you.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie for bringing us that very important update, and we will keep an eye on other states to see if they will follow Florida's lead. At this time, let's go ahead and continue to take a live now look from the United Kingdom, House of Commons, because we're learning about a second senior member that has left British Prime Minister Liz Truss's government. Interior Minister Suella Braverman resigned today, or Wednesday, I should say, citing a breach of government rules. Now, in the resignation letter, Braverman said that she had violated rules by sending an official document from her personal email to a professional colleague. She also expressed concerns over the direction that the government is currently going. Braverman's departure comes just 5 days after Truss fired Treasury Chief over their economic package that triggered a financial crisis. So we did hear from the British Prime Minister herself just yesterday, and she is standing her ground in Parliament, although she's being heavily criticized by her own party for her controversial economic plan. She called herself, quote, a fighter and not a quitter, and says that it was the first time she attended a session of the Prime Minister's questioning since the Treasury Chief, Jeremy Hunt, recalled that tax-cutting package that Truss proposed less than a month ago. So the package itself of unfunded tax funds caused the value of the pound to increase in value, thus causing a shock to the United Kingdom's government. The Bank of England intervened in order to prevent a wider financial crisis. Let's go ahead and listen in live from the House of Commons.
Which is truly one of accountability. Can she assure me that never again will a trust find reasons to excuse catastrophic outcomes, or never again can critical reports be dismissed as a load of rubbish, I quote from the report, or never again could staff blame patients for a hospital's failings, but instead, can I ask her, how will she assure herself as a minister, I know this is a difficult role, that every single maternity unit in every single hospital across the country is safe for mothers to give birth?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and I know that she has campaigned hard, both as a minister and as a backbench MP, for safety in the National Health Service. In terms of safety at East Kent Trust, we've talked about already how the regional team are there. There's also a maternity safety support team who are in the Trust working actively on the ground to ensure that the lessons are learned and that services are improved. I've been given some figures that demonstrate that the outcomes are improving, and as I talked earlier, there are steps in place to ensure the quality of service and to feed back the quality of service to ensure no woman is spoken to in the way described in the report. From a wider perspective, we're looking at both the workforce as described, but also how we ensure that problems are not just picked up, but they're actually developed and followed through. We're also looking at the report, the CARC report, which looked at how managers are responsible and held responsible, and we'll be talking more about that in due course.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents have raised the point that black women in the UK are 4 times more likely to die in pregnancy and childbirth. So can the Minister explain what action is being taken to end this scandal?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. So on a wider perspective, the government has a target of reducing stillbirths and neonatal deaths across the country, and that obviously includes women of colour too.
What was particularly shocking about this report, coming hard on the heels of Shrewsbury and Morecambe Bay, was the culture of cover-up it reveals, the lack of empathy extraordinarily amongst staff, and the fact it took parents and grandparents like Derek Richford to campaign to get the expose that has now come out. Does she agree with me that given that there were stillbirths involved here, where live-born children were described as being stillborn so coroners could not investigate, it underlines yet again the need for my Civil Partnerships, Deaths and Births Act, 3.5 years ago passed by this House, which give powers to coroners to investigate stillbirths, to come into force at last? Will she go and speak to the Justice Secretary and liaise between her department to get that measure enacted straight away to give some confidence to those parents who have been through these terrible experiences?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I understand his passion in this area. I'd be happy to meet with him to discuss it further.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen several tragedies in health and social care services across the country. Both the Ockenden review from earlier this year and this recent upsetting report by Dr. Kirkup highlight serious multiple failings. It should go without saying that health outcomes should never be determined by location. We must tackle the inequalities that exist between rural and urban maternity services to ensure that people living in rural and coastal areas can access the same range of birthing methods and support. So will the Minister support the Maternity Services Rural Areas Bill, which was brought forward by my Liberal Democrats colleague, the member for St Albans, to end maternity service inequalities for people living in rural and coastal areas?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. As a rural member of Parliament myself, I understand the need for rural services to be just as good as those in more urban areas, and to ensure that they're improved where not adequate. There is a medical education reform programme which is jointly co-sponsored project between NHS England and the NHEE. It's expected to direct investment for specialty training more towards area population need to smaller and rural hospitals, and this programme has entered its implementation phase from August 2022. Morecambe Bay, East Kent, James Paget and Shrewsbury and Telford are included in the current smaller hospitals list. I'm not certain about the hospital in the gentleman's constituency, but I can find that information and write to him about it.
James Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is clearly a shocking and disturbing report, and I find myself agreeing with the Shadow Minister when she said that this represents a serious collective failure across our maternity services, because I know that it's not just an isolated incident. Would the Minister agree with me that there is a role here to be played by the Healthcare Safety Investigation Branch that has set up a stream of work in relation to maternity services? So could she redouble her efforts in conjunction with that body to make sure that we learn the lessons of the cultural failures in this case, and that learning is spread throughout the system, because that's the only way that we have an opportunity of making sure that these things don't happen again.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. An honourable gentleman will be aware that within HSIB the government is establishing a new special health authority specifically for maternity investigations with specialist expertise. This independent body will continue the work of HSIB from 2023. In the meantime, maternity investigations will continue without interruption until it's fully operational.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I first of all welcome the Honourable Lady to her place. We're very pleased to have her expertise and knowledge in that role as Minister, and I think this House will benefit from that. I'd also like to express on behalf of myself and my party my sincere sympathies to all of those who have lost loved ones. I think it's fair to say that we all have those families very much in our thoughts and our prayers. Will the Minister outline what discussions have taken place with the devolved health trusts, devolved nations for instance, to information share and to ensure that UK-wide reform, as it is clear that the pressures that led to this terrible scenario in Kent are ready to be replicated throughout the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, as midwives battle with understaffed, unsupported and exhausted wards, which are on the brink of life and death disasters, through no fault of individuals, midwives who will carry that all to their graves. I know the Minister is committed to making it better. How can we do that for all of this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. It is, of course, important that information is shared across our great country and so that people in all areas of our nation get the best quality care. Health is a devolved issue, but I will continue to work with the ministers from the devolved nations to ensure that we share the lessons and indeed learn from each other.
Robert Courts.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Helen Gitto's healthy, full-term daughter Harriet died in 2014. She said too often during pregnancy, in labour and afterwards, rather than being listened to, we were treated dismissively, contemptuously and without a desire for understanding. It is hard enough to come to terms with the death of a child. It is even harder when you are implicitly blamed for what...
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now just after 7 a.m. here on the East Coast. But we're taking this international look from the House of Commons. Earlier, we were viewing a line of questioning and commentary about the political turmoil surrounding British Prime Minister Liz Truss. Many people calling for her resignation. We'll have more on this topic in just a bit, but for now, let's take a 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we'll bring you all up to speed on the top stories that we are paying close attention to.
The report was only published yesterday and will be...
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Russian President Vladimir Putin has declared martial law in the 4 regions of Ukraine Moscow recently annexed. This as the Russian army continues their attacks on various parts of Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Trey Yinks brings us more.
During 24 hours, more than 10 regions were subject to Russian terrorist strikes.
Ukraine hit with several missiles Wednesday as Moscow continues to ramp up attacks targeting civilians. In the latest wave of strikes to cripple Ukraine's infrastructure, a Russian missile hit a thermal power plant in the west. According to Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, a third of his country's power stations have been taken out, cutting power and water supplies to hundreds of thousands.
We are all seeing that the enemy is attacking critical infrastructure. Unfortunately, our region experienced missile fire today once again. The Burshin thermal power station was hit, which caused a fire.
In eastern Ukraine, emergency workers have their hands full. Paramedics dodging live rounds while trying to treat an injured woman in the Donetsk region. Part of the area is under Kyiv's control, but has seen intense fighting in recent weeks. First responders say despite the danger, they'll do whatever it takes to protect their home.
Yes, it is what it is. We are fighting for our homes, for our Ukraine, for our homeland.
As some Ukrainians are forced to duck constant shelling, the Kremlin warning others in the Kherson region to flee their homes. Tens of thousands of civilians and Russian-appointed officials getting on boats ahead of a possible Ukrainian push forward. The evacuations come as Ukraine's army regains more territory on the southern front. Ukrainian officials say residents in Kherson can ignore warnings to evacuate, adding this is just a Russian tactic to cause panic. In Kyiv, Trey Yinks, Fox News.
Today, President Biden heads to Pennsylvania, where he will weigh in on one of the most closely watched races in the midterm elections. Many contests around the country are tightening, and the control of the Senate may come down to a photo finish. This, as people across the country are still extremely concerned about the rising rates of inflation. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader brings us more this morning from Washington.
We can say right now that looking at all of the seats in play, Republicans seem to have a distinct advantage in the House. But the Senate is another matter. It may all come down to contests in 4 states, including Pennsylvania.
God bless you. Thank you very much.
Pennsylvania Senate candidate Mehmet Oz at a Fox town hall event last night, hoping to build enthusiasm in the final weeks of his campaign, a race that could very well determine the balance of power in the Senate.
There's no question why this race is now neck and neck.
On that point, Democrats may agree this is neck and neck between Oz and Pennsylvania's Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. Fetterman's campaign appearances are carefully managed as he continues to recover from a stroke, and critics say it has left him unable to serve, something Fetterman and his supporters vehemently deny. President Biden will appear with him today in Pennsylvania.
The president has found him to be an impressive individual, and who is just as capable as who's just as capable as always.
While our power rankings for House contests show Republicans have a number of advantages, the Senate is a genuine toss-up with 4 pivotal races that could determine which party wins control. One Democratic strategist sees the field shifting.
I still think that they end up winning, but it's been certainly a great couple of weeks for Republicans, and I think it's because of that secondary issue, what's going on with crime and public safety, and that abortion is now sliding down to the 3rd, 4th, 5th most important issue.
And in the case of Oz versus Fetterman, there will only be one debate next week, just 2 weeks before Election Day. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
President Biden is announcing that he's releasing more oil from the strategic reserve, but critics say much more is needed to truly put the brakes on gas price hikes. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
Ahead of the winter months and midterm elections, President Biden is tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to drive gas prices down. Another 15 million barrels will be released in December. It's part of the 180 million barrel release President Biden announced earlier this year.
Independent analysts have confirmed that drawdowns from the reserve so far have played a big role in bringing down oil prices.
The president also announcing his efforts to refill the tapped reserve. His administration plans to rebuy crude oil when prices dip.
We're going to buy back the oil that we sold at about $100 and buy it back
when prices go down to about $70.
The president is also scolding oil companies for being slow to pass the savings on to the consumer. Gas prices for American drivers have been falling since reaching $5 highs over the summer. According to AAA, nationally, a gallon costs $3.85, but that is still 50 cents more than a year ago. Critics of the release say it leaves the U.S. in a vulnerable spot, with the reserve at lows not seen since the 1980s.
This is a political emergency to the Democrats. If we were to have a hurricane in the Gulf or another emergency, we would not be prepared. He's already used 1/3 of it. He's put America in jeopardy.
The president has also left the option open to tap the reserve again if prices spike this winter. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Looking live from New York City, where migrants have recently started arriving to the city's first emergency center. On Wednesday, the facility opened as the city continues to see an influx of asylum seekers. Fox News senior correspondent Lauren Engel is bringing us more.
New York City's Migrant Relief Center opening its doors on Randall's Island. The 449-bed facility will temporarily house asylum seekers being bussed into the city from the southern border. The first wave of migrants moving into the complex today after arriving at the bus terminal in Midtown Manhattan. They are given COVID tests upon entering.
You've come a long way. Your clothes are probably dirty. That's not the right mental state to be in to determine where you want to be for the next several years of your life.
The shelter rests on nearly 6.5 acres. It consists of one main tent with the potential to double capacity with a second tent. Inside, people will have access to cots, food, legal services, and a recreation center. City officials say the center is a short-term solution for people as they figure out where to go.
At the border, they're really giving two choices. Or pay yourself out of the border and into different states, or take these free buses.
New York has seen an influx of migrants in recent months. The increase has strained the area's shelters, prompting local officials to create these tent facilities. Many of those being bussed into the city are coming from El Paso, Texas.
When the migrants from Venezuela came into El Paso, and they were El Paso was basically overwhelmed. They were truly overwhelmed.
City officials say there will be no time limit on how long migrants can stay at the facility. In New York, Laura Engel, Fox News.
And we'll have more top stories right after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As a part of a two-day meeting, a CDC advisory panel is holding two votes, laying out recommendations for COVID vaccines and children. And that includes a measure to determine if COVID shots should be added to the required vaccine list. in order for kids to attend school. Now, this anticipated vote is causing a firestorm among parents and some medical professionals. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri.
Changes could soon be coming to schools, vaccine requirements, and it all hinges on 2 votes by the CDC's independent vaccine advisors. In anticipation of the federal government ending COVID vaccine funding, Wednesday's measure examined concerns over shots for poor and uninsured children once the funds run out. The panel voting for the so-called Vaccines for Children program to include COVID shots. The program allows the CDC to purchase and provide vaccines to those in need. Thursday, CDC advisors will vote on whether to recommend adding COVID shots to the agency's schedule of routine inoculations, meaning if approved, states would have the option to require students to get vaccinated to go to school, despite only having emergency approval for kids 12 and under.
Many people are not comfortable with this recommendation because the COVID vaccine in children was not based on data that it's clinically effective.
The measure getting pushback from parents and medical experts, with schools requiring some vaccines, such as measles and polio, but not others, like the flu shot.
It's not right. It's unethical to include COVID. We don't require the flu vaccine for children. Why would we require the COVID vaccine? It does not fit the category of our other traditional vaccines.
If Thursday's measure is adopted, states would have the authority to require COVID vaccination for school children, but Florida's Surgeon General tweeted, regardless of what the CDC decides, there will be no COVID mandates in his state. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
Moving right along with other top stories this morning, the IRS adjusts tax brackets and standard deductions each year to account for inflation. We normally don't notice it much, but because of persistently high inflation, the IRS announced that they are making dramatic changes for 2023. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard explains it could mean more money in your wallet.
The IRS has announced for 2023, Americans will be able to keep just a bit more of their paycheck. They are hiking the standard deduction and raising tax bracket thresholds by around 7%. Brandon Arnold with the National Taxpayers Union says it's helpful, but still doesn't account for the 8.2% inflation rate being felt by Americans.
The biggest concern I have is that we're not doing enough here. 7% increase helps a lot, but a lot of people are still going to be clipped by higher taxes.
For example, assuming these scenarios use this standard deduction, a single taxpayer making $100,000 would pay almost $14,800 in 2022. But in 2023, they would keep just slightly more than $500 than the year before. If a married couple files jointly with an income of $200,000, they will save $1,015 in 2023.
Inflation hits working class Americans, lower income Americans the hardest. And what this is doing is helping to protect Americans from the impact of inflation in terms of their taxes.
However, some analysts say the move could do exactly the opposite of what the Federal Reserve is trying to accomplish as they continue to raise interest rates to cool inflation.
It'll help fuel demand because people will be paying less in taxes, have a little more money to spend.
It'll be a while before you notice the changes. It applies to 2023's taxes, and those aren't filed until 2024. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Looking live from the White House, after only 2 days, it's beginning to be a difficult start to President Biden's plan to cancel millions of dollars in student loan debt. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner reports.
It landed and handled more than 8 million applications without a glitch or any difficulty.
That was Monday. Now, just 48 hours later, Americans are reporting major problems applying for up to $20,000 of student debt forgiveness. So far, the website is blocking foreign IP addresses, meaning Americans abroad are locked out. The Education Department is now scrambling to produce paper applications. Married folks with joint federal loans also facing a glitch. They've been locked out of the program and have to request a special waiver before applying for student debt cancellation. For millions of other applicants, though, the process is easy. Too easy, according to experts who say the program is ripe for fraud and abuse.
There will be people that will see that there's no verification and lie on the application and say that they're eligible when in fact they're not from an income perspective.
Applicants are asked only for their full name, date of birth, social security number, and contact information. Applicants won't have to provide proof of income on which the loan forgiveness is supposed to be based.
I have seen people fake their own deaths to get a death discharge on their student loans.
Applicants are asked to self-attest under perjury to earning less than $125,000 per year, though they can face fines and jail time if they're found to have lied.
Just a few things applicants over the weekend have said. It was the easiest application they've ever filled out. Took maybe 60 seconds. That's a quote.
12 million Americans have applied for debt cancellation so far, and the government expects at least 40 million between now and December 31 when the applications close. The department says they'll verify a certain number of borrowers have told the truth about their income to protect against fraud. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
The first Native American woman to launch in space is now orbiting Earth. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has details on her groundbreaking experience.
An astonishing 260 miles above the Earth, the first Native American woman in space is reflecting on her journey so far.
The emotions are absolutely overwhelming.
NASA astronaut Nicole Mann floated into the International Space Station on October 6th, one day after blasting off from Earth in a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. She'll spend the next 5 months working on the ISS with 3 Americans, 3 Russians, and 1 Japanese astronaut.
It just highlights our diversity and how incredible it is when we come together as a human species.
The 45-year-old trailblazer joined NASA as a part of a 2013 class of astronauts. This follows her career as a Marine colonel and test pilot, flying combat missions in Iraq. Away from her husband and 10-year-old son, Mann brought a little piece of home into space. A small dream catcher given to her by her mother when she was young. The astronaut says the trinket offers protection and provides strength during challenging times.
I have that in my crew quarters every night, to remind me of my family and my community.
As a child, Mann says she was fascinated with stars and space, but at the time she thought the goal of actually going to space was out of the realm of possibilities. Now she's inspiring the next generation of young explorers to follow their dreams.
Hopefully it allows them to open up their mind and see the incredible things that we're doing on board the space station.
Mann is expected to end her mission and return to Earth in March. Matt Finn, Fox News.
Very inspirational story there. The time is now 7:22. We'll have more top stories after this commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The fentanyl epidemic is not just in big cities. Many smaller communities are finding themselves at the finish line of a massive international smuggling operation controlled by large drug cartels. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin has more from Charleston, West Virginia.
Like you always do, get me some solid video.
Most drug cases begin with confidential informants.
There's 140 things always.
They're given marked bills, sent to meet a dealer, and come back with drugs.
Some heroin / fentanyl.
That repeats. Different informants, different dealers, and small drug purchases.
I'm going to buy $350 worth of fentanyl.
Get you less doors right there. As rural America is flooded with drugs, West Virginia has the sad distinction of leading the nation for drug overdose mortality. In 2020, for every 100,000 people in the Mountain State, 84 died from overdose. This year, nearly 96% of the deaths are caused by fentanyl.
As a parent, you're always waiting on the call.
Cece Brown understands the impact. Her son Ryan was hooked on opiates. One night, a detective came by.
He said, I'll never forget this, and this kind of replays in my mind over and over. Ryan passed away tonight.
The work that was done yesterday with the informants was to establish probable cause. There's probably a stash of dope in the house where they were working. Then they go to the judge, get a warrant, and the guys in this task force are about to execute that warrant.
Hands up. Police search warrant. Police search warrant. Hands behind your backs now.
By the time the drugs get to rural America, they have been divided up into small portions for individual use. The haul from this raid was a gun, cash, some meth, and of course fentanyl. As it proves time and again, just a small amount of this fentanyl can be fatal.
There's not a family in this area that hasn't been touched by this crisis. That's a guarantee.
The suspect caught in this raid now gets pressed to become an informant himself and give police information about his suppliers. That's a big part of how the drug enforcement game goes. Cops press low-level operatives to give them information on suppliers up the chain. The traffickers try to get around the police, meet the demand, and make their money. In Charleston, West Virginia, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. President Joe Biden announced on Tuesday that he plans to push the next United States Congress to codify the abortion rights protections which are outlined in Roe versus Wade. Live now from Fox's Josh Breslow brings us more details.
Basics here. What exactly does it mean to codify something?
Sure. So what we saw post the Dobbs decision is that the question of abortion regulation and access to abortion has been returned to the states. What President Biden is proposing is federal legislation that would return the issue to the federal level. So if there was a federal law enacted that said access to abortion and provision of abortion is federally protected, that would trump any state law that was contrary to that.
So I guess my question here is it possible for President Biden to even do that?
It is possible. He would need the votes and does not currently have the votes. And I think that's exactly why it is being introduced right now, right? So it's being used, quite clearly as an election issue as we head into election season in about 3 weeks. So it is a way to get the votes. Assuming that the legislation was introduced and requisite votes were had and President Biden signed it into law, I suspect it would still face legal challenges at that point.
And what would those legal challenges look like?
I think that those opposed to abortion access would very quickly challenge it as an overreach of federal authority. And questioning likely why this is a federal issue and why the federal government is able to legislate in this space.
Have there been other laws that have been codified recently or that one party has attempted to codify?
There have, and what's interesting is that the other side of the aisle some years ago enacted what's known as the Partial Birth Abortion Ban Act. And that is a federal law dealing with abortion and banning a specific abortion procedure. So there is precedent actually in this space for the federal government to enact federal legislation around abortion. And that law was challenged in federal court and all the way up to the Supreme Court and was upheld. So Congress was able to act in that way, and that law remains in place. So that could prove tricky for anyone challenging the legislation President Biden is proposing.
And my question then would be, how long of a process would it take to try to, I guess, go against what President Biden is announcing if he is able to codify Roe v. Wade? The process is probably a lengthy one.
It likely is, though I suspect that anyone who would think about challenging the law is already preparing, right? It's not surprising that President Biden introduced this legislation. He has certainly talked about it in the past. So I would imagine that the second it is passed into law, there would be immediate challenges to it, and it would have to wind its way through the court system. There would be questions of how quickly it would proceed, whether, for example, enforcement would be enjoined in some way. So likely would take many months to reach resolution.
Do you think there are other laws that President Biden plans to codify, or maybe the Democratic Party does, or is that kind of up in the air right now?
I wouldn't be surprised, right? So my area of expertise is reproductive rights law, so that's that's the one I'll opine on. But certainly we have a really monumental election coming up, right? So it is certainly a strategy to mobilize voters around the importance of who is representing them federally.
We heard a report a bit earlier on today that abortion rights not at the top of mind for many people during the midterm election. What are your thoughts on that as somebody who, focuses there on reproductive rights?
It is somewhat remarkable to me when we think about issues that are so fundamental to how people can interact in society. The question of, whether and when someone is going to get pregnant and continue a pregnancy to term is so fundamental to any question of self-determination, whether it's in the workplace or other areas of life. We also know that roughly a third of U.S. women will have an abortion at some point in their life, right? So this is not a wedge issue. This is not something that only a few people are engaging in. We have, a third of U.S. women having an abortion at some point in their lives, right? So this is something that is so central to so many people's lives. So it is somewhat surprising to me that this is not top of mind.
And I'm not sure if you can speak to this, but what do you think is the future of the laws relating to abortion as we progress through the next several years and the next several decades?
Yeah, so we saw this one coming, right? So those of us who have been involved in reproductive rights law for a number of years have long said this moment was coming. And it's become a question of who's on the courts, right? So whatever President Biden does and is able to do and Congress is able to do, there is a likely challenge, and who sits on the court matters tremendously. The Dobbs decision was only possible because of who was sitting on the court. That decision would have gone the opposite way just a few short years ago. So I think I think that we are likely to see the current state of play until there is a significant change in composition in the court.
All right, Jessica Waters, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thousands in Haiti protesting their prime minister, demanding his resignation as the country experiences political unrest, gang violence, and a fuel shortage. Protests erupting hours before a United Nations Security Council meeting deliberated on Monday, where we saw requests made by the Haitian government for foreign intervention in the country's situations. Protesters continuing to take the streets to oppose deployment of foreign troops, police responding with tear gas. The United States and Canada flew equipment, including armored vehicles, to Haitian police over the weekend, but the country is asking for more. Live now from Fox's Shirley Deskerbeth reports.
Thanks so much for joining us. But first, let's just start with the multitude of issues happening in Haiti, on the island. How did all of this start?
Well, so thank you for having me. It is an honor to be on this platform to talk about the situation in Haiti. Now, to say that the situation is dire, that Haiti is in dire straits, would be an understatement. But that situation has been in the making for some time. And so as we know, that the elected president was assassinated about 15 months ago. And since that time, there is a caretaker government, whose mission was, to usher in the elections so that elected officials would come to power to administer the affairs of the country. But what we see is a deterioration of the situation. The gang violence, has really is rampant all around the country, and the country is really splintered into many sections. You got the north, you got the south, and you got the central region and the west. They are acting like silos there because people cannot really move from one part of the country to the other because the gangs reign supreme. But how did we get there? Because it is the lack of political will, I would say, because the situation has worsened and nothing has been done to deal with it, and it seems that they let the situation fester so that they can revert to asking the United Nations and or other countries to step in, and that's the last thing that the Haitian people would want, because we've been there before so many times, and occupation has never been kind to Haiti. And we suffered the worst under occupation. So now to bring back occupation, while the country had all the means to resolve this issue through consensus, so now we have to blame the political factions, because lack of consensus, lack of Haitians putting their heads together to resolve the situation, led us to this impasse. And the impasse is such that the country is on a lockdown. Nothing functions. The school don't function. Haiti is on the verge of famine, and the gasoline distribution is not happening because it looks like some gangs, they control all that distribution. So it is chaos, and the government is pretty powerless against this situation, to the point that they are asking for foreign intervention.
Ed, sir, you did mention a lot right there, but I just want to take a step back. As we mentioned, the Prime Minister of Haiti did reach out and requested military help from international partners, as you mentioned, to stop criminal actions of gangs across the country. Now, the United Nations Security Council held a meeting on this on Monday, and discussions are still taking place. Let's watch this clip, and then afterwards, you tell us your thoughts.
Okay, thank you.
The Security Council on his call to deploy international forces?
We've heard what you heard also yesterday. Was it yesterday? When was the Haiti meeting? Monday. We heard what you heard on Monday. We're in touch with various parties, but it's a matter for discussions within member states as to who will take the lead, who will provide police and other assets.
Quick follow-up on that.
Sure.
While the SG has not suggested a UN mission, it was his call though that people should help. Has he heard from any countries just sort of saying, hey?
Yeah, I mean, we're aware that discussions are going on between countries. We're aware discussions are going on internally within governments as to what they can do in the time frame. But it's a dish in the making. So,
has he had any letters from any countries offering assistance?
No, but the letters, again, this is not, as you said, this is not a peacekeeping mission where we expect to get a letter from you saying this is what I can do.
Yeah.
These are bilateral contacts between member states, and also bilateral contacts between member states and the Haitian authorities.
All right, so your thoughts on that right there. They said that it will not be a peacekeeping mission, but let's keep in mind that on Monday, a vote did not take place on what they are saying are 2 resolutions. But again, tell us how the Haitian community feels about this. We have seen UN peacekeeping missions take place in the past in Haiti, and they do not have a good reputation, according to the Haitian people.
Yes, indeed. And it's unfortunate that we would come to this point, and as you can tell, and as you know, the Haitian community is pretty conflicted about all that. On the one hand, they lack the bare necessities. They are living in a very dire situation, so they need help. But bringing back the actors of the past that have caused harm to Haiti, I mean that causes us to pause. And the Haitian community, the Haitians in Haiti, that's the last thing that they want to see. They want to see foreign nations, stepping on the land of the ancestors and to kill Haitians, basically. If it's not a peacekeeping mission, what kind of a mission is that? So that's something that, the Haitian police, the Haitian army should be able to deal with proper training, with proper, equipment, for the longest, Haiti has been subject to an arms embargo. They cannot really get the armaments necessary to deal with that situation. They don't get the training, and there is also the armed forces. Their forces, I know, is with it is a burgeoning force, but they can beef it up. They can really arm it. They can really train it so that that force can be a potent force to deal with the situation. Because I think that there is a lack of will, because they let the situation fester. To me, they let the situation fester so that they can really call for an intervention. But it is not something that bodes well for the country. We know what happened in the past. The UN has brought the peacekeeping force. Well, now they are saying they're not bringing a peacekeeping force, but what they brought to Haiti was cholera. And then from 2004 to 2017, well, they were in the country, but what has changed? Gang violence is still there. The country is still in poverty. And so what we need, what we always say, is a reset of the relationships between Haiti and the international community, between Haiti and the U.S. So until that is done, we will go back to the same policies in the past that have not worked, and then we are doomed to repeat the same mistakes again. We will go there for a limited period of time, and once they leave the country, everything will go back to the way it was before they got it. So nothing has changed. Haiti has a long history of occupation, of intervention, and that hasn't brought a lasting solution to the pain of the Haitian people.
And you see the video I have been playing on your screen there, just a lot of turmoil on the island, and this has been happening for years now. Tell us what the day-to-day is like for people who live on the island.
Well, it is terrible. This is a country on lockdown, and nothing works. There's no gasoline for people to and for people to move from one place of the country to the other. Factories are not working, and kids cannot go to school, and there is a looming famine too in the country. So all that, calls for action. All that pushes the people to rebel. Now it looks like the people are really tired of that situation. They are asking for the government to leave, and then instead, what the government says, the government asking for, for an intervention. So we don't really know, how this situation is going to unfold, because it seems that the people of Haiti, they're not letting up. They are keeping the pressure, so they keep protesting. At the risk of being, gassed up or killed. So they are making a statement, So they are tired of this situation. So they need a reform. They need a better way, and they need to go back to their daily lives, and that's not happening now.
Right. A lot of people have been protesting in the streets, asking for the resignation of the Prime Minister. What do you think happens next if the resolution of the UN does not get approved? What's next for the Haitian people?
Well, so the Haitians, they will keep fighting. They will keep fighting. So so they seem to be keen on some key demands, and the key demand is for the government to leave, and then arrive at a consensus among the Haitian leaders to see how to move forward towards elections. So what is the timeline to bring elections to the people? Because the Haitian people, they are tired of caretaker governments or transition governments. So they need to move towards elections, and so that they can really choose their own leaders, and so that they can hold those leaders accountable. So you have a government, a caretaker government now, who's been in power for 15 months, and it basically has nothing to show for. So that's what angers the population, and so there's nothing in the making for them. There's no real change in their life. If anything, things are worsening. So that's what, when it brings them to the streets, and in the midst of big dangers, and in the midst of risks of being kidnapped, in the risks of being killed. Mm-hmm. So they are braving all those dangers to make a statement, and the statement is that enough is enough. Okay, they've given the Ariel government a lot of chances, a lot of leeway. 15 months. They were there for 90 days, for 6 months to hold elections, but nothing, no credible steps had been taken towards that end. And then they could not really arrive at a consensus among all the political factions. They all, there was still a big divide between those political factions. Instead of getting together to solve the problems of the country, to resolve the economic situation, the economic dependency in which Haiti has been languishing for so long, in terms of tackling those big problems. No, there are quarrels, they are quarreling, and then nothing gets done. And the people they are rising up and saying that that's enough. Now it's time for them to choose their own leaders in all this.
And we have seen that many of them are fed up. Some of them have been leaving the island, either going to nearby Dominican Republic, traveling to the other nearby islands, or coming here to the United States, just hoping for a better life. Etzner, thank you so much for your time here on Live Now from Fox and sharing your thoughts with us.
It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
The time is now 7:48. We'll have more top stories after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Check out the stories on the left side of your screen for a look at the major headlines that we are covering today on this Thursday, October 20th. But let's jump into the next story. It's one that has gone viral. The popular K-pop band BTS will go on a hiatus for several years as its members serve their required military service. Their management company made the announcement this week. South Korean law actually mandates about 2 years of military service for most able-bodied men. Our Live Now from Fox's Josh Breslow spoke with Nicole Santero at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, who is somewhat of a K-pop expert. So let's get her take.
Nicole Santero, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Of course. So let's start with the basics here. What is K-pop and who's BTS?
Yeah, so K-pop essentially is South Korean pop music. Some see it more of as an industry, while others see it as a genre, but essentially it's known for featuring a mixture of elements beyond just the music. So it incorporates things like the visual aspect, choreography, fashion, and more. Now, BTS is a 7-member music group from South Korea that debuted in 2013. They're known for writing music and producing their own songs that draw from personal experiences and touch on really meaningful themes, including overcoming struggles that young people face, mental health, societal pressures, finding self-love, and more. On top of that, they're incredible performers and have served as role models for many people, as they are UN ambassadors and advocates for a variety of causes. And so with BTS's global reach, popularity, and achievements over the years, they've definitely gone far beyond the K-pop industry to become a really significant part of music and pop culture as a whole.
When talking about K-pop, what is an army?
Yeah, so ARMY is certainly synonymous with BTS. This is the name of their fan base and what their fans are referred to. And without a doubt, I think everyone has kind of come across an ARMY at some point, whether it's in person or social media. They are one of the most visible and engaged fandoms in the world. So behind the success of BTS is not just their music, but it's also these fans who are really passionate and made up of an incredibly diverse group of people, said to be in the tens of millions. And so not only do they come from all over the world and are of different cultures and backgrounds, but they span a wide range of ages, from young kids to working professionals to even grandparents. I myself, a few months ago during their concert in Las Vegas, I was sitting next to an ARMY who was 80 years old, and even my parents love BTS. So it's pretty incredible how this band speaks to so many. And then on top of this, ARMY is a really intelligent, organized, and very aware fan base who simply just wants to support BTS and also use their power to do a lot of good in the world just like them. So they're known for their philanthropy and organizing for social causes and charity as well.
And BTS has been called the biggest boy band worldwide. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, it's hard to argue against that, right? It feels as if most people who come across them become a fan eventually. And even those who don't typically listen to groups like BTS or pop music are very aware of who they are. I think part of that is because they came out at this perfect time with social media. So a group like them was able to reach so many people in every single part of the world, and were able to go beyond geographical borders. I think that's been such a key factor for them. And then getting across the language barrier is also usually difficult, but BTS has really transcended that. And so with all their accomplishments and endless records being broken, I don't think we've seen anything like this to this extent. So I feel confident in saying that BTS is definitely the biggest boy band in the world.
What do you think is America's fascination with K-pop, and more specifically with BTS?
Yeah, so as mentioned, K-pop blends together catchy songs, choreography, visuals, as well as storytelling, production value, and more. And I think that's what makes it really unique and intriguing for a lot of people. In addition to this, the general diversity of people in America in terms of racial, ethnic, and cultural backgrounds certainly plays a role in people exploring music and entertainment outside of our own country. BTS, however, has really stood out from the start in several ways, not just within K-pop, K-pop, but in the music industry in general. They first off, they didn't really fit the perceived manufactured image of K-pop that people generally have of these artists. They kind of broke out of that mold and broke out of that specific category that many foreign artists are usually tied to. And they became a really significant part of the mainstream, which is obviously really difficult to do, especially when your music is in a different language. So we started seeing them performing and then winning at American award shows. We see them topping American music charts, and they've achieved these things really consistently in a way that even our biggest music artists today haven't been able to do so. And so I think what makes BTS really special is they didn't really sound like anyone else, nor did they try to be like anyone else. And so since the beginning, in addition to their performance and how polished they are as a group, they've really stayed true to their art and who they are. And I think that's something fans really appreciate. It's that authenticity and sincerity when it comes to the members. And they're so funny and personable, each have their distinct personalities, yet have such great chemistry together. And you just can't stop watching them. And then also a key thing is they don't really shy away from their imperfections and insecurities, and it makes them so relatable. And so overall, BTS and their journey have always been the symbol of hard work and courage and not giving up and staying true to yourself. And that in itself has inspired so many people around the world who see themselves in the group and find comfort in them. And there's a really nice saying among armies that you find BTS when you need them most. And I think that alone speaks to how much they mean to people who listen to their music and how much they resonate on a much deeper level.
Well, under South Korean law, most able-bodied men are required to perform 18 to 21 months of military service, but special exemptions had been granted for athletes and artists who excel in certain international competitions that have been tied to national prestige. So whether the BTS members would be required to serve in the military had been a widely debated and talked about issue, but their management company now says they will perform their required duty and regroup around 2025 when their service ends. What were your thoughts when you heard that?
I mean, well, I'm not Korean, so it's not totally in my place to say whether they should or shouldn't serve, but it's definitely a fact that BTS has brought so much cultural and economic impact to their country, and they deserve a lot of credit for all their contributions alone. But, you know, I think regardless of the outcome, fans were ready to continue supporting them and are very proud of them. So this is just another chapter for BTS, and there's certainly hope in what's to come for the members, both as a group and individual artists. So I myself am very excited to see what's next and for their return as a group after all of this.
Yeah, and that's what's interesting is if you think about it, they'll be in that military service. So 2025 possibly is when they will reunite. That kind of leaves, I guess, a void, so to speak, in K-pop and really just in that type of music.
Yeah, well, so it's interesting, right? I think it's important to really acknowledge that even before BTS debuted, K-pop was already very popular among audiences in different countries outside of Korea as well. So there's been a growing number of K-pop fans, even in the US and around the world for many, many years already with a lot of other groups. None had just ever been as successful as BTS. So I think that's what's really interesting. And so, you know, what's even more fascinating is a lot of people who love BTS had never previously been K-pop fans, nor had they listened to K-pop ever. So that in itself shows that BTS is so different and speaks to a lot of their ability to not just gain a K-pop audience, but a wider audience that didn't want to be confined to a category as well. And so, you know, BTS certainly became a doorway for international fans to South Korean culture and entertainment. And we saw an increase in tourism, as well as a greater increase in people wanting to learn Korean language. They're referenced in so many pieces of mainstream pop culture, and additionally everything BTS touches and promotes turns to gold, right? So overall, I don't think that this means the end of, you know, K-pop influence around the world, but theoretically, yes, if there were no BTS, I think this absence would be felt very strongly economically and culturally for sure.
So will there ever be a K-pop band that is as big as BTS, in your opinion?
Oh man, I don't think there will be another group that has the same cultural and global impact, at least to this extent, like BTS, at least not for a very long time. The success of BTS is such a complex mix of different factors that were built over many years, both by the group themselves when it came to their music, as well as the fans and their relationship with the band. So where BTS is today, it took a lot of time, care, thoughtfulness, and hard work and so many aspects, and it's not really something that can be fully replicated overnight. So there's no doubt that BTS is a very special and once in a generation type of group for sure.
My last question here, do you think that fans will be as devoted when they come back together possibly in 2025?
Oh yeah, absolutely. BTS fans are here to stay, and they'll be here waiting for them to return as a group in the near future. In the meantime, the members will have different projects, and not to mention there's endless content to keep fans entertained and busy. I actually wouldn't be surprised if BTS continues to gain even more fans during this time. That's very similar to what happened throughout the peak of the pandemic. And, that's when while the music industry seemed to stand still, BTS just became bigger. They're plenty of music, videos, and shows for current fans to rewatch and for new fans to discover. And there's a whole community of ARMYs who don't just support BTS, but support each other. And so I think that this is the beauty of the BTS world, and BTS really isn't going anywhere.
All right, Nicole, thank you so much for being here. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
I don't think so. I appreciate you having me on, and appreciate everyone being very interested in BTS and ARMY. It's a really fascinating thing for sure.
A fantastic interview, and I can guarantee that we will have her on again very soon as we do talk more about BTS, the major K-pop band joining the military, not coming back together until about 2025, leaving a void there in K-pop. 8:02 if you are joining us on the East Coast, and 5:02 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I want to get back into the headlines, but first I want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Coming up, we'll talk more about the aftermath of Hurricane Ian and what's going on right now in Ukraine after Putin did declare martial law. That's coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:05 over on the East Coast and 5:05 on the West Coast. I do want to bring you to the latest information here on Hurricane Ian and the aftermath. Wednesday marked 3 weeks since the powerful storm made landfall in southwest Florida. The hurricane was a Category 4 storm so close to a Category 5 with maximum winds of 150 miles per hour when it did hit the Fort Myers area. Now, the sheriff in Lee County, where Fort Myers is located, says that his county alone has 61 deaths, with 3 people still missing. He also says more than 30 arrests have been made for looting in the aftermath of that storm. The sheriff posted a video to his Facebook page, an interview with his public information officer, describing the day the storm hit and the aftermath.
I mean, 3 weeks ago to the day, that was life-changing. It really was. And to be back to that new norm, it feels great.
Now, we'll talk about some of the ongoing rescues in a little bit, but let's talk about, like you said, 3 weeks ago to this day, that's when Hurricane Ian made landfall in our county, but it wasn't always anticipated to hit like it did.
It wasn't. You know, when we look at this storm, I mean, all storms are unpredictable, and Mother Nature lets us know whenever she wants, you know, whatever direction she wants to go, she's going to go. So when I first looked at that storm and the projected cone had a direct hit up in Tampa, I called my brother, Chad Chronister, Sheriff Chad Chronister of Hillsborough, and I said, Sheriff, I said, you okay, brother? I said, it looks like it's going to hit you direct. Everything I have, all my resources will be coming your way. And he said, yeah, it doesn't look good for us. Well, you know what? About 6 hours later, he calls and he says, Sheriff, I know you called me, but guess what? He goes, I'm going to be sending you all my resources, and thank God they all did. So it changed so quickly, and what a hard hit.
Now let's talk about during the hurricane when it hit. We had to pull out all of our deputies' assets off the roads, but they were ready to go out as soon as that call was made.
We knew, once we knew we were going to get some type of storm, let alone a hit from Hurricane Ian, we deployed resources all over our county at every angle, from north, south, east, west. You know, 260 square miles of Lee County. We deployed resources everywhere so that we knew once we were able to go back and engage that we had resources immediately in places that we needed it. You know, when we came back out, we were holding about 3,800 calls, and 2 days later, right back to normal business.
And I know we responded to those calls as soon as possible. Our deputies were so busy, but let's take a look at some video. Now, Sheriff, this video is as soon as the hurricane passed. Me and you were actually on that first flight up in the air, and some of those images, they just never get any easier to look at.
You're right. I remember like it was a second ago, you and I were up in that helicopter the first day after Ian. And I'll tell you, at a loss of words. I mean, you remember well, we were flying around and saying, oh my God, like look at what, I mean, devastation. And your heart goes out to the residents and people that were affected, and you say, okay, here we are. What does this look like for us now? It's moving forward. How do we react immediately? We cross every T, dot every I. What are our short-term goals? What are our long-term goals? Working with FPL, LCEC, getting our traffic signals back up and operating, search, rescue, recovery. Everything's going on at one time.
It was out of the gate right away, and let's talk about some of those search and rescue efforts. It went all the way from searching collapsed building, debris, even our waterways. Tell me about the determination and how we made sure that we did not leave a single stone unturned.
That's search, rescue, and recovery. I mean, that is, USAR was out in full force. All hands on deck, people from everywhere. I mean, Brevard Sheriff's Office, Wayne Ivey, you know, Sheriff Chad Chronister of Hillsborough, you know, Chef Grady Judd from Polk County. They're sending resources from everywhere, you know, doing over 4,800 welfare checks. I mean, that's amazing. Over 1,100 rescues. And when I say rescues, this is not pulling a, you know, a emergency vehicle up, getting out and walking up to somebody's home. This is like all-terrain vehicles. This is air rescues, water rescues. I mean, this is intense rescues. And again, combing through, you know, I mean, all the different wreckage and devastation to make certain that we don't leave no stone unturned and that we get to everyone that's in need of help.
Now let's talk about current statistics. 1 death is too many here in our county, but we're currently at 61, and we have 3 missing people as well.
I'd like to sit here and say we have 0 deaths, but we have 61. And that's, you know, that's not 61 as a number. You know, that's loved ones, that's family members. You know, it tears me up a little bit. You think about someone losing their loved one in a storm. Any loss is tragic, but during a natural type disaster, you always say, oh my God, I wonder how that family recovers from that. And you want to give them everything you can to help them do that. We have 3 missing people still. Again, that's another very, very difficult thing when you stop to say, well, how is someone missing? Where are they? Where were they? And again, our investigators are out in full force trying to close those cases out. It's just been a really, really difficult road. And the residents, they're great residents in this county, and the teams have come together to help everyone get through this as a team.
Now another number, 37 looting arrests as of today. That's people taking advantage of the great residents in our county when they're already going through so much.
37 people, dregs of society, okay? People they've gotten crushed. Their belongings, their wedding albums, their jewelry, things that insurance can't replace. Okay, the little they have left, they're trying to protect, and 37 arrests. People come from all over to try to prey on the great residents of this county. And I know some people may take offense to what I say, but I mean what I say. You walk into someone's house, you will be carried out. We have law and order here, okay? We have safety and security and law and order. And I stand firmly on that. The great residents of this county, not alone this county, but this state, our governor's made it clear. We're a law and order state. I'm a law and order sheriff here in Lee County. And there's 67 of us in the state of Florida that fight every day to make sure that Florida stays on top with safe and secure places for people to have and to live. And, looters didn't understand the message from the very beginning. Don't come to my county. The great residents of this county, who I stand with every step of the way, deserve law and order, and their families will be safe and secure. Okay, not going to tolerate it, and I'm proud to say that the men and women of law enforcement stepped up, literally, boots on the street, and take these people down.
Now, Sheriff, it's been 3 weeks of processing and coping and starting that cleaning of what has happened here in our county. What's one thing you want to tell residents and you want residents to know as we move forward and rebuild our paradise?
My message to the residents of our great county is clear. We took a hard hit. Ian was devastating. We look around. We look at Fort Myers Beach, the Barrier Islands, Sanibel, Captiva, Upper Captiva, Boca Grande. Some places are hit harder than others. Pine Island. But we're doing great things in a record amount of time. Bridges are being opened temporarily, the new norm, okay? And we're building real bridges long-term to make certain that we replace the temporary bridges with a greater solution. So my message to the residents is thanks for being part of the team. We're one family at the end of the day. We will build, we will be better than ever, and move forward the best way possible because everyone, it's all hands on deck. And I'm certain of the law and order, the safety and security during the process. Just bear with me, bear with us. Again, we'll pull together. We'll be stronger than ever.
And that was an interview with the Lee County Sheriff. That was essentially ground zero as Hurricane Ian did make landfall just over 3 weeks ago on September 28th as a Category 4 storm in the Fort Myers area. So another effect of Hurricane Ian, the launch of NASA's Artemis 1 moon rocket was scrubbed again. A new date has now been set there for the next attempt. NASA says the 69-minute launch window will open at 12:07 a.m. Eastern Time on November 14th. Artemis is an unmanned test flight that will launch the agency's Space Launch System and send its Orion spacecraft around the moon and then back to Earth. The new date comes after the rocket's liftoff was delayed 3 different times due to mechanical issues, and that final time, the weather. SpaceX planning to launch another batch of its Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit later this morning. That launch of 54 satellites expected at 10:50 a.m. Eastern Time, so a few hours away, and it will be from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station here in Central Florida. SpaceX has said that Starlink satellites will allow airplane passengers to access high-speed internet the moment they walk on board. Now, if SpaceX cannot launch this morning, the backup window is scheduled for tomorrow at 10:29 a.m. Eastern Time. If the launch does happen today, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered once again at 10:50 a.m. Eastern Time. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but more of your top stories from across the country and the world coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:17 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 5:17 if you are on the West Coast. Wherever you are, thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world here. And I do want to get right into some international headlines at this point. Ukraine hit with several missiles Wednesday as Russia ramps up its attacks. In the latest wave of strikes, a Russian missile hit a thermal power station in the west. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says a third of his country's power stations have been taken out, cutting power and water supplies to hundreds of thousands of people there. In the meantime, Russian President Vladimir Putin declared martial law Wednesday as his army continues their attacks on Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has more for us.
I signed a decree on the introduction of martial law in these 4 entities of the Russian Federation. It will be immediately sent to the Federation Council for approval.
Russian President Vladimir Putin declares martial law Wednesday in the 4 regions of Ukraine that Moscow annexed, giving additional emergency powers to the Russian-appointed leaders of all of those areas. Putin didn't immediately spell out the details that would be taken under martial law, but says his order is effective starting on Thursday. Meanwhile, Russian-appointed leaders are urging Kherson civilians to flee, warning the residents of a possible uptick in violence as the Ukrainian army pushes forward to recapture their territory.
Under these conditions, we have taken the only decision that can reduce the risk for civilians. It is necessary to leave the area that I have named so that the military can work calmly.
Russian-backed officials in Kherson say they plan to evacuate around 60,000 civilians over the next 6 days. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you so much. A group of Ukrainian nationals traveled to the U.S. attempting to pick up some new skills and strategies that could help in this ongoing war, now at more than 6 months. So they learned how blood donations work here in America. Christina Van Zelst with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team has that story for us.
This is more than a peek behind the curtain. For these 5 Ukrainian women, it's a life-saving lesson about blood.
So that's not a product that can go overseas, but what can go overseas is our expertise.
Milwaukee's Varsity Blood Center is hosting Ukrainians this week. They work in different regions of the country at blood centers.
Their goal is to be able to learn from us and bring that back to again, advance their ability to engage donors and, most importantly, secure a safe blood supply.
The delegates say that's especially important now. The war in Ukraine left the country with an unprecedented demand for blood.
Because it's very important to regulate the question of the donor's blood. We need to have enough supplies.
The Ukrainians are learning about donor recruitment and blood health practices in the U.S.
How in America ask the donors to the blood donation? How the gives the blood in the mobile hospital?
Versity's executive vice president Brian Bautista says Ukraine's process is missing infrastructure, things like how blood is produced and distributed.
How far behind they are in their inability, both from the blood production, the donation, and the quality systems.
Bautista says this is a testament to the advances of U.S. blood centers. In Milwaukee, Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
And thank you so much to our Fox 6 Milwaukee team for that story. So the people of Ukraine have been awarded the Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought. European Parliament President Roberta Metsola making that announcement on Wednesday. It's been awarded annually since 1988 to individuals and organizations who defend human rights and fundamental freedoms. The award comes with about $50,000 in prize money, and that money will be granted to civil society representatives.
It is my privilege to announce that the 2020-22 Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought has been awarded to the brave people of Ukraine, represented by their president, elected leaders, and civil society. Also important for me to tell you that there was consensus within the Conference of Presidents on this choice. For the past 9 months, the European Parliament and the world has seen Ukrainians heroically defending their country, their liberty, their homes, their families. But the Ukrainian people are also risking their lives for Europe to safeguard the values that we all believe in: freedom, democracy, the rule of law. There is no one more deserving of this prize. So this award is for those Ukrainians fighting on the ground, for those who have been forced to flee, for those who have lost relatives and friends, for all those who stand up and fight for who and what they believe in. I know that the brave people of Ukraine will not give up, and neither will we.
So back here in the U.S., President Biden heads to Pennsylvania today, where he will weigh in on one of the most closely watched races in the midterm elections. Many contests around the country are tightening, and control of the Senate may come down to a photo finish. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has more this morning for us from Washington.
We can say right now that looking at all of the seats in play, Republicans seem to have a distinct advantage in the House. But the Senate is another matter. It may all come down to contests in 4 states, including Pennsylvania.
God bless you. Thank you very much.
Pennsylvania Senate candidate Mehmet Oz at a Fox town hall event last night, hoping to build enthusiasm in the final weeks of his campaign, a race that could very well determine the balance of power in the Senate.
There's no question why this race is now neck and neck.
On that point, Democrats may agree this is neck and neck between Oz and Pennsylvania's Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. Fetterman's campaign appearances are carefully managed as he continues to recover from a stroke, and critics say it has left him unable to serve, something Fetterman and his supporters vehemently deny. and President Biden will appear with him today in Pennsylvania.
The president has found him to be an impressive individual, and who is just as capable as who's just as capable as always.
While our power rankings for House contests show Republicans have a number of advantages, the Senate is a genuine toss-up with 4 pivotal races that could determine which party wins control. One Democratic strategist sees the field shifting.
I still think that they end up winning, but it's been certainly a great couple of weeks for Republicans, and I think it's because of that secondary issue, what's going on with crime and public safety, and that abortion is now sliding down to the 3rd, 4th, 5th most important issue.
And in the case of Oz versus Fetterman, there will only be one debate next week, just 2 weeks before Election Day. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And with less than 3 weeks before the midterm election, President Biden touted his administration's efforts to boost the economy. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera in Washington with that part of the story.
President Biden is doubling down on his commitment to clean energy with a new initiative that would mobilize the federal government to secure the battery supply chain for electric vehicles.
Some see a challenge, but we see an opportunity to shift to a net zero sum carbon world in one of the most significant economic transitions since the Industrial Revolution.
But less than 2 hours before those remarks, President Biden announced the release of 15 million barrels of oil from the country's Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It completes the plan the president authorized in the spring to pull 180 million barrels of oil from the nation's emergency stockpile for 6 months, all to make sure there's enough oil, even as Russia's war in Ukraine continues to shake up the market. Still, many Republicans say that conflict is not the cause of the high cost of gas.
Gasoline prices are high at the pump today, not because of the war in Ukraine, but because of Joe Biden's war on energy.
The economy and lowering energy costs are shaping up to be top of mind for voters next month. So whether it involves tapping into the strategic reserves or incentivizing electric vehicle battery production, critics say the president's actions are all about the midterms.
Look, the voters are not stupid. This is just before the election. They understand that this is part of a series of election time moves.
The country's strategic reserves are now at their lowest level since 1984. President Biden says his administration will replenish supply once the price of crude oil falls to about $70 a barrel. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, what you're looking at right now is a blank screen, but any minute you will see a shot of 10 Downing Street pop up. We have been told here that Liz Truss, the UK Prime Minister, is expected to be making a statement in the next little bit. That is a live image there outside of 10 Downing Street, which is Liz Truss's office. We are going to keep an eye on this feed and let you know when she does make that statement. There is a lot of anger toward her by her own party right now, around 7 weeks after she did take office there in the UK as the Prime Minister. A lot of economic issues that have led her own party to call for her to resign. At this point, it's not clear what kind of statement she is going to make, but we will bring you that information as we do get it here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into the headlines here back in the U.S., where President Biden did announce Wednesday that he will release more oil from the Strategic Reserve in an attempt to lower gas prices in the U.S. But some critics do say much more is needed to truly put the brakes on gas price hikes. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
Ahead of the winter months and midterm elections, President Biden is tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to drive gas prices down. Another 15 million barrels will be released in December. It's part of the 180 million barrel release President Biden announced earlier this year.
Independent analysts have confirmed that drawdowns from the reserve so far have played a big role in bringing down oil prices.
The president also announcing his efforts to refill the tapped reserve. His administration plans to rebuy crude oil when prices dip.
We're going to buy back the oil that we sold at about $100 and buy it back when prices go down to about $70.
The president is also scolding oil companies for being slow to pass the savings on to the consumer. Gas prices for American drivers have been falling since reaching $5 highs over the summer. According to AAA, nationally, a gallon costs $3.85, but that is still 50 cents more than a year ago. Critics of the release say it leaves the U.S. in a vulnerable spot, with the reserve at lows not seen since the 1980s.
This is a political emergency to the Democrats. If we were to have a hurricane in the Gulf or another emergency, we would not be prepared. He's already used 1/3 of it. He's put America in jeopardy.
The president has also left the option open to tap the reserve again if prices spike this winter. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Professor. All right, everyone, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I am giving you a live look there at 10 Downing Street, where we have learned that UK Prime Minister Liz Truss is expected to make a statement here in the next few minutes. Not sure exactly what she is going to talk about, but I can tell you that there has been a lot of controversy over the last several days here after she did fire her Treasury chief, brought in Jeremy Hunt, a new Treasury chief, and he threw out her economic plan that did not appear to be working for the UK. She has been in office for about 7 weeks at this point, so a very short period of time, but her own party, the Conservative Party, has called for her to resign. We know she is about to make a statement, so we are going to leave the screen there on this live image of Downing Street, and we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do get that. But while we are waiting, I do want to play the latest interview that I conducted with someone in the UK who kind of breaks down for us the current situation with Liz Truss.
Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. It's good to be with you.
So it's been about 6 weeks since Liz Truss took over there as the UK Prime Minister. How would you say that she's doing now? If you had to grade her, what would you give her?
Well, we're in the middle of one of the worst political crises in contemporary British history, and a large portion of the blame, unfortunately, lies with Liz Truss and her team. So I think we are looking at a sort of D- at the moment. Things look very bad. I mean, by the time we hang up on this call, she might have resigned. It's as bad as that at the moment.
Do you think she actually would resign? I know she's only 6 weeks in. Do you think, I mean, enough time has passed to say, okay, this is not going to work out, we need to pick somebody else?
I think things are going unbelievably bad at the moment. Basically, she's had to put in place a Chancellor of the Exchequer to replace Kwasi Kwarteng, who came back from the US on Friday. He has completely overturned her economic program. So we've already got the sense that Liz Truss has become almost kind of an irrelevant figure. She's got a more powerful person sitting right next to her. Her party is just plotting literally every single minute of every day. They're trying to work out how to limit the damage of this really unfortunate episode of having Liz Truss in charge of the country. So I think, you know, literally we are potentially hours, days away from a resignation. I think she'll be swept away very quickly and replaced by someone who commands, frankly, more respect from the Conservative Party and who they think is going to put them in the right kind of shape for the next general election at the end of 24, beginning of 25.
Is there anything that King Charles would be able to do to stop this? Is there anything that he would do to stop it?
Well, it's a constitutional monarchy in Britain, as you know, so it's very, very difficult for a reigning monarch to be terribly influential in these days. I think the best bet for Liz Truss is just to try to cling on to
office at a time of great economic and international instability. Families and businesses were worried about how to pay their bills. Putin's illegal war in Ukraine threatens the security of our whole continent, and our country has been held back for too long by low economic growth. I was elected by the Conservative Party with a mandate to change this. We delivered on energy bills and on cutting national insurance. And we set out a vision for a low-tax, high-growth economy that would take advantage of the freedoms of Brexit. I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party. This morning I met the chairman of the 1922 committee, Sir Graham Brady. We've agreed that there will be a leadership election to be completed within the next week. This will ensure that we remain on a path to deliver our fiscal plans and maintain our country's economic stability and national security. I will remain as Prime Minister until a successor has been chosen. Thank you.
All right, so as you heard there, a very brief statement from UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. Her own party had called on her to resign after some economic turmoil about 7 weeks after she did take office. There were questions as to whether she would resign or stay in office. And just there, live, raw, and unfiltered, we brought you that announcement as Liz Truss has said she is submitting her resignation to King Charles and will leave office. However, she does say that she will stay in office until a replacement can be chosen. There has been word that Jeremy Hunt, her new Treasury chief, could potentially be the next person to take over that role. But at this point, it is unclear if that will happen. But if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, UK Prime Minister Liz Truss announcing that she will resign from that position. She stepped outside of 10 Downing Street not too long ago and did deliver that speech, live, raw, and unfiltered, saying that she cannot live up to her party's expectations, especially after everything that has happened since she did take over about 7 weeks ago. You will remember that she took over for the previous prime minister, who also resigned in disgrace not too long ago. He said he would stay in office, Boris Johnson, until a new successor could be chosen. That was Liz Truss, and now just weeks later, she has announced that she will also resign from that position. We are going to continue our coverage here of that resignation, as well as other top stories from across the country and across the world. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have much more on that coming up here on Live Now from Fox. But again, if you are just joining us here, UK Prime Minister Liz Truss has announced that she is stepping down and she will resign from the position that she just took over about 7 weeks ago when the Conservative Party chose her to replace Boris Johnson. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:39 if you are joining us on the East Coast and 5:39 on the West Coast. Right before we took that break, we did get that breaking news. We brought it to you live, raw, and unfiltered as UK Prime Minister Liz Truss, who has only been in office for about 6 or 7 weeks, did announce her resignation. We know, of course, that there has been a debate there within her own party, the Conservative Party, calling for her to resign due to economic issues there that have taken place since she took office once again 6, maybe 7 weeks ago at this point. The previous Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, did resign in disgrace after several ethics scandals, and now his successor also resigning. She says at this point she is going to submit that resignation to King Charles, but will stay in office officially until a successor has been chosen. Jeremy Hunt, her new Treasury Secretary or chief there, has ripped up her economic plan that she announced days earlier, and now he's starting from scratch. It is possible that he could be chosen by the Conservative Party to be her successor. I do want to play that brief statement here from Liz Truss, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
I came into office at a time of great economic and international instability. Families and businesses were worried about how to pay their bills. Putin's illegal war in Ukraine threatens the security of our whole continent, and our country has been held back for too long by low economic growth. I was elected by the Conservative Party with a mandate to change this. We delivered on energy bills and on cutting national insurance. And we set out a vision for a low-tax, high-growth economy that would take advantage of the freedoms of Brexit. I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party. This morning I met the chairman of the 1922 committee, Sir Graham Brady. We've agreed that there will be a leadership election to be completed within the next week. This will ensure that we remain on a path to deliver our fiscal plans and maintain our country's economic stability and national security. I will remain as Prime Minister until a successor has been chosen. Thank you.
All right, so that was the statement, a very brief one, made moments ago by UK Prime Minister Liz Truss as she did announce her resignation. This has been something that many people have speculated could happen at just about any moment. We received word maybe 20 minutes ago at this point that she was going to make a statement outside of 10 Downing Street. And earlier this year, you will remember that Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister, was going through several ethics scandals and essentially did the same thing, announced a very quick press conference. He stepped outside of the podium outside of 10 Downing Street and also announced his resignation. Just days ago, I did have a chance to talk to an expert there in the UK about exactly what's been playing out in the 44 days since Liz Truss took office. By the way, she does set a new record for the shortest term as UK Prime Minister. Once again, we do know, of course, that we did see Boris Johnson resign a bit earlier this year. He said he would stay in office until a new successor could be chosen. That was Liz Truss, and now she says the same thing. She will stay in office until a successor is chosen. I do want to play back part of that interview that I did just mention here, where I spoke with an expert about what all of this means and what has happened over the last 44 days. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. It's good to be with you.
So it's been about 6 weeks since Liz Truss took over there as the UK Prime Minister. How would you say that she's doing now? If you had to grade her, what would you give her?
Well, we're in the middle of one of the worst political crises in contemporary British history, and a large portion of the blame, unfortunately, lies with Liz Truss and her team. So I think we are looking at a a sort of D- at the moment. Things look very bad. I mean, by the time we hang up on this call, she might have resigned. It's as bad as that at the moment.
Do you think she actually would resign? I know she's only 6 weeks in. Do you think, I mean, enough time has passed to say, okay, this is not going to work out, we need to pick somebody else?
I think things are going unbelievably bad at the moment. Basically, she's had to put in place a Chancellor of the Exchequer to replace Kwasi Kwarteng, who came back from the US on Friday. He has completely overturned her economic program. So we've already got the sense that Liz Truss has become almost kind of an irrelevant figure. She's got a more powerful person sitting right next to her. Her party is just plotting literally every single minute of every day. They're trying to work out how to limit the damage of this really unfortunate episode of having Liz Truss in charge of the country. So I think, you know, literally we are potentially hours, days away from a resignation. I think she'll be swept away very quickly and replaced by someone who commands, frankly, more respect from the Conservative Party and who they think is going to put them in the right kind of shape for the next general election at the end of 24, beginning of 25.
Is there anything that King Charles would be able to do to stop this? Is there anything that he would do to stop it?
Well, it's a constitutional monarchy in Britain, as you know, so it's very, very difficult for a reigning monarch to be terribly influential in these days. I think the best bet for Liz Truss is just to try to cling on to power. What we've noticed today is that since Jeremy Hunt came in as Chancellor of the Exchequer, he's reversed the policies. That's steadied the markets. The pound is now climbing back up the charts against the US dollar. We've got the end of the gilts drama. It kind of looks like the ship is being steadied. And if she's just able to hold on for power to the end of the week, end of next week, people kind of get used to the fact that the regime has changed a little bit. There may be some more influential people she can bring in to bulk up her team. So it looks really desperate at the moment, but time is the great healer, if you like, in politics. And if she can just keep things narrowly on the road, and maybe, who knows, if King Charles comes along and says, you know, make some sort of polite statements about the need for stability in the face of overseas crisis. The Ukraine war is still raging. We've still got global supply chain issues and so on. There might be a little push that way, but it's really not very common or really expected of a British monarch now to sort of intervene directly in day-to-day politics in the UK.
And Liz Truss did take office just days before the death of
Correct.
Queen Elizabeth II. So what role do you think the Queen's death has had in Liz Truss's first 6 weeks in office? Has it played any sort of role there?
Well, we thought it bought her a bit of time. So people get used to the fact that we're in a period of mourning, and the country did actually really quieten down. We didn't have the daily kind of cut and thrust of politics. She had time, therefore, to think about what she wanted to do. The problem is that she came back with a solution, or a set of solutions, which the markets really didn't like. So one of the big shocks for the British public, I think, is to see how powerful financial markets are. I think the US and the US population is kind of less romantic about the nature of finance and Wall Street, whereas in Britain, we still think that wasn't the point of Brexit to bring power back to the country, to release us from international flows of finance and what it is that what the Europeans want to do and so on. So this has been a real wake-up call, I think, for the British generally, is that, you know, get things wrong on the economic front, and these very powerful international financial forces can really make life very difficult for you. So she had that period of calm to start with, but since she unleashed her economic program, it has been really very difficult for her to manage, to the point where we're talking about whether she survives this evening.
I don't know if you saw it, but she did hold that press conference on last Friday, I believe, when she was introducing Jeremy Hunt. She had gotten rid of her previous Treasury chief. What were you thinking when you heard all the reporters there asking essentially the same question of, why do you feel you should be prime minister?
Yeah, it was very difficult. And, you know, there's always a human dimension to these things, isn't there? You know, okay, she's quite tough. She's a politician. She knows how this game works. But the pressure that she's been put under in the last week or so has been absolutely immense. And really, I don't think she deserves that. I think she is an honest person of integrity. I think most politicians in this country are. So you kind of hope that no matter what happens, that she kind of remains a sort of dignified figure and a calm person, because I think the pressure that people have been put under is really, terribly, terribly telling. But that was a kind of car crash press conference, no doubt about it. She spoke for 8 minutes. She took 4 questions. She marched off, and everybody was just sat there saying, can you remember a worse performance by a British Prime Minister? So the problem is that she's still in power. She looks very ineffective. She's had to cede a lot of power to her new Chancellor of the Exchequer. Her political party is in kind of open revolt. By every hour that goes by, there's another MP who steps up and says, I don't think she should be Prime Minister. The newspapers and the media are really on her back. So I kind of think that, one of two things, either actually kind of really might crack in terms of just her emotional state, or she steps back and says, I get it. I'm going to give you a timetable for when I'm going to hand over the reins to somebody else who the party's got more faith in.
Do you think the Conservative Party at this point is saying, oof, I think we made a mistake here when we chose her?
Absolutely. Even her supporters are saying they've made a mistake. I think she lacked experience, but sometimes, as you know, and people watching the show will know that you don't quite know what someone is like as the number one until you give them that chance. So people can be sensational, number 2, number 3, they can be great as part of a team. But as we know in life, when you're running a large organization, a country, a big company, a university, whatever it is, when you step into that space, you are alone. You have to learn very fast. You have to really be, have a kind of superhuman set of powers. And unfortunately, I do think that she's been found a little bit wanting, a bit too naive, not really ready for the challenge of being a prime minister. So I think with regret that history will probably judge her fairly harshly.
So we had Boris Johnson, obviously, before this. He resigned. What does this say about the future of the British government there when you have Boris Johnson resigning after the ethics scandals, then you have Liz Truss possibly resigning, or, the calls for her to resign? What does that say about the future of British politics?
Well, British politics is surprisingly robust. And I can say that as someone who is not a British citizen. I'm Irish and I lived in Australia a long time. It is a system which has been going continuously, as we know, for about 300 years as a parliamentary democracy. It is able to withstand these storms. So I don't think we need to be panicking about the robustness of the British political system. What we've got to do is allow the drama to play out. Clearly, Liz Truss, I think, will be replaced, certainly by the end of the year. There is a mandate for a new leader to come in. The Conservatives will have learned from this. They'll be looking now for a much more experienced figure, possibly Rishi Sunak, possibly Jeremy Hunt, who's the number 2, or Sajid Javid, or a kind of dream team coalition that will enable them to reimpose some stability for the next 18 months, 2 years, and head into the general election, which they'll probably lose. But at the moment, they look like they're going to be wiped out. They are literally 36 points behind in the polls. Labour just doesn't have to do anything at all, never mind about put a foot wrong, and they will win the next general election. So survival is uppermost in the minds of Tory MPs. They're happy to change the election rules for their new leader in order to guarantee that they get more stability, more experience in that top table. And then who knows, they might not lose by quite as much as they thought they were going to do.
And you kind of answered this right here, but is there anyone specifically that you think would come next to take over for her if she is to resign?
Well, the Conservative Party is full of very experienced people. They've been in power now for over 12 years. They have lots of cabinet ministers. They've got people who the public recognises and trusts. I think the interesting one is whether Rishi Sunak, who was the number 2 candidate behind Liz Truss, is able and willing to step up now in the kind of hour of need. He might prefer to keep his powder dry, wait for that election to go through, and then come forward in 2 or 3 years' time. But I've got a feeling that, he's a young man in a hurry. He wanted the top job, 3 months ago. Why wouldn't he want it now, particularly if he got full backing from the Conservative Party grandees, the people who really run the party in the back offices? I think he's got a good chance. And if not him, I think Jeremy Hunt has started very well. He's calmed the markets. He would stand a good chance. And then you're into people like Nadhim Zahawi. You've got Sajid Javid. You've got Michael Gove. You've got a range of very experienced people who know what it takes to take office, to stabilize things, calm down public nerves, and basically lead the Conservative Party back to some sort of recovery in time for the next election.
Has there ever been a UK Prime Minister that you know of that has been off to this rough of a start?
There have been. I mean, we look back at various examples. I think the most recent one was John Major, actually, who was freshly followed in the footsteps of Margaret Thatcher when she stood down. And there was what they call the ERM sort of crisis, the European exchange rate crisis. They wanted to join the European exchange rate mechanism. The markets really didn't like it. The Conservative Party didn't like it. And he was put under immense pressure for the first couple of months of his tenure in 1997. We've got examples going back to Anthony Eden. We've got Winston Churchill was a man in crisis. Let's not forget as well when he came to the first election after the Second World War. So we're kind of used to this. This is part of British political life. It's not a presidential system. It's a parliamentary system where that party leadership, which then translates into being prime minister, always allows the party to, in a sense, if it wanted to overthrow the sitting candidate. And the problem is, as you pointed out earlier on, that this happened now in close succession. So we've had Theresa May, Boris Johnson, now Liz Truss. She will almost certainly be replaced. So it kind of looks rocky, but I still think the political system itself is very robust. The British know how to do democracy. They know there are going to be periods of crisis, and they'll come through it, and everything will be looking sort of hunky-dory probably in about a year's time, I'd say.
Awesome. Well, is there anything else that you want to add about the current situation with Liz Truss?
I would say, you know, what we shouldn't forget is the external environment as well. I mean, it is very jumpy out there, as we know. We've got an insurgent China talking about Taiwan. We've got the Ukraine crisis. We've got all sorts of protests and strikes going on now in mainland Europe. France is coming to a standstill. External events also can be important in terms of giving support, buttressing the position of a prime minister. So I think on this particular occasion, Liz Truss, it does look too far gone. But if we thought about Boris Johnson early in this year, he bought himself about another 6 to 8 months of power because of the Ukraine crisis. And he speaks strongly and passionately about defense of freedom and so on. So I kind of think that, you know, that Ukraine war, I know the US is a long way from that, but it's on our doorstep here. And it is really nasty. And it does concentrate minds on the price of political instability. So let's imagine that Liz will roll forward a couple of weeks, Liz Truss still in power. Let's say that Russia tries some tactical nuclear strikes or something like that. You know, that might be a game changer. It's that kind of externality which might persuade people now is not the time to push for change, that we need to hunker down. We need to make sure we're supporting our leaders. So I wouldn't rule out externalities as being a factor here either.
All right, Professor Simon Tormé, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
And I have reached out to Simon Tormé. He's a pretty busy guy, but we're hoping that he can join us a bit later to explain the background on the situation and help break it down for us. But if you are just joining us here, British Prime Minister Liz Truss has announced her resignation, bowing to the inevitable after a 6-week term that has been tumultuous, in which her policies triggered turmoil in financial markets and a rebellion in her own party. She said, quote, "I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected." One day earlier, Truss vowed to stay in power, saying she was, quote, "a fighter and not a quitter." But Truss could not hold on any longer after a senior minister quit her government with a barrage of criticism, and a vote in the House of Commons descended into chaos just days after she was forced to abandon many of her economic policies. Her departure leaves a divided Conservative Party seeking a leader who can unify its factions right now. If you look up to the top right side of your screen, the House of Commons is meeting in the UK. We have been listening in, and they have surprisingly not been discussing that resignation. We are going to continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered, and let you know if we do hear any sort of comments there about her resignation. But a growing number of lawmakers had called for Truss to resign after weeks of turmoil sparked by that economic plan. The plan, unveiled by the government last month, triggered financial turmoil and a political crisis that has seen the replacement of Truss's Treasury chief, multiple policy U-turns, and a breakdown of discipline in the governing Conservative Party. Earlier, one Conservative lawmaker said the government was in disarray. Truss has held a hastily arranged meeting in her 10 Downing Street office with Graham Brady, who is a senior Conservative lawmaker who oversees leadership challenges. Brady was tasked with assessing whether the Prime Minister still has the support of members of parliament, and it seemed at this point she did not, as she does announce her resignation. I do want to play back a news conference that she did hold talking about her economic plan. This was late last week, about a week ago, and reporters barraged her with questions saying, "Why do you deserve to be prime minister?" And eventually she just walked away. Let's play that for you raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. My conviction that this country needs to go for growth is rooted in my personal experience. I know what it's like to grow up somewhere that isn't feeling the benefits of growth. I saw what that meant, and I'm not prepared to accept that for our country. I want a country where people can get good jobs, new businesses can set up, and families can afford an even better life. That's why, from day one, I've been ambitious for growth. Since the 2008 financial crisis, the potential of this great country has been held back by persistently weak growth. I want to deliver a low-tax, high-wage, high-growth economy. It's what I was elected by my party to do. That mission remains. People across this country rightly want stability. That's why we acted to support businesses and households with their energy costs this winter. It's also the case that global economic conditions are worsening due to the continuation of Putin's appalling war in Ukraine. And on top of this, debt was amassed helping people through the COVID pandemic. But it is clear that parts of our mini-budget went further and faster than markets were expecting. So the way we are delivering our mission right now has to change. We need to act now to reassure the markets of our fiscal discipline. I have therefore decided to keep the increase in corporation tax that was planned by the previous government. This will raise £18 billion per year. It will act as a down payment on our full medium-term fiscal plan, which will be accompanied by a forecast from the independent OBR. We will do whatever is necessary to ensure debt is falling as a share of the economy in the medium term. We will control the size of the state to ensure that taxpayers' money is always well spent. Our public sector will become more efficient to deliver world-class services for the British people. And spending will grow less rapidly than previously planned. I met the former Chancellor earlier today. I was incredibly sorry to lose him. He is a great friend, and he shares my vision to set this country on the path to growth. Today, I have asked Jeremy Hunt to become the new Chancellor. He's one of the most experienced and widely respected government ministers and parliamentarians, and he shares my convictions and ambitions for our country. He will deliver the medium-term fiscal plan at the end of this month. He will see through the support we are providing to help families and businesses, including our energy price guarantee that's protecting people from higher energy bills this winter. And he will drive our mission to go for growth, including taking forward the supply-side reforms that our country needs. We owe it to the next generation to improve our economic performance, to deliver higher wages, new jobs and better public services, and to ease the burden of debt. I have acted decisively today because my priority is ensuring our country's economic stability. As Prime Minister, I will always act in the national interest. This is always my first consideration. I want to be honest, this is difficult, but we will get through this storm, and we will deliver the strong and sustained growth that can transform the prosperity of our country for generations to come. I'll now take questions. Can I start with Ben Riley-Smith, Telegraph?
Thank you, Prime Minister. Clearly a difficult day. Can you explain to the public why you think you should remain as Prime Minister, given you jumped a key tax cut that led you to be elected and got rid of your Chancellor?
I'm absolutely determined to see through what I have promised, to deliver a higher growth, more prosperous United Kingdom, to see us through the storm we face. We've already delivered the energy price guarantee, making sure people aren't facing huge bills this winter. But it was right, in the face of the issues that we had, that I acted decisively to ensure that we have economic stability, because that is vitally important to people and businesses right across our country. Harry Cole.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Harry Cole from The Sun. You were the one that wanted to cut the 45p rate. You stood on a platform to win the leadership of the Conservative Party on a platform to cut corporation tax. You and the Chancellor, the ex-Chancellor, designed this budget together, in lockstep, we're told, at times in secret, the two of you. He has to go because of the fallout from it. How come you get to stay?
Well, my priority is making sure we deliver the economic stability that our country needs. That's why I had to take the difficult decisions I've taken today. The mission remains the same. We do need to raise our country's economic growth levels. We do need to deliver for people across the country. We're committed to delivering on the energy price guarantee, which people are already seeing in their bills. But ultimately, we also need to make sure that we have economic stability, and I have to act in the national interest as Prime Minister. Chris Mason, BBC.
Excuse the bluntness, Prime Minister, but given everything that has happened, what credibility do you have to continue governing?
What I've done today is made sure that we have economic stability in this country. Jeremy Hunt, as Chancellor, is somebody who shares my desire for a high-growth, low-tax economy. But we recognise, because of current market issues, we have to deliver the mission in a different way. And that's what we are absolutely committed to do, achieving that stability at what is a very difficult time globally. Robert Peston.
Prime Minister, the former Tory Chancellor, Philip Hammond, has just said that you have totally trashed the Tory party's election-winning reputation for economic competence. Will you apologise to your party?
Well, I am determined to deliver on what I set out when I campaigned to be party leader. We need to have a high-growth economy, but we have to recognise that we are facing very difficult issues as a country. And it was right, in the national interest, that I made the decisions I've made today to restore that economic stability so we can deliver, first of all, helping people through this winter and next winter with their energy bills, but also making sure that our country is on the long-term footing for sustainable economic growth. Thank you very much, everybody.
Aren't you going to say sorry?
And that right there were the comments that were made just last week during a news conference where Liz Truss did say that, she had no plans to resign at that point despite anything that was going on. But I do actually want to play just yesterday where she did say that she had no plans to resign after she was asked by several members of Parliament, even telling her that she just needs to leave and resign. But if you are just joining us here, Liz Truss has announced her resignation as the Prime Minister of the UK. Her party calling for her to resign weeks after financial turmoil, political crisis due to the economic plan. Sworn in as Prime Minister 44 days ago, she sets a new record for the shortest term in office. Again, this is video from yesterday as she did announce that she was not going to step down just 24 hours before she did actually step down. So let's listen in raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Honourable friend puts it extremely well. We have a good example with free ports. I very much hope the Welsh Government steps up to the plate on investment zones.
Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I would like to point out the British Sign Language interpretation of proceedings is available to watch on Parliament Live TV. We start Prime Minister's questions with Justin Mathers.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Justin Mathers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the penny dropped for the Prime Minister on Monday and she realised that her budget was responsible for crashing the economy, she should have come to this House to explain herself and to apologise to the millions of people who will now be paying hundreds of pounds extra a month on their mortgages because of her mistakes. But now she's here, can she tell us, given the absolute chaos her government has created, why the Chancellor lost his job but she kept hers?
Mr. Speaker, I have been very clear that I am sorry and that I have made mistakes. But the right thing to do in those circumstances is to make changes, which I've made, and to get on with the job and deliver for the British people. And Mr. Speaker, we've delivered the energy price guarantee, we've helped people this winter, and I will continue to do that.
Lawrence Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that local people and local councils are best placed to decide how many houses they need and where those houses should go? And if she does, will she end the top-down approach to housing targets and reduce or preferably remove the powers of the planning inspectorate?
Prime Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. We will abolish the top-down housing targets. Mr. Speaker, we want decisions about homes, about infrastructure, driven by local people, not driven by Whitehall. And that's why we're setting up new, locally driven investment zones.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A book is being written about the Prime Minister's time in office. Apparently, it's going to be out by Christmas. Is that the release date or the title?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have been in office for just under 2 months, and I have delivered the energy price guarantee, making sure that people aren't paying £6,000 bills this winter. I've reversed the national insurance increase, and I've also taken steps, and we will be taking steps, to crack down on the militant unions. Now, what, Mr. Speaker? I think, Mr. Speaker, that is more of a record of action than the honourable gentleman in his 2.5 years in the job.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister ignored every question put to her. Instead, she repeatedly criticised Labour's plan for a 6-month freeze on energy bills. This week, the Chancellor made it her policy. How can she be held to account when she's not in charge?
Well, Mr. Speaker, our policy is to protect the most vulnerable for 2 years. I had to take the decision, because of the economic situation, to adjust our policies. I am somebody who's prepared to front up. I'm prepared to take the tough decisions. Unlike the honourable gentleman, who hasn't done anything on businesses, he's done nothing to say he'll protect people after 1 year. He's got no plan.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister stood there and promised absolutely no spending reductions. They all cheered. This week, the Chancellor announced a new wave of cuts. What's the point of a Prime Minister whose promises don't even last a week?
Prime Minister.
Well, I can assure the right honourable gentleman that spending will go up next year and it will go up the year after. But of course, we need to get value for taxpayers' money. The Labour Party has pledged hundreds of billions of spending pledges, none of which they've retracted. The honourable gentleman needs to reflect the economic reality in his policies.
Mr. Speaker, those spending cuts are on the table for one reason and one reason only, because they crashed the economy. And working people are going to have to pay 500 quid more a month on their mortgages. And what's the Prime Minister's response? To say she's sorry. What does she think people will think and say? That's all right, I don't mind financial ruin. At least she apologised.
Prime Minister.
I do think there has to be some reflection of economic reality from the party opposite. The fact is that interest rates are rising across the world, and the economic conditions.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening back in to a Live Now replay from yesterday as Liz Truss did announce she had no plans to resign. However, this morning she has resigned from her position, bowing to the inevitable after a tumultuous 6-week term where her policies triggered turmoil in financial markets and a rebellion in her own party. She said, quote, "I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected." So one day earlier, as you're seeing, Truss had vowed to stay in power, saying she was, quote, "a fighter and not a quitter." But Truss could not hold on any longer after a senior minister quit her government with a barrage of criticism, and a vote in the House of Commons descended into utter chaos. That's what you're looking at there. Just days after she was forced to abandon many of her economic policies. So her departure leaves a very divided Conservative Party seeking a leader who can unify its factions there. A growing number of lawmakers calling for Truss to resign after that weeks of turmoil sparked by her economic plan. The plan unveiled by the government last month triggered financial turmoil and a political crisis that has seen the replacement of Truss's Treasury chief, multiple policy U-turns, and a breakdown of discipline in the governing Conservative Party. As you can see in this video from just yesterday, essentially everyone, even those in her own party, screaming at her and asking questions about why she deserves to stay in office, and asking her to essentially understand that her economic plan has caused that turmoil in office there in the UK. So I do want to continue playing that for you, raw and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox.
And it ended in disaster. The country's got nothing to show for it except the destruction of the economy and the implosion of the Tory party. I've got the list here. 45p tax cut, gone. Corporation tax cut, gone. 20p tax cut, gone. 2-year energy freeze, gone. Tax-free shopping, gone. Economic credibility, gone. And her supposed best friend, the former Chancellor, he's gone as well. They're all gone. So why is she still here?
Mr. Speaker, I am a fighter and not a quitter. I have acted in the national interest to make sure that we have economic stability.
Prime Minister. Order. Order. I'm going to hear the Prime Minister. I suggest that all members need to hear the answer. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am a fighter and not a quitter. We have delivered on the energy price guarantee. We've delivered on the energy price guarantee. We've delivered on national insurance. We are going to deliver to stop the militant trade unions disrupting our railways. The honourable gentleman has no idea, he has no plan, and he has no alternative.
James Grundy. sit down. Sit. Can I just say, he's obviously the more popular choice. Come on, James Grundy, you've got a future.
Congratulate Lee Centurion's rugby league team on their recent promotion to Super League, bringing millions to the local economy. And furthermore, would she also guarantee there are excellent women's Euros team, including Ella Toon from my constituency, Tilsley, will receive the number 10 reception that they so deserve?
Prime Minister.
Well, I join my honourable friend in congratulating the Lee Centurions on their return to the Super League. I had the huge privilege of meeting the Lionesses last week, a fantastic team who won a major tournament for us. We will host the Downing Street reception as soon as their training programme makes them available.
I look forward to Rugby League invite as well. Let's now come to the leader of the SNP, Ian Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 10 U-turns in 2 weeks, we're left with a Prime Minister in office, but not in power. And families are paying through the teeth for her mistakes. Her latest broken promise has put pensioners in the front line of Tory cuts. So, can the Prime Minister perhaps turn to her Chancellor right now, get permission to make another U-turn and commit to raising the state pension at the rate of inflation?
Prime Minister.
I honestly don't know what the honourable gentleman is talking about, because we have been clear in our manifesto that we will maintain the triple lock, and I am completely committed to it. So is the Chancellor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's no surprising that the Prime Minister's approval ratings are collapsing with an answer like that. The worst polling result for any Prime Minister in history. She's just thrown 12 million pensioners under the Tory bus. And it's not just pensioners feeling the pain. In the last week alone...
I also want to hear Mr. Blackford.
Mr. Speaker, it's not just pensioners feeling the pain. In the last week alone, inflation has risen to a 40-year high. Mortgage rates are at the highest level since the financial crash. And people's energy bills are about to rise to more than £5,000. Can the Prime Minister answer one simple question? Why does she expect everyone else to pay the price for her failure?
Prime Minister.
I don't think the honourable gentleman can take yes for an answer. I've been clear we are protecting the triple lock on pensions. And if the honourable gentleman is concerned about the economy, why does he continue to advocate for separatism, which would plunge the Scottish economy into chaos?
Gary Sambrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Over the last couple of years, thousands of homes have been proposed or built in Birmingham Northfield constituency, which puts a huge strain on GP and dentist appointments. Would my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, agree with me that more needs to be done in the planning process to make sure that when we have large-scale developments, we have more capacity in those vital services?
Prime Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. When we build new houses, we need to make sure there are GP surgeries, schools, infrastructure, and that's why we're introducing a new infrastructure levy to make sure more of the money from developers goes on supporting local communities.
Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, millions of family carers have been forced to cut back on food and heating. One told Carers UK, "My son is incontinent. If we don't wash him in warm water several times a day, this will cause him to physically decline." So how do we pay for the gas to heat the water if we are currently at max budget? Vulnerable people and carers are struggling enough already in this cost of living crisis, Mr. Speaker. So will the Prime Minister guarantee that support for the vulnerable, including carers allowance, will rise by at least today's inflation rate of 10.1%?
Prime Minister.
People are struggling. It is difficult at the moment. That's why we put in place the energy price guarantee to make sure the typical household isn't paying more than £2,500. It's why we've supplied an extra £1,200 of support to the most vulnerable. And I can assure the Right Honourable Gentleman we will always support the most vulnerable. They will be our priority.
Hey, Jones!
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brecon and Radnorshire has a proud military footprint. Not least the Cambrian Patrol exercise, which I visited last week. It is considered the Olympic gold medal in infantry training, attracting teams from across the world to compete in a 60-kilometre march over 2 days in the Brecon Beacons. Will the Prime Minister join me in congratulating all those who took part, not least the team of Gurkha soldiers from the Infantry Battle School in Brecon who took home a coveted gold medal, further cementing Brecon's special place in the UK Armed Forces?
I join my honourable friend in thanking everybody at Brecon Barracks who organises the exercise Cambrian Patrol each year. It is a world-class training exercise.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, Graham Brady, one of the members of Parliament, now speaking on UK Prime Minister Liz Truss announcing her resignation. Well, it appears that he just answered a brief question or two because that is now over. So I do want to go back to that Live Now replay of Truss announcing just yesterday that she had no plans to resign.
Will voters get their say on this disastrous government?
Prime Minister.
We are facing very, very difficult economic times. I took the decision I had to in the interest of economic stability. And what is important is we work together, including with the SNP, to get through this winter and grow the economy.
David Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is to be commended for securing the passage of the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill through this House without amendment before the summer recess. Can she confirm that it's the government's intention that the bill should remain unamended, and in particular that the European Court of Justice should have no jurisdiction in any part of the United Kingdom?
Prime Minister.
I am completely committed to the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill. It deals with the very specific issues we face in Northern Ireland, the free flow of trade, and also making sure that the people of Northern Ireland are able to benefit from being part of the United Kingdom. And I can tell my honourable friend that any negotiations will reflect the same position that is in the Protocol Bill.
Dame Maghillia.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that this afternoon's vote on fracking is deemed a confidence vote in the Prime Minister. Can she give us any reason why her own backbenchers or anyone in this country can have confidence in her after her policies have caused chaos in the markets and wrecked the economy?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we do face very difficult economic times. I have been honest about the mistakes I have made. But what I don't apologise for is the fact that we have helped households through this winter, through the energy price guarantee, the fact that we've reversed the national insurance rise, and the fact we are taking action to get our railways running rather than being disrupted by the militant trade unions she supports.
John Barron.
Mr. Speaker, there's been a number of low points recently, including the Republic of Ireland's football team singing pro-IRA songs in the changing room. We should never forget the sacrifice of those who paid the price to maintain the peace during the Troubles. Closer to home, recent events meant that spending is going to be more constrained than originally thought. May I encourage the Prime Minister to ensure that we retain compassion in politics in these decisions, including maintaining the link between benefits and inflation? Will she do that?
Prime Minister.
We are compassionate Conservatives. We will always work to protect the most vulnerable, and that is what we did with the energy price guarantee. We are going to make sure the most vulnerable are protected into year 2, and I'm sure the Chancellor has heard my honourable friend's representations on the contents of the medium-term fiscal plan.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like the public at large, I've supported the government in terms of the actions it has taken to support Ukraine, not least because of what's at stake there. But right now, in order to maintain that support, as the public deals with rising prices, inflation, mortgage costs and much else, Ukraine fatigue is a real and present danger. And I'm afraid to say to the Prime Minister, she is now an active driver against that public support that has so unified many of us. That has so unified many of us to do what needs to be done. So in a time where resolve in support of Ukraine needs to be steeled, will she make sure that she commits from the dispatch box that the economic and military and political support won't be another casualty under this Prime Minister?
It was one of my first acts in office to make sure the military support we give to Ukraine is equal to the military support we gave this year. We must make sure Ukraine win. They can win, they will win, and they must win.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening to a Live Now replay as Liz Truss did announce that she did not plan to resign. That is just from yesterday as she answered questions from Parliament about her economic plan and the effects on the UK. However, we learned maybe about an hour ago she did step outside of 10 Downing Street and announced that she was going to resign. She bowed to the inevitable after 6 weeks in office in which her policies did trigger turmoil in financial markets and a rebellion in her own party obliterated, that's the best word to use, her authority. She said, quote, "I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected." Just a day earlier, Truss vowed to stay in power, saying that she was, quote, "a fighter and not a quitter." But Truss could not hold on any longer after a senior minister quit her government with a barrage of criticism and a vote in the House of Commons descended into chaos just days after she was forced to abandon many of her economic policies. Her departure does leave a very divided Conservative Party seeking a leader who can unify the factions right now. It appears that it is so separated, as you had some members telling her she needed to resign and others were saying she could stay in office. A growing number of lawmakers had called for Truss to resign after weeks of turmoil sparked by that economic plan. The plan unveiled by the government last month triggered financial turmoil and a political crisis that has seen the replacement of Truss's Treasury chief, multiple policy U-turns, and a breakdown of discipline in the governing Conservative Party. Earlier, Conservative lawmaker Simon Hoare said the government was in disarray, saying, quote, "Nobody has a route plan. It's all sort of hand-to-hand fighting on a day-to-day basis." That's what he told the BBC earlier today. And he said Truss had, quote, "about 12 hours to turn the situation around." We know that did not happen, and she has now announced that she will resign from office there as the UK Prime Minister. This is still breaking news right now, so I do want to listen back in to this Live Now replay as Parliament essentially gave her many questions, telling her just yesterday that she did need to resign.
Would the Prime Minister please thank not just my DWP office and Julia Nix, who's been fantastic, the district councils, the county councils, and an awful lot of stakeholders who worked for over 6 months to deliver this fantastic scheme to drive growth and jobs for young people across my constituency.
Well, I do want to thank Julia and her team for the fantastic job they're doing, and also you as the local member of, my right honourable friend as the local member of Parliament. Apprenticeships are a fantastic way for people to learn and gain experience, and I'm proud that we've created 5.1 million apprenticeships since 2010.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff is in hot water after lobbying on behalf of a Libyan warlord and Big Tobacco. It turns out he's also lobbied for PPE giants Santé Global. Is it wise to have a lobbyist at the centre of Downing Street?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all appointments in Downing Street are properly checked through the propriety and ethics process, and that is the way that we do it in a completely impartial way.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When my right honourable friend was Foreign Secretary, I know that she was acutely aware of the importance of British soft power acting in our national interest. Will she confirm today the promise we both made in 2010 when this government first came into office, that she will not balance the books on the backs of the poorest people in the world?
Minister.
Well, can I pay tribute to my right honourable friend for the fantastic work he did as International Development Secretary, and I am proud that we have rebalanced our international development budget to focus more on humanitarian aid and more on women and girls, and no doubt more details will be set out in due course.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last Tory Prime Minister was forced out after a series of dodgy dealings and failing to take responsibility for any of it. So what's this Prime Minister getting the boot for? Her plan that crashed the economy, forcing fracking on communities who don't want it, or will she do the decent thing and go and call a general election?
I have taken responsibility and I have made the right decision in the interests of the country's economic stability.
Steve Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are taking a look at this breaking story here as UK Prime Minister Liz Truss has announced that she will resign from office. This coming 24 hours after she told the House of Commons that she did plan to stay there in office. We will speak with a British studies expert coming up a little bit later this morning to help break down the entire situation. I do want to step away, though, for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will talk about the U.S. economy coming up in just a few. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Time now is 9:39 if you are joining us on the East Coast and 6:39 on the West Coast. President Biden announcing Wednesday that 15 million barrels of oil would be released from the U.S. Strategic Reserve and that his administration would consider additional withdrawals in the winter. Some critics say this won't do much to help gas prices, and they call it a political stunt as we do approach the midterm elections. I do want to bring in the expert here, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business, to help break that down for us. As always, Edward, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. And that 15 million barrels is the last of the 180 million barrels the president had announced 6 months ago he was going to release. They've just stretched that out a little bit. It was supposed to end in September. Now the last of the release is going to come out just after the midterm elections and into December.
So I guess the question here is it politically motivated? And that's what we got his answer to just yesterday. And that's a question that a lot of his critics are asking.
Right, exactly. And the president fielded this question yesterday. He says no. He says we need to do this in order to keep the gas prices low. However, the timing is a little suspect for some folks. The head of the American Petroleum Institute was on this morning, and he said he called it the strategic political reserve because that timing is suspect, being the announcement of the last release within 20 days of an election, a midterm elections. Now, what his point was, he's the head of the Petroleum Institute, and what his point was is that if the president truly wanted to get gas prices down and call on gas companies to increase production, there has to be some olive branch to reverse some of the regulations they've imposed, make it easier to get more leases for drilling on federal lands, stop restricting where on federal lands that they can drill. There's a 10-point plan that group has laid out. And the president, again, saying that he wants oil companies to produce more oil, but from the industry, they're saying they're not showing us that they want us to actually do it and support this industry long term. So they're looking at it saying, why should we invest 10 years down the road when in 10 years you would like us to be gone? There would be zero emissions from fossil fuels.
And I know what a lot of people are asking is this going to even impact gas prices based on how much would be released? Is that a question that at this point we can even answer?
Yeah, it is. It's a proverbial drop in the bucket. No, the White House perspective, from the White House press secretary to the president, they're saying that it stabilizes prices. But honestly, this is just a little symbolic. The U.S. uses 3 or 4 times the amount of oil that they're releasing, each day almost. So, no, this is a drop in the bucket. It's not going to make a big difference. There is upward pressure on gas prices. Right now, AAA is saying that gas prices are coming down slowly because demand is falling slowly. And the reason demand is falling is because the economy is getting much, much weaker. So people are making that choice not to drive. People are making that choice not to go as far. They're not taking the vacation that they would have taken. That's actually not a good reason for gas prices to be falling, but that's what's happening. It's not because there's more supply in the market. It's because the demand for gas is going down because of the weak economy.
And I would say essentially the economy, those gas prices, probably a pretty main topic that a lot of people are thinking about as we are now less than 3 weeks away from the midterm elections.
Right. And that's exactly right. In all of the polling, the recent Fox News polling they did, the number one issue was inflation. The number 2 issue was the economy. You had to come all the way down to 5, tied for 5th would be climate change in that. But that is where this president is. He's full steam ahead on climate change, trying to make that transition without giving us an end date to when that transition and an end date for the economic pain that Americans will be feeling, but just saying this economic pain will continue. Now, the White House press secretary did tell me that they believe the Inflation Reduction Act will start to reduce prices at the beginning of next year. But this White House is always saying it's at some point in the future. Don't worry, some point in the future, we'll see the prices down. The fact is the president's been in office for 18 months, and inflation, gas prices, since that time in general, have been on an upward trend.
And because you are the expert, any other economic reports that we should expect coming up anytime soon before we get to the midterm elections?
Yeah, we do. We have 2 big things coming up. The first week in November is going to be that decision by the Federal Reserve, whether they're going to raise interest rates. It looks like it's almost guaranteed there'll be a 75 basis point hike. That's the same hike as it was last time. That would be 4 in a row. That would be historic at that size. And that's a crushing blow to people who have credit card debt, adjustable rate mortgages, or people are trying to get mortgages. But in between that time, between now and then, there's going to be another inflation gauge that comes out. And if that inflation gauge comes out pretty hot, that's really, really bad news for the U.S. economy. And we've heard a number of Fed presidents already say that they don't believe core inflation has peaked. That's inflation without energy and gas prices. So when you take those out, economists look at that and say, hey, this is entrenched inflation, and that's harder to get rid of. And we're hearing that maybe that has not peaked yet.
All right, so before I let you go, anything else that you want to add?
No, I think we got it, Josh. I appreciate it. Thanks for the time.
All right, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. As always, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, time now 9:45 on the East Coast and 6:45 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for being here with us at LiveNOW from Fox. We are, of course, continuing to follow that big breaking news from over the pond there. UK Prime Minister Liz Truss saying that she will resign from her position as Prime Minister. She now sets the record for the shortest term with just 44 days in that position. However, she did say that she will stay in that position until a successor can be chosen. We know that Jeremy Hunt, her new Treasury chief, possibly a contender for the new UK Prime Minister, as many people in the Conservative Party have said at this point he's running the show anyway. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will take a live look at everything you need to know from across the country and across the world here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is Thursday, October 20th, 2022. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of the top stories from across the country and across the world. A big thank you to Edward Lawrence with Fox Business for helping us to break down the oil situation, with President Biden making that announcement just yesterday. I do want to go international again right now as we continue to follow another breaking news story. Liz Truss, the UK Prime Minister, has announced, maybe within the last hour and a half, that she does plan to resign from her position. There have been calls from her own party to do that after her economic plan plan has caused political turmoil there in the UK. She just took office 44 days ago, so she now sets the record for the shortest term as UK Prime Minister. She did step outside of 10 Downing Street, as I mentioned, maybe 90 minutes ago, and provided a brief statement where she announced that she does plan to submit her resignation to King Charles III, but also that she will stay in office for now until a successor can be chosen. I do want to play those comments for you raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
I came into office at a time of great economic and international instability. Families and businesses were worried about how to pay their bills. Putin's illegal war in Ukraine threatens the security of our whole continent, and our country has been held back for too long by low economic growth. I was elected by the Conservative Party with a mandate to change this. We delivered on energy bills and on cutting national insurance. And we set out a vision for a low-tax, high-growth economy that would take advantage of the freedoms of Brexit. I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party. This morning I met the chairman of the 1922 committee, Sir Graham Brady. We've agreed that there will be a leadership election to be completed within the next week. This will ensure that we remain on a path to deliver our fiscal plans and maintain our country's economic stability and national security. I will remain as Prime Minister until a successor has been chosen. Thank you.
And there you have it, a very short speech, maybe a couple minutes, provided by UK Prime Minister Liz Truss earlier this morning, announcing that she will resign from her position. We are going to speak with an expert here in the next few minutes to help us break down the situation that has unfolded over the last few weeks there in the UK. But I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are following very, very closely today here on Live Now from Fox. Ukraine hit with several missiles Wednesday as Russia ramps up its attacks. In the latest wave of strikes, a Russian missile hit a thermal power station in the west. Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky says a third of his country's power stations have been taken out, cutting power and water supplies to hundreds of thousands of people. In the meantime, Russian President Vladimir Putin declared martial law Wednesday as his army continues their attacks on Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has more for us on that.
I signed a decree on the introduction of martial law in these four entities of the Russian Federation. It will be immediately sent to the Federation Council for approval.
Russian President Vladimir Putin declares martial law Wednesday in the four regions of Ukraine that Moscow annexed, giving additional emergency powers to the Russian-appointed leaders of all of those areas. Putin didn't immediately spell out the details that would be taken under martial law, but says his order is effective starting on Thursday. Meanwhile, Russian-appointed leaders are urging Kherson civilians to flee, warning the residents of a possible uptick in violence as the Ukrainian army pushes forward to recapture their territory.
Under these conditions, we have taken the only decision that can reduce the risk for civilians. It is necessary to leave the area that I have named so that the military can work calmly.
Russian-backed officials in Kherson say they plan to evacuate around 60,000 civilians over the next 6 days. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you. Well, a group of Ukrainian nationals traveled to the U.S. attempting to pick up new skills and strategies that could help in that ongoing war. They learned how blood donations work here in America and how that could help them. Christina Van Zelst with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team has that story for us.
This is more than a peek behind the curtain.
For these 5 Ukrainian women, it's a life-saving lesson about blood.
So that's not a product that can go overseas, but what can go overseas is our expertise.
Milwaukee's Versity Blood Center is hosting Ukrainians this week. They work in different regions of the country at blood centers.
Their goal is to be able to learn from us and bring that back to again, advance their ability to engage donors and, most importantly, secure a safe blood supply.
The delegates say that's especially important now. The war in Ukraine left the country with an unprecedented demand for blood.
Because it's very important to regulate the question of the donor's blood. We need to have enough supplies.
The Ukrainians are learning about donor recruitment and blood health practices in the U.S.
How in America ask the donors to the blood donation? How the gives the blood in the mobile hospital?
Versity's Executive Vice President Brian Bautista says Ukraine's process is missing infrastructure, things like how blood is produced and distributed.
How far behind they are in their inability, both from the blood production, the donation, and the quality systems.
Bautista says this is a testament to the advances of U.S. blood centers. In Milwaukee, Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
And thank you so much to our Milwaukee team for that report. Well, the people of Ukraine have been awarded a prize for freedom of thought. European Parliament President Roberta Metsola making that announcement Wednesday. It's been awarded annually since 1988 to individuals and organizations who defend human rights and fundamental freedoms. The award comes with about $50,000 in prize money, and that money will be granted to civil society representatives.
It is my privilege to announce that the 2020-22 Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought has been awarded to the brave people of Ukraine, represented by their president, elected leaders and civil society. Also important for me to tell you that there was consensus within the Conference of Presidents on this choice. For the past 9 months, the European Parliament and the world has seen Ukrainians heroically defending their country, their liberty, their homes, their families. But the Ukrainian people are also risking their lives for Europe to safeguard the values that we all believe in: freedom, democracy, the rule of law. There is no one more deserving of this prize. So this award is for those Ukrainians fighting on the ground, for those who have been forced to flee, for those who have lost relatives and friends, for all those who stand up and fight for who and what they believe in. I know that the brave people of Ukraine will not give up, and neither will we. It is my privilege.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I do want to get back to the breaking news that we are following very, very closely right here at Live Now from Fox, and that involves the resignation of UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. She made an announcement about 90 minutes ago. She stepped outside of 10 Downing Street and provided the update that she would be resigning from her position. A lot of people asking whether or not this would happen, and we now do have our answer. She is resigning as the Prime Minister of the UK. So Rod Dacombe, Director of Centre for British Politics and Government at King's College in London, joins us live to help break down the situation that has now occurred. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you. No problem.
So what were you thinking when you heard that she had stepped outside of 10 Downing Street and made that announcement that she was going to resign? Is it really a surprise?
Certainly not for the last 12 hours or so. I think it's been a sense of inevitability about what was going to happen. I think anyone who's been following British politics for the last few weeks at least will have seen that this was probably on the cards. I think one thing we can say with certainty is that we are in a period of real disruption, of real uncertainty. I think Liz Truss has made some serious missteps in the way that she's gone about her business, and certainly no, this could have been no surprise.
Yeah, and a lot of people were saying it was just a matter of time until this did happen. I mean, do you think overall that her economic plan is really what brought her down?
In part, this was a plan that really wasn't really asked for by the country. It was very much ideologically driven. It was very much a personal project of hers. It did not go down well with the markets, and she was slow to respond. So yes, perhaps she went too fast, too soon with her own programme. But I think more than that, I mean, her inability to manage the divisions within her own parliamentary party, I think, have contributed to this to a great extent. I think her disastrous management of parliamentary business, as we witnessed last night, precipitated her downfall. I think there are a range of factors. I mean, it was difficult times for her anyway. It was a difficult time to take over as Prime Minister. The Conservatives were sliding in the polls. She did nothing to arrest that slide. Things got steeper. I think there was, as I say, an air of inevitability about this whole thing. But yes, you're right, her economic programme certainly didn't help.
And having Boris Johnson resign just weeks ago, and then having Liz Truss take over, I mean, what does that say about UK politics in general?
Yeah, so we're used to British politics being slightly chaotic over the last few months or so. I think that isn't going to change anytime in the future. The Conservatives need to choose a new leader. They have 1 week to do it. We don't really know who that's going to be. We certainly can't see anybody amongst the leading candidates who's likely to unite the Conservative Party. I think we can see more disruption in the coming weeks and months, potentially another general election. Exactly when that will be is currently up in the air. Ultimately, this is a period of serious uncertainty when, frankly, the country doesn't need it. There are many serious issues going on. An energy crisis, a cost of living crisis, an utter collapse of healthcare in this country, all of which need a functioning government, which right now, frankly, we don't have.
And I guess you kind of talked about this already, but as far as who will take over for her, there's been talk about Jeremy Hunt, considering that he is almost in charge now since taking over as Treasury Chief. What are your thoughts on that?
So my understanding is Jeremy Hunt has ruled himself out. That doesn't mean for certain that he won't stand, but he's certainly, the soundings I've heard is that he won't be taking part, at least initially. Expect the more established figures not standing this time, it seems. There's going to be two wings to the party, I think. There's the Rishi Sunak kind of centrist wing of the Conservative Party. I expect he'll be standing. Equally, I think on the other side, there's a chance that Boris Johnson may try and take another tilt. I believe he's currently on holiday in the Caribbean. Whether he's booking his flights right now to come back to the leadership contest, which will last through next week, who's to say? Ultimately, no matter who stands, I cannot see them bringing the party together. I can only see continuation of this kind of disruption, this kind of chaos that we've seen over the last few weeks. It's dark times for British politics.
So what happens down the line with the Conservative Party? Are they just going to be out altogether? Are they in trouble? What does the future hold for them?
So at some point in the near future, by all accounts, the Conservatives are facing a wipeout in the general election. Certainly, if it was held in the near future, they would lose, and they would lose huge. What that means about the future of the Conservative Party is really up in arms. I expect, you hear lots of doom and gloom about this being kind of terminal for the Conservatives. I don't think that's the case at the moment. I think a period in opposition is inevitable. I think a period of reflection and a recalibration of what it is they're about, what kind of programme they can offer the country, I think is what will happen next. Who can do that? What shape that programme will take is anybody's guess at the moment.
And you mentioned Boris Johnson. Do you think he's going to try to take back over?
That's the big question. I expect if he chooses to, he'll have a chance. Boris Johnson, of course, retains popularity within the Conservative Party. Polling data tells us that that's pretty much the only place he retains popularity. He is not the saviour amongst the country at large that many in the Conservative Party believe he will be. He is probably he's more unpopular than Rishi Sunak. He's more unpopular than many of the other potential candidates we're seeing at the moment. So that remains to be seen. He'll have to come back to the country to do it. Ultimately, this is one of those unanswered questions. It'll be fascinating to see what happens.
So as far as the economic plan, I know it did cause quite a bit of turmoil there in the UK, talking about Liz Truss's economic plan. What was the main issue with that plan? I don't know if you're well versed in the plan itself.
Yeah, so, there are many aspects of it. It's a radical economic plan, changing the ways in which we organise the economy, purportedly for growth. It involved a range of measures, cutting taxes for the rich, inevitably a cut in spending, coupled with some interesting moves towards securing or giving certainty to people amongst the kind of upcoming energy crisis. Lots of aspects to it. It was very, very radical, very severe, happened very quickly, and ultimately spooked markets, which most commentators predicted. Again, it was the thing that that plan was received, but it wasn't the thing that saw off Liz Truss. The thing that saw off Liz Truss were the internal problems within the Conservative Party and her own mismanagement of those divisions.
So I guess part of the question here is just yesterday she did say that she had no plans to resign. I believe Boris Johnson said the same thing just before he resigned as well. Did you believe at that point when she said that she wasn't going to resign?
No, there was a sense of inevitability about it. But at that point, died in cast. In this case, Liz Truss was almost certainly on the way out. Whether it was through a resignation or through some other mechanism of removal by her party, I think it would have happened anyway. It was just far too down the line. What's remarkable about this is how quickly it's happened. 44 days. I mean, she is the shortest serving Prime Minister ever. The next longest was George Canning, who served 119 days and died in office. I mean, she has had a remarkably quick turnaround. I mean, it's staggering. It's an indicator of the chaos that's going on at the moment.
How embarrassing is it for the Conservative Party to now hold the record for having the shortest serving UK Prime Minister in Liz Truss? As you mentioned, 44 days in office and having to resign. Yeah,
I don't know so much if that's the issue, other than just the general conduct of business of government over the last few weeks. They won't be too concerned with things like that sort of record. They will be concerned with their own performance. They will be concerned with their prospects in an upcoming election. And if you look at Conservative MPs, I mean, this has been the real change over the last few days. Conservative MPs are publicly voicing their concerns, not just with Liz Truss's performance, but with the way in which the party has been doing its business. It's difficult to know at the moment exactly what the Conservative Party is for. It's difficult at the moment to see how it can govern in a coherent and functional way. And Conservative MPs are, raising this publicly, which is, it's not something that you normally see, which is on the slide.
Was Liz Truss ever really popular in the UK? You talked about how Boris Johnson was a popular figure and really still is within the party itself. Was Liz ever popular there in the UK and among her party?
Yeah, Boris Johnson is a different figure. He had much more widespread recognition around the country, more than most other politicians, for obvious reasons. He's always been a public figure. He's always been kind of larger than life, for better or worse. Liz Truss didn't have that. She didn't have the sort of recognition that one might expect. Interestingly, the Conservative, the right-wing press largely got behind her after she was appointed Prime Minister, after she won the leadership election, I think there was a degree to which she had some momentum, as one usually does at the start of a term. I think that dissipated really quickly. I think, but she never had that recognition. She never had that widespread popularity. And of course, she was never tested in the general election.
That's true. And you already touched on this, but I guess the big question now is what happens next?
Yeah, so the Conservatives don't want a general election for obvious reasons, like they would be lose. They don't have to call one for some time now. They have until the end of 2024. So I suppose the thinking would be that if they could just ride it out, if they could just wait for another year or so, perhaps the economic situation will get better, perhaps their position in the polls will rise and they'll have a better chance. From that point of view, I wouldn't expect to see an election in the near future. However, the conduct of government over the last couple of weeks, just the chaotic nature of what's been going on, gives it that sort of inevitability that I described about Liz Truss's demise. It almost feels like that with the general election. At some point, I think the momentum will get too strong and one will have to be called. You're already hearing that from amongst the Conservative Party itself. Now, at some point it's going to reach a peak and we will have a general election. When is anybody's guess?
And actually, my last question for you here is King Charles, would he step into any of this to help? I know kings, queens, they normally kind of stay back from the political issues, but is it likely that he will make a statement or do anything at this point?
No, the monarchy wouldn't work in that way. I would be very surprised to see any public intervention in that sense. No, the function is quite different. This is very much an issue for Parliament and for the Conservative Party, and it will stay that way.
All right, Dr. Rod Dacomb, anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, except for that adage about may you've been interesting times. Well, we've certainly got them now.
For sure. Well, thank you again for joining us. We appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, time now is 10:11 if you are over on the East Coast and 7:11 on the West Coast. We do continue to follow this breaking news as UK Prime Minister Liz Truss stepped outside of 10 Downing Street and did announce that she will resign from her position as Prime Minister after serving for just 44 days. Dr. Rod Dacomb joined us here just a few minutes ago and helped break down the situation, essentially explaining it wasn't just her economic plan that led to her downfall. There were other issues there as well, also saying that we could see former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson come back and maybe try to get back in the ring to become the Prime Minister again. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will take a look at more of your headlines from across the country and the world coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being with us here at Live Now from Fox. It is 10:14 on the East Coast on this Thursday and 7:14 on the West Coast. We do continue to follow this breaking news involving UK Prime Minister Liz Truss announcing that she will resign from her position after just 44 days in office. Questions now become who is going to lead the Conservative Party next and serve as Prime Minister. We will get back to that story in just a bit, but I do want to head back to the U.S. to take a look at other stories that are making headlines. President Biden heads to Pennsylvania today, where he will weigh in on one of the most closely watched races in the midterm elections. Many contests around the country are tightening, and control of the Senate may come down to a photo finish. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has more from Washington.
We can say right now that looking at all of the seats in play, Republicans seem to have a distinct advantage in the House. But the Senate is another matter. It may all come down to contests in 4 states, including Pennsylvania.
God bless you. Thank you very much.
Pennsylvania Senate candidate Mehmet Oz at a Fox town hall event last night, hoping to build enthusiasm in the final weeks of his campaign, a race that could very well determine the balance of power in the Senate.
There's no question why this race is now neck and neck.
On that point, Democrats may agree this is neck and neck between Oz and Pennsylvania's Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. Fetterman's campaign appearances are carefully managed as he continues to recover from a stroke, and critics say it has left him unable to serve, something Fetterman and his supporters vehemently deny. President Biden will appear with him today in Pennsylvania.
The president has found him to be an impressive individual, and who is just as capable as who's just as capable as always.
While our power rankings for House contests show Republicans have a number of advantages, the Senate is a genuine toss-up with 4 pivotal races that could determine which party wins control. One Democratic strategist sees the field shifting.
I still think that they end up winning, but it's been certainly a great couple of weeks for Republicans, and I think it's because of that secondary issue, what's going on with crime and public safety, and that abortion is now sliding down to the 3rd, 4th, 5th most important issue.
And in the case of Oz versus Fetterman, there will only be one debate next week, just 2 weeks before Election Day. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you. Well, with just weeks before the midterm election, President Biden touted his administration's efforts to boost the economy. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera in Washington with more for us on that.
President Biden is doubling down on his commitment to clean energy with a new initiative that would mobilize the federal government to secure the battery supply chain for electric vehicles.
Some see a challenge, but we see an opportunity to shift to a net zero sum carbon world in one of the most significant economic transitions since the Industrial Revolution.
But less than 2 hours before those remarks, President Biden announced the release of 15 million barrels of oil from the country's Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It completes the plan the president authorized in the spring to pull 180 million barrels of oil from the nation's emergency stockpile for 6 months, all to make sure there's enough oil, even as Russia's war in Ukraine continues to shake up the market. Still, many Republicans say that conflict is not the cause of the high cost of gas.
Gasoline prices are high at the pump today, not because of the war in Ukraine, but because of Joe Biden's war on energy.
The economy and lowering energy costs are shaping up to be top of mind for voters next month. So whether it involves tapping into the strategic reserves or incentivizing electric vehicle battery production, critics say the president's actions are all about the midterms.
Look, the voters are not stupid. This is just before the election. They understand that this is part of a series of election time moves.
The country's strategic reserves are now at their lowest level since 1984. President Biden says his administration will replenish supply once the price of crude oil falls to about $70 a barrel. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And we did have Edward Lawrence with Fox Business with us just a few minutes ago, and he talked more about this. But President Biden announcing Wednesday that he will release more oil from the strategic reserve in an attempt to lower gas prices across the U.S. Some critics say much more is needed to truly put the brakes on those gas hikes. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard in Washington with that part of the story.
Ahead of the winter months and midterm elections, President Biden is tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to drive gas prices down. Another 15 million barrels will be released in December. It's part of the 180 million barrel release President Biden announced earlier this year.
Independent analysts have confirmed that drawdowns from the reserve so far have played a big role in bringing down oil prices.
The president also announcing his efforts to refill the tapped reserve. His administration plans to rebuy crude oil when prices dip.
We're going to buy back the oil that we sold at about $100 and buy it back when prices go down to about $70.
The president is also scolding oil companies for being slow to pass the savings on to the consumer. Gas prices for American drivers have been falling since reaching $5 highs over the summer. According to AAA, nationally, a gallon costs $3.85, but that is still 50 cents more than a year ago. Critics of the release say it leaves the U.S. in a vulnerable spot, with the reserve at lows not seen since the 1980s.
This is a political emergency to the Democrats. If we were to have a hurricane in the Gulf or another emergency, we would not be prepared. He's already used 1/3 of it. He's put America in jeopardy.
The president has also left the option open to tap the reserve again if prices spike this winter. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you so much to Lauren Blanchard for that report. I do want to stick to some of our economic news right now today. Let's talk about inflation, because ahead of the big holiday baking season, bakeries are getting squeezed by the soaring prices of ingredients like bread and butter. Fox Business Network's Madison Allworth is at a bakery in New York City with that story for us.
For bakeries, the increased cost of food and increased labor costs is making everything more expensive. But there is one ingredient in particular that is making operational costs skyrocket. Butter is up 32% in price year over year. This compared to food inflation, which is at 13%. Butter is the #1 food item that has seen the greatest year over year increase. Lower milk production on U.S. dairy farms and labor and fuel shortages at processing plants have weighed on butter output for months. At this point, the amount of butter in storage facilities is at its lowest level since 2017. All of this means that Sullivan Street Bakery has had to increase prices on average by 30%. And for their special Christmas bakes like the panettone, which requires a lot of butter, there are going to be increases on top of that.
We make this holiday bread called panettone. It's a very popular, it's very in right now. This year we're obviously going to have to raise them. We do not know exactly what we're going to charge for them this year, but we're definitely going to have to raise them about 15 to 20%.
You know, they haven't locked in a price yet, but they are expecting to charge around $60 this year for that panettone. And of course, this doesn't just impact commercial bakers, it also impacts the at-home bakers. And not just butter is up, but if you break out margarine, that's up 44% year over year. At Sullivan Street Bakery in New York, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Madison, thank you so much. Well, it's shaping up to be a difficult start for President Biden's plan to cancel billions of dollars in student loan debt. After just 2 days, applicants are facing some serious trouble. Fox News correspondent Gillian Turner has those details.
It landed and handled more than 8 million applications without a glitch or any difficulty.
That was Monday. Now, just 48 hours later, Americans are reporting major problems applying for up to $20,000 of student debt forgiveness. So far, the website is blocking foreign IP addresses, meaning Americans abroad are locked out. The Education Department is now scrambling to produce paper applications. Married folks with joint federal loans also facing a glitch. They've been locked out of the program and have to request a special waiver before applying for student debt cancellation. For millions of other applicants, though, the process is easy. Too easy, according to experts who say the program is ripe for fraud and abuse.
There will be people that will see that there's no verification and lie on the application and say that they're eligible when, in fact, they're not from an income perspective.
Applicants are asked only for their full name, date of birth, social security number, and contact information. Applicants won't have to provide proof of income on which the loan forgiveness is supposed to be based.
I have seen people fake their own deaths to get a death discharge on their student loans.
Applicants are asked to self-attest under perjury to earning less than $125,000 per year, though they can face fines and jail time if they're found to have lied.
Just a few things applicants over the weekend have said. It was the easiest application they've ever filled out. Took maybe 60 seconds. That's a quote.
12 million Americans have applied for debt cancellation so far, and the government expects at least 40 million between now and December 31 when the applications close. The department says they'll verify a certain number of borrowers have told the truth about their income to protect against fraud. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
All right, so I do want to get to some of the other stories that we have been following very closely here. A trial that we have been watching at Live Now from Fox. Darrell Brooks, representing himself, accused of driving his SUV into a crowd at the Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin last November, killing 6 people and injuring many others. On Wednesday, the jury saw that Ford Escape right there that prosecutors say Brooks was driving when he drove through that parade. They also heard more testimony on evidence found around the vehicle. Sam Kramer with our Fox 6 Milwaukee team takes a look at the day in court.
Just blocks from Main Street in the attack on the Waukesha Christmas parade.
Excuse me.
Waukesha police say they used nearby surveillance video to track Darrell Brooks' movements after he ditched his SUV. Through backyards and parking lots, they followed his trail and found things.
The first item that we located was a blue sandal, or they also call it a slide, that was located at 322 Maple Avenue in the backyard.
Specialist Kyle Becker told the jury that sandal and a sweatshirt found in a playhouse nearby belonged to Brooks. Then prosecutors focused on what they say is the murder weapon.
The vehicle had quite a bit of front end damage. The bumper cover was pushed back. The grille was pushed back into the engine bay.
Wisconsin State Patrol Inspector Ryan Schultz detailed his analysis of the Ford Escape right after the jury saw it up close inside a Sally port at the sheriff's office.
Did you observe anything at all that would have prohibited this vehicle from stopping if the brake pedal had been applied?
No.
Later, 2 Wisconsin State Crime Lab analysts took the stand to share their findings, specifically whose DNA came back as a match both inside the vehicle and on the sweatshirt they recovered.
Who was the source of those hairs on that sweatshirt? States exhibit number 84.
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Darrell Brooks is the source.
On Thursday, prosecutors intend to recall Detective Thomas Casey to follow up on some matters, but Brooks told the court he thought Casey was already released. So in the morning, Judge Jennifer Dora will issue a ruling on that. Then Brooks has the option to make his opening statement or continue to call his witnesses. On Wednesday, he said he hasn't decided if he plans to testify in his own defense. Reporting in Waukesha, Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
And thank you to our Fox Milwaukee team for that report. We are a culmination of all of our local Fox affiliates here at Live Now from Fox. To Houston, Texas, where new video shows teenage twins who set off an Amber Alert on Monday for 5 children after they escaped their home, now dubbed a house of horrors. A Ring camera shows them going to a neighbor's door looking for any help. One of them told police they had been handcuffed and they are now in CPS custody and were treated at a hospital. Their mother and her boyfriend, seen there, were later arrested near Baton Rouge, Louisiana, charged with injury to a child. The 5 children at the center of that Amber Alert now with relatives. Our Fox 26 Houston team has the latest on this very bizarre story.
The twins are seen on this ringtone video. The girl is holding a pair of handcuffs. The homeowners are away in Dallas.
You need some help?
Yes. Can you put a lot of sand, please?
What's wrong with you? What? What happened?
Please. We just need somewhere to be right now.
No, we can't do that.
The twins also showed up at this man's door.
And I spoke to them. I didn't open the door. I was like, oh, so what can I do for you? And they were like, please, we need a place to sleep. And I was like, no, I don't know you, so please get off my property. And they left.
The twins are now in CPS custody getting treated at a hospital. They told police they had been handcuffed.
What do you think about this?
It's heartbreaking, it's pathetic, and I think it's satanic.
On Monday, their mother, 40-year-old Zakiya Duncan, and her 27-year-old boyfriend, Joe Vitero, and 5 boys ranging in age from 7 to 14 were all subject of an Amber Alert. The couple was arrested in Louisiana. The 5 boys are with relatives. According to court documents, Duncan has been convicted of injury to a child in Baton Rouge. According to court documents, Duncan has been convicted of cruelty to a child in Louisiana. Court documents from 2012 in Baton Rouge state she submerged a 5-year-old child in hot water, causing serious burns. Police say they found a 20-month-old infant wrapped in clothing with his hands bound. The document states Duncan and her then-boyfriend made the victim do push-ups for an hour and forced the child to sleep on a closet floor. Boards were placed in front of the closet door to keep the victim from escaping and stealing food from the kitchen. Duncan was on probation from 2013 to 2020.
A disturbing story right there. Well, the man labeled a person of interest after 4 missing friends were found dismembered in Oklahoma will remain jailed in Central Florida. Joe Kennedy was arrested on Tuesday at Daytona Beach Shores on a charge of grand theft. Police say he was driving a stolen truck at the time. Daytona Beach Shores is about an 18-hour drive from Okmulgee, Oklahoma, where a death investigation is underway in the killings of those 4 friends. Our Fox 35 Orlando team's Vicky Carr has more on that for us.
Well, locally here in Volusia County, Joe Kennedy is charged with grand theft. However, the judge says based on the circumstances, he wants him held without bond for the public safety. Joe Kennedy, a person of interest in a quadruple murder in Oklahoma, appeared before a Volusia County judge.
I don't hear too good. All right, well, you got a public defender next to you. If you can't understand something, you can ask him to help you out.
The 62-year-old was arrested yesterday morning in Daytona Beach Shores. Police say he was caught driving a stolen truck.
First case we'll address is a local charge for grand theft motor vehicle.
The judge set bond at $2,500 for that charge, but pointed to a warrant in connection with a shooting in 2012 in Oklahoma. Police there say the bond for that is $500,000. Based on that, and now Kennedy being named the person of interest in the murders of 4 Oklahoma men, the judge ordered no bond.
The bond on that is $500,000, but based on the circumstances which have come to my attention, I'm going to have you held no bond at this point in time.
The judge went on to say it's best Kennedy remains behind bars.
For public safety and for Mr. Kennedy's situation, I think no bond is appropriate.
Police in Oklahoma say they've started the process of getting Kennedy back in their jurisdiction. In Daytona Beach, Vicky Carr, Fox 35 News.
I want to get back to this breaking news that we have been following out of the UK. That is where Prime Minister Liz Truss has announced her resignation after just 44 days in office, saying that she will stay in the position until a successor can be chosen. So we just got a statement in from President Joe Biden here on that resignation. It says, quote, "The United States and the United Kingdom are strong allies and enduring friends, and that fact will never change. I thank Prime Minister Liz Truss for her partnership on a range of issues, including holding Russia accountable for its war against Ukraine. We will continue our close cooperation with the UK government as we work together to meet the global challenges that our nations do face." Once again, if you are just joining us here, we continue to follow that breaking news where UK Prime Minister Liz Truss did announce her resignation about 2 hours ago. She is bowing to the inevitable after a tumultuous 6-week term in which her policies did trigger turmoil in financial markets and even a rebellion in her party that obliterated her authority. She said, quote, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected. She gave a very short statement at 10 Downing Street earlier on this morning. We knew a news conference had been called there. The podium was set up. She walked outside, said that she would resign, and then went back inside. So just a day earlier, Truss had vowed to stay in power, saying she was, quote, a fighter and not a quitter. Truss couldn't hold on any longer after a senior minister quit her government with a barrage of criticism, and a vote in the House of Commons descended into chaos just days after she was forced to abandon many of her economic policies. Her departure now will leave a divided Conservative Party seeking a leader who can unify its warring factions. 10:34 on the East Coast and 7:34 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next few hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will take a look at all of those top stories from across the country and internationally coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:37 if you are on the East Coast and 7:37 on the West Coast. Wherever you are joining us from, thank you so much for being here and starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back to, we've talked about the news that is going on across the country and internationally, but let's go out of this world here over internationally. Space speaking. Let's look here at SpaceX. You can see right now that they are going to be launching their satellites into low orbit in the next little bit. So they're launching another batch of their Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit later on this morning. We're talking about 15 minutes from now. That launch of 54 satellites, expected at 10:50 a.m. Eastern Time, will be from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Central Florida. SpaceX has said that Starlink satellites will allow airplane passengers to access high-speed internet the moment they walk on board. If SpaceX cannot launch this morning, the backup launch is set for tomorrow at 10:29 a.m. Eastern Time. So again, 10:50 a.m. coming up in about 12 minutes. We expect the launch to be right here. So we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do on Live Now from Fox. And sticking with out-of-this-world news, I do want to take you over to a news conference now underway with NASA, where they are answering questions. This is the crew from the Dragon that came back earlier on this week. They are back here on Earth and they are answering questions about that trip. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
We've been working together in preparation. We've been working together up here for several months, and it just works. When we're all looking out for each other, I think that makes things run very smoothly, and we were very efficient and got work done, but we could rely on each other for help and for a shoulder to lean on. Yeah, it was spectacular and pretty amazing how long you go before you kind of recall, like, oh my goodness, I mean, we've been doing this for 4 months and really not thought about it. So, yeah.
I agree. There were a lot of dad jokes, however. Put that out there.
They were great. They were awesome.
One thing I think that's integral to that, though, and this has applications elsewhere, right, is I think we become very deliberate about when we're doing something, thinking about how it affects others first. Right, and that is something that is super important, and that obviously has applications down here on Earth and how we all get along and that kind of thing. So I find that to be really important, you know, is that when I'm doing something, I go, how does this affect Wadi's space? Am I getting into her space? Am I getting into her habits or anything like that? And is it going to affect her negatively? And if so, maybe I should talk to her about it first. So I think that's a really, you know, important aspect of it. And it's something that we train to, and it is a very deliberate piece of our training to look at those kinds of behaviors and those kind of considerations in order for us to be productive over a long duration mission.
That's great. Yeah.
I thought you were going to throw in a dad joke. It turned into a dad lesson. Thank you, Beth.
Don't encourage him. There's a master class for dad jokes that Cal and I are putting together.
All right. Next up, we have Marcia Smith, Space Policy Online. Marcia.
Thanks so much. My question is for Samantha. I was wondering if you could talk about your spacewalk. How different was it than what you expected? Were there things that were easier or harder to do? And as one of the few non-Russians who's trained in the Russian EVA suit, are there any pointers that you would give to the 2 U.S. companies that are designing new U.S. suits?
Yes, an interesting question. So first of all, I feel very privileged that I have had the opportunity over the course of my career as an astronaut to train in both the NASA suit and the Russian suit. I trained in the NASA suit for my previous space flight, so 8-10 years ago. I did not have an opportunity to do so this time, but I had an opportunity to train again for the second time in the Russian suit, and then I was thrilled that this time I have an opportunity to actually put all that training to work and have that experience of going out of the door. I would say I would encourage anyone building or designing a new suit to really take a good look at both those suits, because it seems to me that both have pros and cons, and you know, designing a suit that has the best of the EMU and the Orlan, you know, it would be the perfect suit. And in terms of the experience, it was very challenging. I would say, especially physically, very demanding. It's a suit that works at a higher pressure, on the higher end of pressure, which, you know, has a number of operational advantages, but also makes it, you know, harder to operate. And, you know, I'm obviously a pretty small person, a small female. I'm not, you know, on the upper end of physical strength for obvious reasons, and so that was definitely challenging. Mentally, though, I would say I felt quite at ease from the beginning, and you know, it's something I didn't know. I didn't quite know what to expect. I've heard of people getting disoriented when they first go out the door. I have heard that usually they try to time the exit with the orbital eclipse with night, so that you get less disoriented. But we did, you know, end up accumulating a little bit of delay in our pre-egress ops, and so we ended up getting out of the hatch during daylight, and so I was a little bit concerned. Is this going to work? Is this going to disorient me? But actually felt, in terms of the environment and being in the suit, it felt very natural to me. It felt like in training, you know, like in the pool, and you know, I could just not worry about the environment and the suit itself and just really focus on the task. I was very much task focused. You know, it was my first and so far only EVA, and my focus was really on, you know, on trying to not be a burden but contribute to the spacewalk and not to do any mistake and obviously be safe. And so I was very much task focused throughout the entire EVA, and then towards the end, we were called back before we completed the entire initially scheduled timeline. And I guess at that point, my lead spacewalker, Oleg, he decided to take some time coming back into the airlock, which, you know, now looking back, it was an amazing opportunity to just, you know, hang out for a few minutes out there and, you know, not having anything to do anymore. And just enjoy that very special view of, you know, I remember just the earth flowing beneath me, which was on the one hand familiar, as you know, you see it through the window as well, but just not the same because, you know, you have that much broader view and just that awareness that you are actually outside.
All right, looks like we've got time for two more. We'll go now to Gina Sunseri, ABC News. Gina.
We've done several stories on whether you sleep better or worse in space. What were your experiences? Better sleep, worse sleep?
That's so everybody looks at me on this one for some reason. No, so I actually had, it took me a while to adjust to sleep up there. You know, I think we're just conditioned to certain things down here. One of them is laying down when you sleep, which obviously is not an option up there. We do have crew quarters. We have a sleeping bag that we sleep in, and you can kind of cinch yourself down in there. But it just took me maybe a month or so to adapt to that and really get used to not only the workday and the proximity of the workday to the time that you go to sleep, and not really having that wind down time took some adaptation for me. But once I got it figured out, oh, it was glorious. One, you don't have the pressure points on you, you know, that you might have when you're in the bed or anything like that. And then the other is the crew quarters are, you know, pretty quiet. They're very dark, so it's like having blackout curtains all over the place. And you can definitely sleep pretty spectacularly, as some of my colleagues may know. But it is really nice. All that being said, getting back home, and when I finally got back to my house and got to lay down in my bed, that was just an absolutely spectacular moment. Because I did find on orbit that there were times where my body was craving the ability to actually lay down. And you can't do that, because if you get up close to a wall or something like that, you know, that contact instantly makes you start drifting away from it. And it's almost tantalizing because you're like, oh, I just want to lay down. And as you touch it, you start drifting away from it, and it's almost frustrating. But yeah, I definitely got my fair share of solid sleep up there. So that was amazing.
What you are listening to right now is the SpaceX crew answering questions after returning to Earth. That's over on the left side of your screen, but on the right, you can see we are now less than 4 minutes away from SpaceX launching 54 satellites into low Earth orbit. This is coming in from NASA TV. They likely have some commentary with it. I do want to listen back in as the NASA crew here, the SpaceX crew rather, is about to answer maybe one more question before we do send you full over to that SpaceX launch. But we will make sure that we do not miss that here on Live Now from Fox.
I think all of the above. I think that the ability to grow plants in the space station, that, you know, the test bed that we have right now, with the idea of really maturing that technology and having plants as an integral part of a long duration space flight is very important. So plants serve as a psychological benefit. The opportunity to, I'm imagining a module that just has all plants in it, and a greenhouse module that you could go into, tend to the plants, spend time in there. I mean, that would be, I think that would be phenomenal here on Earth. And to have that capacity in a long duration mission would be phenomenal. To go in there, to take care of plants, to be surrounded by something green and growing, and to be surrounded by that smell of life would be amazing. So there's a psychological benefit, as millions of gardeners would testify to. There is a environmental benefit. So plants could help us as an integral part of an environmental control and life support system to provide oxygen, to scrub the atmosphere naturally of carbon dioxide and to scrub it of other contaminants. So there is an ecoless component. And then finally, there's that food component. If we are able to garden sustainably using something like the hydroponics or aeroponics that we're investigating with X-Roots, we have the ability to grow crops. We're growing, as we left behind a tomato plant that had just started to produce little small cherry tomatoes. And it was amazing.
If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, you are listening into a Q&A with Crew 4 there from SpaceX, but I want to draw your attention over to the right side of your screen. That is where we are expecting this launch to happen in just 1.5 minutes. We're talking 90 seconds here. I do want to bring that full so you can get a good look at that. And I'll go over some of the basics here. SpaceX is launching another batch of its Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. The launch of 54 satellites expected here in just a little over a minute, and it will be from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Central Florida. SpaceX saying the Starlink satellites will allow airplane passengers to access high-speed internet the moment they walk on board. They will not need that backup window for tomorrow because it does appear that the launch is about to happen because the weather is beautiful and NASA TV is providing some commentary here. So I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
LD, go for launch. T-minus 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff of Falcon 9. Go Starlink, go Falcon. Vehicles 15 downrange. Nominal power and telemetry. The vehicle is supersonic.
So with that, Falcon 9 is traveling faster than the speed of sound.
XQ.
And we've just passed through the point of maximum dynamic pressure that we'll feel during the flight.
MVAC chill has begun.
So with that call out, we're about a minute away from main engine cutoff, stage separation, and then second engine start, followed shortly after by fairing deploy. Those events will happen back to back. And with the call out of MVAC chill starting up, that means we've begun chilling in those turbopumps in preparation for second engine start. ready, go.
Stage separation confirmed.
And vac ignition.
Fairing separation confirmed.
So with that, those 4 events complete, we will be attempting to recover both these fairing halves, again to use on a future mission.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:54 on the East Coast and 7:54 on the West Coast. I love a good launch, and what you just watched was SpaceX launching another batch of its Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. That launch of 54 satellites did happen right as it was supposed to at 10:50 a.m. Eastern Time, and it happened from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, which is located in Central Florida over in the Port Canaveral area. SpaceX has said that Starlink satellites will allow airplane passengers to access high-speed internet the moment that they do walk on board. So again, what you were just watching, 54 Starlink satellites shot into low Earth orbit. I do want to take you back over to, well, actually, the Q&A that was with NASA on the SpaceX crew that returned to Earth is now over. So I do want to listen back into NASA TV here as we see more about this launch that just took place in the Orlando, Florida area.
Now, I mentioned a little bit earlier that today marks SpaceX's 186th mission overall launch. And as I previously mentioned, it's the 10th flight for this first stage. It previously flew the GPS Space Vehicle 4 and 5 missions, Inspiration 4, Axiom 1, Nilesat 301, and 4 Starlink missions. The first stage's next major milestone will be its entry burn, where we will ignite 3 of the Merlin 1D engines.
Mid-flight guidance. Both vehicles are following nominal trajectories.
And the second stage still has a few minutes to go here, with second engine cutoff number 1 just after 8 minutes into the flight. We are flying 54 Starlink satellites into orbit today. Starlink is a satellite internet constellation designed and manufactured by SpaceX to provide high-speed and low-latency internet to people living in remote and rural locations around the globe. Next major milestone coming up in about 20 seconds. That'll be the entry burn on the first stage.
Stage 1 entry burn startup. Stage 1 FTS is saved.
So with that, first stage has ignited 3 of its Merlin 1D engines to slow down for atmospheric reentry. This burned pretty quick, just about 20 seconds long.
All right, if you are just joining us, you are watching SpaceX launching a batch of 54 satellites into low Earth orbit. Some pretty cool stuff that is out of this world. 10:58 on the East Coast and 7:58 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will take a live look at your top stories from across the country and the world coming up here on Live Now. Stay with us.
Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. You can see where we are here in the stock exchange as the big board is showing green, up more than 320 points here at this time. Thank you to all of the viewers who've been watching here with us all morning long. I know we've been keeping you fully covered on the top stories happening not only across our country, but even around the world, especially since there was some big news that came out of the UK. Britain's Prime Minister resigning after less than just 2 months in the office. So Truss has faced calls to step down after there's been massive reversal of economic policies. And she did make that resignation announcement as, again, she said clearly that she is a fighter, not a quitter. But ultimately, circumstances had to change. Liz Truss saying, given this situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. She said, I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party. This obviously means that there's going to have to be more leaders who step forward to take that position. We're going to be continuing to speak with all of our experts on the government in Britain, speaking about what this means for the Conservative Party. What does this mean for the Labour Party? We'll be bringing those interviews to you here throughout the day. But of course, we want to continue to bring you also more news stories that have been happening here across the United States as we are also getting close to our very own election time. So we are just less than 3 weeks away from that happening, and the campaign trail really starting to see an increase of candidates out there trying to increase their voters' support. So that already had a lot of events happening here this morning. But I want to mention some of the big issues that people are going to be focusing on when it comes to who to vote into these different offices, whether it be maybe a Senate seat or maybe it might be the governor's office, depending on which states you're in. There's a lot of people who are focused on inflation, and another top issue has been violent crime happening in cities all across the United States. And today we did have Pennsylvania leaders. They were talking about ways that they're going to continue to try to improve their neighborhoods, keep them safe, especially from gun violence. So we did have some of those leaders speaking earlier here today. Let's go ahead and listen into that right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
Including the police department, Attorney General Shapiro's operation, Congresswoman Scanlon, who has done tremendous work in helping us get resources. And of course, I can't do anything without the support of County Council, who have been extraordinarily supportive in multiple ways, including making sure we have 4 new county detectives. So we're not letting go work in other parts of Delaware County. We're stopping crime everywhere, but we're particularly focused here today in the city of Chester. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the other partners, because there's other people who have been doing good work in Chester, some before we started, but have all approached and been part of this wonderful Chester partnership. And I actually wrote it down so I wouldn't forget this time. The Riverfront Alliance of businesses who are doing extraordinary work and putting in a lot of the cameras that you talked about. The Chester Community Coalition. Make a Change Group. I see my friend Corey Long is here today. Thank you, Corey. Laborers Local 413. I say it every time, but nothing good happens in Chester that the Laborers Local 413 is not involved with. The Green Family Foundation has stepped up now and has provided funding to keep this project going. And as well as the Foundation from Delaware County, which is an extraordinary group of people who are doing great work across the board in Delaware County. All of these organizations and more are working with us to continue to change the way people live here in the city of Chester. And I don't want to forget my friend Ralph Dorsey over there, who is the king of biddy ball. The mayor talked about me. Let's be honest, Ralph, all I did was help gather up basketballs. I never shot a basket down there. I was afraid somebody would get some video, and yeah, that's for Tanner Ralph to do. But thank you. Well, you see a lot of, there's a whole, I think, group of pictures of the summer camps that we were able to run, the Chester Partnership, with Ralph for children. We had the first one ever in Sun Village this summer, which is really meaningful, I think, for all of the things we're doing on that end of this carrot and stick strategy. And that's, I think, the last thing I want to talk about before Mary Gay comes to speak, and that's that you've heard what we're talking about here with the strategy we've initiated called focused deterrence. It is really a strategy that focuses on the 1% of people who commit 75 to 80% of the violent acts. And it's been described somewhat appropriately as a carrot and stick strategy. And I want to just focus for a minute on the stick, because as the mayor alluded to, that's where we're seeing a lot of the change happening. We're changing the behavior because of Matt Krause and Stephen Gretzky and Jim Nolan's work and John's work. We're changing the behavior. The message has gone out that we are closing cases. If you commit a homicide in the city of Chester, we are going to get you. If you fire a gun at somebody in the city of Chester, we are coming for you. We don't want to. We'd like you to pick another path. We'll help you find that path if you let us. But if you don't, we're going to stop you if you make us. That's the goal of this project. And that 70% this year, 70% of the homicides by gun this year have already been closed cases. That message has gone out throughout the community. The young men, and this is a tragedy, but what happens in this country is young men who live generally in poverty are the ones who are committing. They're killing themselves. They're killing their friends. They're killing everybody they've been associated with in their lives. We have to help them find a different way to do that. One way is by holding out a stick. And saying, if you commit this act, there will be consequences. We will hold you accountable. Everyone's life in Delaware County is meaningful to us. That's why we're going to hold you accountable. We have prioritized gun cases. Matt's not just in charge of the gun cases and the violence that happens in the city of Chester. He's in charge of a gun unit that works throughout the office. We're doing a stripped-down version of focused deterrence in what we call Sector 4, a bunch of our smaller communities that have suffered from gun violence, some of which has come across the border from Philadelphia. Because of County Council's presence and their willingness to step up and support law enforcement, we have 4 new county detectives who are able to concentrate on that work. they're making a difference as well. But you can see what we do when we all work here together, and I just want to make sure that everybody really understands what we're doing on the law enforcement side. Matt is in daily contact with law enforcement officers, as are prosecutors in John's office when they're needed to help us, with law enforcement officers. Prosecutors are working with police officers to build the best cases possible. We're also giving them every single tool we possibly can. Chief Nolan is the king of cameras. He has made a statement, if you don't mind me saying this, Jim, but he is saying that camera technology is the biggest change and advance in policing since the automobile. I think it's a pretty apropos statement. He has now brought a real-time crime center to the city of Chester. We have a platform where police officers can see all of the cameras we have deployed in Chester on their phones in real time. We are working to bring that across to other communities in Delaware County as well. But we're doing every single thing we can on the law enforcement side, and I want to thank the Attorney General, who's not here, but John, you'll pass this message. I want to thank Chester Police Department. They are a tremendous group of officers who are working night and day, hand in glove with Jim's county detectives, who are adding value to make sure that we get every single gun case charged that happens in the city of Chester. And a goal, of course, is to deter. Focused deterrence is about deterring those people from picking up a gun and finding their pathway to a good and virtuous life. So I want to thank everybody who's here today represented. I know I probably talked too long. Oh, I'm sorry, Charles. Yes, Charles, sorry. The Panthers football. How can I forget Panthers football? Not only do we have a biddy ball league, but we've got probably one of the best local youth football. What do you think, in America? Yeah. I think those people in Texas think that they know how football. They know football here in Chester. Yeah. Yes. I thank you, Charles, for being here. I'm sorry, with the mask, but we're doing great things across this community. There are great things happening in this community before we even started. We love Chester. All of the people here just love this city, and we love the people who live there. So I'm going to turn it over to my friend Mary Gay Scanlon, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor. Mary Gay has brought the work she's doing in Washington on a national level to try to stop gun violence across this country is dramatic, but the resources she's able to bring to us that give the value add, that provides the carrot, along with county council and with our state legislators, is making a real difference in people's lives. So Mary Gay, thank you very much.
All right, I am delighted to be here today with all of our partners to celebrate good news for Chester. You know, everyone deserves to live in a safe community, and I've worked hard in Congress to pass the laws and develop the resources necessary to make community safety a reality. And I'm so proud to work with DA Stolzheimer and the Chester Partnership for Safe Neighborhoods to bring evidence-based solutions to prevent crime and help restore safety to our neighborhoods. You know, we hear a lot of empty rhetoric about folks saying they're going to be tough on crime. But what's noteworthy here in Chester is that we've seen the DA's office and the Chester Partnership for Safe Neighborhoods roll up their sleeves and do the research on what really works. And now they're doing the actual hard work of keeping guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them and addressing the root causes of violence, connecting individuals to meaningful opportunities and employment and educational programs and appropriate mental health care. The toll of gun violence on children and families and communities across this country is really heavy, and we know that particularly here in Chester. People shouldn't be afraid to walk to school or the store or just down their own neighborhood block. But it doesn't have to be the reality. With the right policies and cooperation across levels of government, across the community, we can make our communities safer. And the people standing here today have set out to prove it. That's why the DA's office stepped up 2 years ago and launched the Partnership for Safe Neighborhoods. It's brought strong state, federal, and local cooperation with community organizations, and that's a really, really important part. We can't just police our way out of gun violence. We need the community partners to provide the better way to help our communities and our young people see that there's a different path. And it's so remarkable when you look at the statistics here, we know it's working. As gun violence has spiked across the country in the last couple years, in red states and in blue, Shootings and gun violence homicides in Chester are down. Lives have been saved because people have done the hard work. So, in passing the American Rescue Plan, we were able to deliver much needed funding to the Pennsylvania Commission on Crime and Delinquency, and Chester Partnership is getting $2 million from that funding. This new money is geared towards violence intervention and prevention, and it gives the program important resources to engage with the community, clean up public spaces, and keep people safe. So I'm going to keep pushing at the federal level to bring additional funds. We know that we were able to pass the Safer Communities Act this summer, first significant federal legislation regarding gun safety in over 30 years, but there's a lot more we need to do, and this fall's elections will probably have a significant impact on how much more we are able to do. We're going to keep fighting for common sense policies to keep guns off our streets and to address violence and trauma in our neighborhoods, to advance justice for everyone, and build stronger, healthier relationships between our communities and the law enforcement and the people they serve. Because every life lost to gun violence is one too many. So, looking forward to continuing to work with the DA's office and all the state, local, and community partners on this project as we collaborate to end gun violence and ensure a brighter future for all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Gay. I just want to say that one of the interesting things about working with Congresswoman Scanlon is she ends every meeting with every local government or elected official with the same mantra, which is, what more can I be doing? Boy, wish every congressperson would say that. She's been a fantastic partner. We really appreciate. I do want to point out Melissa Miroff is here. She is the person who is going to be implementing that $2 million grant. And one of the things we're going to do, right, Melissa, is Congresswoman Scanlon and I are desperate to go out and clean up a park or two. So keep that in mind as you roll this out. Yeah, I think Stefan might want to help us as well. Yeah. But again, I mentioned this earlier, I can't do any of this work without, of my work without the strong support of County Council. Delaware County Council, 3 of the 5 members are here today. I'm going to do Dr. Taylor in a moment, but what they have done for this project, but also for law enforcement in Delaware County across the board has been fantastic. Just the investment alone you made in officer safety by getting a radio system that will actually work so that officers on the beat, when they're faced with a crisis, can actually talk to each other through the radio system. This is something that is going to save people's lives. We appreciate everything in law enforcement that this county council has done, and I deeply appreciate, Dr. Taylor, you guys, what you've done for us here in the city of Chester. So thank you. Please come on up.
Yeah, thank you. We are continuing to listen in here to Pennsylvania leaders as they are getting ready for also President Biden. You can see he is just arriving to go on board Air Force One ahead of him traveling to Pittsburgh. We'll be following the president's movements as well as the very latest news conferences across the country. Let's go ahead, send some viewers out to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in from Chester, Pennsylvania, to leaders speaking about keeping neighborhoods safe.
Of the dedication and collaboration of the members of the Chester Partnership for Safe Neighborhoods, local law enforcement, and our district attorney's office. As so many others have said before me, it's really about the collaborations. Collaboration is vital. Delaware County Council is committed to the public safety concerns of our community, and we are committed to ensuring that every resident in every neighborhood feels safe and protected in Delaware County. We have also been committed to working collaboratively across all agencies and organizations, both inside and outside of our county government, to achieve a common goal of creating and maintaining a safe community in Delaware County. Every single one of our residents should feel safe in their homes, in schools, at work, while they are walking down the street, at a playground, or in any of our public buildings. For any community to thrive, it must first and foremost feel safe. After decades of underinvestment in the Chester community, it was clear to all members of council that the public safety needs of the Chester community needed to be addressed, which is why when the district attorney asked council to support the partnership, we all enthusiastically agreed. and we allocated county resources to fund an outreach coordinator who works on the streets of Chester every day, connecting at-risk individuals with much-needed services. Today's announcement demonstrates what can be achieved through genuine collaboration. And on behalf of all of County Council, I'd like to commend those who are part of the Chester Partnership for Safe Neighborhoods program, the City of Chester Police Department, and other members of local law enforcement who are called to Chester, our Mayor Kirkland and our City of Chester council members, and our District Attorney Salzheimer and his amazing team, who have all worked to reduce homicides and gun violence in the City of Chester. And while today's news is significant and a step in the right direction, Council vows to continue to collaborate and identify additional resources to support the work of the partnership and to utilize this model of success across the county and to continue to push this model forward in all of our neighborhoods throughout Delaware County to ensure that our neighborhoods are safe. Thank you.
I'm the pen picking up guy. Any questions for Dr. Taylor or the mayor or anybody?
Before
Yes, yeah. I'm sorry.
if I may, I forgot one good thing. And my knees are locking up.
Oh,
Just wanted to say one more thing. I want to recognize the fact that I have one of the finest police commissioners on the planet, along with the fine police officers that he works with. Our police force is undermanned and woman and overworked, but they do a yeoman's job when it comes to protecting and serving and partnering with all of law enforcement throughout Delaware County. Commissioner Gresky has shown himself to be not only capable but committed to the residents of this community and making sure that he not only solves crime and prevents crime, but also he's the type of person that is hands-on and works within our community, comes to community events, organizes community events, and does everything humanly possible to make sure that young people have other outlets and other avenues rather than violent activity. So if I had a hat on, I'd take it off to him and his fine staff and the work that they've done here in this community in helping us reduce this crime. And this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Finally, I want to say that as we move forward, I tell folks I invest in this community, for real, for real. When I say that, I don't just live in this community myself, but I tell my kids, my grown kids, don't talk about it. What are you going to do to make it better? And many of them have stayed here and they work here, they teach here, they counsel here, they work here in the city of Chester. And my grandkids live here, play here, go to school here in this community. I would not have my kids and my grandkids in a place that I would deem unsafe. I am so proud of the progress that has been made in this community when it comes to safety that you wouldn't even believe. Yeah, you should believe, because my very own live here and stay here and work here and play here. And when one is willing to invest that human capital, when it comes to your very own, the commitment is clear. And so once again, I want to thank the DA's office, Jack. I want to thank our congresswoman. I want to thank our council persons for all the hard work that they've placed in making sure that our community thrives in a positive way. I want to thank Josh Shapiro for all the work that he's done and continues to do in making sure safety is first and forehand in our community, and all the fine workers that have basically put not their lives, but put their all in all into this. Our city council persons who have committed themselves to saying Chester first and Chester positive.
Leaders here in Chester speaking about trying to keep neighborhoods more safe while they're also trying to reduce gun violence and homicides in their city, but also this trying to be implemented all across the state. We do have the Delaware County District Attorney along with also the mayor and other leaders in Pennsylvania speaking here. This all coming ahead of President Biden, who is also headed to Pennsylvania. He's going to be in Pittsburgh. He's not only going to be making remarks on infrastructure, but he's also going to be campaigning for Fetterman. He did answer a few questions while he was leaving the White House. We were able to capture those moments from just a little bit ago. So let's go ahead and play out his response to some of these top stories happening across the country.
Do the right thing?
Prime Minister Truss.
Well, that's for her to decide. But look, she was a good partner on Russia and Ukraine, and the British are going to solve the problems. But she was a good partner.
Are you concerned about the spillover effects of the U.S. economy, given the political and economic?
No, I don't think they're that consequential.
Mr. President,
John Fetterman, message for Turkey and Hungary on the delay to NATO expansion.
I've delivered that privately.
John Fetterman is going to appear with you today in Pennsylvania. John Fetterman's going to appear with you today in Pennsylvania, but there haven't been that many candidates campaigning with you. Why are more?
That's not true. There have been 15. Count, kid, count.
Okay, and are there going to be even more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should there be any restrictions on abortion at all? Any restrictions on abortion at all?
Yes, there should be.
What should they be?
And Roe v. Wade. Read it, man. You'll get educated.
No, I'm asking.
Okay.
So just a few brief conversations, answering a few questions from the media ahead of departing here from the White House. And again, now Air Force One going to be sending President Biden to Pittsburgh. We'll be following the president's movements just as we always do whenever he leaves the White House. Again, he'll be making some remarks on infrastructure a little bit later here today. So those remarks are supposed to be taking place around 2:15 p.m. local time. That's on the East Coast. So 11:15 for the viewers on the West Coast. He's also going to be, again, alongside the Democratic Senator candidate John Fetterman in Philadelphia. So we'll be continuing to keep track of the president as well as the top stories coming to us from across the country. Live now from Fox, stepping away for a brief break. We'll be bringing you more press conferences and returning back out to those Pennsylvania leaders talking about safe neighborhoods when we return here in just a moment. Continue. We're back here live with us on Live Now from Fox Air Force One, about to be wheels up as President Biden is headed to Pennsylvania. And that's where we were listening in to some of those other leaders who reside there in the state. They were speaking about keeping neighborhoods safe, reducing violence, especially since we know that we've seen an increase of gun violence in Philadelphia and cities surrounding that area. So let's go ahead and take you back out to that press conference coming to us from Chester, Pennsylvania.
Models to other communities within Delaware County. Are there any specifically that you'd be able to name today?
Sure. As I mentioned earlier, one of Matt's colleagues, Deputy District Attorney Lori Moore, has been doing this in what we call Sector 4. That's sort of like the radio system language, but there's a bunch of smaller communities outside of Chester. The mayor mentioned, and I think people who don't know Delaware County, in fact, a lot of people who live in Delaware County don't know this, Pennsylvania started here in the city of Chester. William Penn landed here. Delaware County all grew out of the metropolis of Chester. So there are smaller communities outside of the city of Chester, places like Eddystone, places like Fulcroft, that were once just suburbs of the city of Chester. So there's smaller communities with smaller police departments. So Lori is working with them, and she also runs our narcotics, our countywide narcotics task force. But it's the same exact model, right? Just a sort of a stripped down version where, without the grant money, where we're saying with those local police officers and with our CID detectives that we've gotten because of county council's support, and saying who are the people most likely to shoot or be shot in these communities, and how do we target them the same way. You can stop if you want to put down the guns, but if not, we're going to have to get you. And we have seen a significant decrease in Sector 4 shootings, especially since Lori took about 11 people off the streets. Was that, Matt, was that earlier this year? Yeah. Again, when you look at the gun violence anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, at these levels of gun violence, you'll see that there's generally young men who live in poverty and who are in groups. They associate with each other, and they're trying to be part of something larger than themselves. It's something we all want to do, but they live in an area where crime is more of a norm. So what we need to do is to get the same message to them no matter where they live in Delaware County. And I want to be just very clear to Monica's point is, we target every single gun case in the county of Delaware. Okay, anybody who picks up a gun and tries to kill somebody in Delaware County, we're after you. No matter whether you live in Haverford, where I live, or Chester, or Upper Darby, it doesn't matter. Matt's Gun Violence Task Force, Matt and my first deputy, Tanner Rouse, every single gun case goes through them. We don't make plea bargains and anything until Matt and Tanner have signed off. We have raised the level of alert within the office to cases where people are illegally using firearms. And this is also a regional problem. So we're working with our counterparts in Montgomery, Chester, Bucks counties. We're working with the federal authorities. Everybody's trying to stop trafficking as firearms as well. So there's a lot of things you can't see that are going on at those levels, but everybody is completely aware of the level of gun violence needs to be reduced, not just in the city of Chester, but across this county and across this country.
What do you think cities such as Philadelphia, who saw record crime rates last year, still very high going on this year, what can they learn, or can you identify a missing ingredient in their current methods?
This is what they're missing. What they need to do, and if I was district attorney of Philadelphia, which I'm not, we would do the same thing we're doing in the city of Chester in every single police district. You assign an assistant district attorney, you take the captain of the patrol, Philadelphia Police Department, and you sit down with your detectives and you figure out who are the people most likely to shoot or be shot. And then you target them. You give them an opportunity. Same way. You can go straight, or we're going to have to shut you down. You prioritize those cases. Lynn Abraham started that process when she was district attorney. Seth Williams took it to a new level when he was district attorney. And I would venture to say that if Seth hadn't fallen prey to his personal foibles, the situation in Philadelphia would be a lot different than it is today. Because anybody who's actually in law enforcement and who understands what we're doing here gets that this is the only proactive strategy there is to actually stop gun violence. They just need to bite the bullet and do it in the city of Philadelphia, and that would help the whole regional problem, by the way. We have shootings in Upper Darby, a community that borders Philadelphia, right? That we have shootings from people coming across the border, bringing their disputes into Delaware County. We had a shooting at a funeral. People from Philadelphia were coming out for a funeral. We have a cemetery that will allow Muslim ceremonies because you get buried without a coffin. And they took their dispute to the funeral and shot at each other in line to pay their respects to somebody being killed. Okay, that behavior has to stop. We can't just draw the line at Delaware County. We have to do this everywhere.
Kim, this might be a question more for people on the city council. But obviously Chester finances are a big concern. There's talk of bankruptcy. What happens to this program, if the city can't fund certain services or things like that? I mean, if the cops are on the street, can they really, continue to support this? I just wanted to see if somebody from council or maybe the mayor wanted to address that point. Because I know it's something that weighs on Chester residents' minds.
You'll make me get back up, right?
There you go, Alex.
Thank you, Alex. Let me start off by the question of bankruptcy. For me, that goes in one ear and comes out the other. I don't see where a city goes into bankruptcy that has a $500 million asset sitting right here in his lap. That's like your house being on fire and the fire company right across the street, and you've yet to use the water.
You're talking about the CWA?
Yes. So for the bankruptcy conversation to come up, I think that's kind of like I don't know if it's a scare tactic or just a false conversation, especially when you, once again, you have a $500 million asset sitting right here in your lap that the courts have already ruled to belong to the city. And so we have been able to, fortunately, build bricks without straw here in the city. You have to go to your Bible in order to find out what I'm talking about there, Alex. But we've been able to do that. We've been able to partnership with others, which helps us out financially. We don't believe that when it comes to policing and reducing crime, that you can really put a dollar label on it and say, okay, a city's in financial distress, so now they're about to lose their funding for policing or protection of their community. That's something that should not and cannot happen, not even in a community such as Chester. That's why we have such a very fine congresswoman in place that goes to Congress and makes sure that cities like Chester aren't left behind financially when it comes to law enforcement. That's why we have a county council in place that makes sure that cities like Chester aren't left behind financially when it comes to law enforcement and policing in our very own community. Don't make me get back up. I have to let the police on.
Can I say one thing about that, Alex? So last time we were here in the same room, I'll let Mary Gay speak too if she wants, but last time we were here, Attorney General was with us, right? And he explicitly said, and he said this publicly, he wants to retain and better train police officers across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We know we need to do it. As a community, we know we need to do it. We need to back our law enforcement with real resources. He's saying that as Attorney General. I think he has offered, I think, John, it's something like 2,000 more police officers he has promised to put on the street. He has been directly involved in what's going on in the city of Chester. He knows more details about what's been going on in Chester in terms of the finances and the entire picture than I certainly do. And I can tell you, where he is going, where I expect him to go, he will bring more resources to the city of Chester. He has told members of the Fraternal Order of Police in a public setting that I was not there, that he is never going to forget the city of Chester. And I want to tell you one thing I know about Josh Shapiro. He's a man of his word. So I think that the future looks bright in some ways. I know there's dark clouds because of the financial situation, but Alex, that's because for 70 years, this country has failed to invest in communities like the city of Chester. It's happening all across this country. It's gotten worse and not better in recent years as we've developed an economy that doesn't rely on manufacturing anymore. Rural poverty is an unspoken story that's happening across Pennsylvania. We have got to end poverty. We've got to make a serious effort to end poverty in this country. And you start in places like the city of Chester. You start in places like Menneson in Westmoreland County, a former steel town where I started my public service career doing constituent services work for the local state rep. There are so many communities who we have to help, and we have to help the people who live there. And if you do that, you're going to raise the entire ship. You're going to help everybody in the country if you help the people who are in these places who desperately want to do good work, and they want to live the American dream. They want to have families. They want to be connected to something that's greater than themselves, that's positive, that will give their life meaning. I can give you a million Robert F. Kennedy quotes that will tell you about exactly what we're talking about. But we've got to stop reading books from 1978 about what Robert Kennedy was saying in 1968 and do it. We've actually got to do it, and it's right there. We actually can do it. We have the systems now. You saw during the pandemic, and I know I'm going on a tangent, but you saw during the pandemic, right, where we were able to move money to people's accounts, stimulus checks, seamlessly using computers and technology, the things I hate, right? We can do that to end poverty as well. Give people, everybody in this country needs to have the opportunity to work for a living and make a decent wage, and the government needs to help them. That's my point of view. Sorry.
Just to
Went to Catholic school.
Just to pick up on a couple points. A lot of the federal money that's coming comes directly through existing formulas for law enforcement, et cetera. So that's going to come irregardless of the status of Chester's municipal finances. So juvenile justice and delinquency prevention grants come directly to organizations in this community. We've been able to earmark spending for community resources, which is just as, if not more important than the law enforcement resources. So the Access Center that opened in Chester just last week, we've put in for grants to support that community center to help build community and provide the alternatives that we need in order to keep reducing the gun violence. As the mayor said, you need people to be willing to invest themselves in the community. That's why my district office is in Chester. That was a deliberate decision to show that we have faith in Chester and we see a bright future for Chester, and we're all in for Chester. So the money's there. We need to have the willing folks to spend the money, and that's what we have here. It is a partnership across all levels, and we're going to keep doing that work. Thanks.
Does somebody want to speak just to the numbers that we're seeing on these boards here and what they mean?
Sure. So, what we've done is we've gathered Matt Krause as the numbers guru. Not only is he actually solving crime, but he keeps the numbers. But as you can see, we've compared the numbers during the period from January 1st to September 30th of each year. We started this partnership in October of 2020. So each year, and the big takeaway board over there is each year, the 60% reduction is gun violence homicides. So in 2020, there were 25 gun violence homicides during that period. Last year there were 12. This year there's 10. So what you're seeing is the reduction in part because people who are committing those crimes are being removed from the community, and the word is getting out that that is happening. And I think I can say this, but I think everybody knows that when you are in jail, you don't have the same Fourth Amendment privacy rights. So law enforcement can listen to people who talk in prison on tapes. We have heard, Matt has heard, members telling their friends back from prison, telling people back in the community, stop it. Put down the guns. These guys are serious. Sometimes they mention Matt's name in particular. But the word has gotten out. It is, that it's a small group of people, again, 1% who do this stuff. And so you can see the numbers, I think, speak for themselves. Matt's also keeping track of the non-fatal shooting non-fatal shootings, which have also gone down. And I really want to highlight this right here, because I think this is the key to understanding that, Alex, is we just have improved by having a prosecutor work with a police officer. We do this in the federal system because we do a lot less cases. It's much harder to do in the state system. But Matt is working in real time with the prosecutors, telling them what we need to bring those cases to make the charges. And so the police officers, Jim's guys, the detectives, John's guys, and the police officers, the street police officers in Chester, Steve Gretzky's guys, all of those guys are working together, and they get to work with Matt. And Matt is telling them what we need to get each of these cases solved. This also shows the effect of using camera technology. I want to congratulate Matthew and Tanner Rouse and the team of people who I recruited from the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office. They are the best and the brightest, or they used to be, in Pennsylvania. What they knew how to do is charge cases that would not otherwise have been charged here in Delaware County in years past. Matt is willing to go to trial with evidence that's a lot less concrete in some ways than the evidence that we used to go to trial with here. And Matt has been successful. He just had a wonderful jury verdict just a couple of weeks ago, and I think that's why he's so quiet. I think he's contemplating his next jury trial. But we're being more aggressive about charging, and by again, knocking down those walls, taking down those silos, and having prosecutors proactively working with law enforcement officers to build the best cases possible. That's why you're seeing that case close number go up, the conviction rate stay high, and that is what is being spent back or sped back to the folks on the street. Put down the guns, because if we are, because we run, these gentlemen run in groups generally, they want to get the message out that they don't want to be held accountable for something one of their gang members might have done. And I use gang in a loose term. So it's all working exactly the way we sort of envisioned it, but the key is just everybody, no silos, whether it's Mary Gay and the money that she's able to get, county council with their tremendous support, not just of law enforcement, but of the city itself. They've moved operations for the election bureau down here, for example. I'll let Monica speak more, but everybody is doing the same work here to try to break down those silos, and that's what the success is about. And I can give you shorter answers too if you want, but anybody else have a question? Not real. Well, I lied. Yeah. Kevin, Elaine, do you guys want to say anything?
I mean, I'll just add that this council, Kevin Madden, Dr. Monica Taylor, myself, Christine Ruther, and Richard Womack, when we took office and we took over, one of our number one, at the very, very top of the list of priorities that we came to office with, was to revitalize Chester, to bring it back to what it used to be, to support the people of Chester after decades of disinvestment in this county by the county government. So I know we're all committed to that. We will continue to be committed to that. This program is just one of many tools that we're using to support and bring forward Chester.
Yeah, and I'll just add.
All right, so Philadelphia leaders here, or Pennsylvania leaders here in Chester, Pennsylvania, speaking on the ways that they have been trying to implement action to take steps to making neighborhoods safer again. Let's go ahead and send our viewers out to a 2-minute break. When we come back, we had that big breaking news we've been covering all morning long. UK's Prime Minister Liz Truss resigning nearly just 6 weeks after being put in that position. We'll be breaking it all down for you here throughout the rest of the day, plus talking with industry experts. Not only from the UK, but also here in the United States on that top story. We'll see you right back here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It was earlier here today that we've been keeping you fully covered on the recent resignation of the British Prime Minister Liz Truss. She made that announcement on Thursday, and boy, a lot of fallout has already been starting. The Conservative Party going to be scrambling to find a new leader. This will be their 5th in the last 6 years. So we'll be breaking that down for you a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to go and play those remarks that were made by Truss herself just earlier on Thursday.
I came into office at a time of great economic and international instability. Families and businesses were worried about how to pay their bills. Putin's illegal war in Ukraine threatens the security of our whole continent, and our country has been held back for too long by low economic growth. I was elected by the Conservative Party with a mandate to change this. We delivered on energy bills and on cutting national insurance. And we set out a vision for a low-tax, high-growth economy that would take advantage of the freedoms of Brexit. I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party. This morning I met the chairman of the 1922 committee, Sir Graham Brady. We've agreed that there will be a leadership election to be completed within the next week. This will ensure that we remain on a path to deliver our fiscal plans and maintain our country's economic stability and national security. I will remain as Prime Minister until a successor has been chosen. Thank you.
So those were the remarks made by Truss just from earlier here on Thursday, again, after just 6 weeks being elected to that position. Now, Truss made this announcement just one day after she defiantly declared that she is a fighter and not a quitter. Ultimately, though, circumstances obviously had changed. As you heard her say, she said she spoke with His Majesty the King to notify him that she is resigning, and she will be staying until a new leader is put into place. Now, Truss's announcement comes soon after Home Secretary had resigned via a letter that slammed the Prime Minister, and there has definitely been a lot of fallout here in the UK. We'll continue to be following this story. It was also asked about to President Biden on his way out of the White House from earlier here as he's headed to Pennsylvania. I want to play out his remarks and what he had to say about Truss's resignation.
Right thing? Well, that's for her to decide. But look, she was a good partner on Russia and Ukraine, and the British are going to solve their problems. But she was a good partner.
Are you concerned about the spillover effects of the U.S. economy, given the political and economic?
No, I don't think they're that consequential.
John Fetterman for Turkey and Hungary on a delay to NATO expansion.
I've delivered that privately.
All right, so just a couple questions asked about Liz Truss's announcement as she has resigned. The president saying that she was someone who was a great leader, good partner to Ukraine, and when he was asked about if this would spill over into the U.S. economy, he said he couldn't answer on that. So I do want to turn our attention to what has been coming in here when it comes to some of our recent reports for our job claims. This also affecting our economy as well. The latest read on the job market, well, it's mixed. The number of new claims for unemployment benefits, they declined by 12,000 just last week to 214,000. Now, the decline, it was a surprise. It's a sign companies are still reluctant to cut staff. The largest increases in the new claims were in Florida, California, New York, Texas, and Pennsylvania. Now, however, there is a sign people are staying on unemployment longer. Economists were expecting continuing claims, the number of people still receiving benefits to rise, and it did by 21,000 to 1.38 million. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. There is voting happening in Georgia and Pennsylvania. This is early voting, shot coming to us. President Biden headed to Pennsylvania, as we mentioned. He's going to be campaigning alongside one of the Democratic candidates, Fetterman. And so we'll be keeping track of the president's movements here for you. He's also supposed to make some remarks on infrastructure. But when we come back, since we're kind of focused on elections, whether it's here in the United States or ones that they're trying to avoid over in the UK with Liz Truss's recent resignation announcement. We did have some of our leaders already out on the campaign trail this morning. We're going to be bringing you out to some of those campaign speeches here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Look at the White House, but we already saw earlier here today, President Biden departing as he was now on his way to Pennsylvania. He is expected to deliver some remarks talking about infrastructure. That's set to take place at about 2:15 p.m. Eastern time. And then he's later going to be participating in a reception for Democratic senatorial candidate John Fetterman in Philadelphia. So the president, again, going to be arriving in Pittsburgh here soon and then delivering remarks a little bit later this afternoon. We'll be watching all of our camera shots out of those areas, keeping track of Biden's movements. But since it is a big piece that President Biden is going to be participating in that reception with Fetterman, that's something that has been asked about a number of times in our White House press conferences, has been the support from President Biden to some of those candidates who are running in different races across the country. And you heard President Biden asked about it on his way out of the White House today, and he said he's already been backing about 15 candidates. So that was a little unclear what he was answering to. But again, he has been showing his support now today. And will be showing his support today to Fetterman. But that's not the only race that we have happening, not just the Pennsylvania race, but so many happening across the country. Down in Georgia, we did have an event already taking place this morning as Herschel Walker was out on the campaign trail. His bus pulled up to an event that he was hosting this morning. Again, he is running in Georgia. Let's go ahead and bring you that event right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
By absentee, you can vote early and you vote election day. People said, I'm sick and tired of all those phone calls to get me to vote. I said, go vote. They'll stop. The moment you can vote, go vote, because we are all going to make sure everybody gets out to vote, and you will too. So now it's my distinct honor to introduce somebody that would be a great U.S. Senator, the next U.S. Senator from the great state of Georgia, Herschel Walker.
Hello there, how you guys doing? Hey, I want to acknowledge my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because he said if you don't acknowledge him, he's not going to acknowledge you. And when I come knocking, I want him to let me in. And I also want to acknowledge my wife, Julie, because she's in this race with me, and we're going to win this race. And I also got to acknowledge some superheroes behind me. These are the sheriffs that we got to get behind and support. And I want you guys to know I'm going to always support them. I'm going to always support them and stuff. And I want to thank them for all what they do, because what they're doing is toughest time in the United States of America to be a law enforcement today. And one of the reasons why is because the guy that's in office right now had decided to disrespect our law enforcement. But I want them to know I will always have their back, and I want them to have my back as well, because I put my trust in our law enforcement. But I want to start out just by telling you guys the reason I'm going to win this race, because the Lord prepared me for a moment just like this. Because as a little boy growing up, my mom said I was big bone. I had a speech impediment, and the grace of God got me up. He took me to the University of Georgia. He got me prepared that I won a Heisman. He got me prepared that I ended up going to the Olympics. He got me prepared that I ended up joining this company. But this was so strange about it. He knew I wasn't ready then. He knew I wasn't ready then, because what happened, he decided, he got to break me. And he sent me to this hospital. But then he built me back up, because he said, now he need a warrior. Because what happened, and I'm going to tell you this little story, what happened was like this man that died and went to heaven a little bit early. He died and went to heaven a little bit early, and as he got there, St. Peter said, sir, you're here a little bit early right now. Said, you're the only one in history that's going to decide where you want to go, because your name ain't on the roll here. He said, you're going to take you to heaven, and I'm going to take you to hell, and you get to decide where you want to go. So he puts him in this elevator, and he takes him all the way down to hell, and the doors open up, and there was a party going on. People are laughing and singing, they're having a good time. He sees some of his friends down there, and they're having this great time, and St. Peter came to him and said, sir, you ready to go? You ready to go? Said, do I have to leave right now? And he said, yeah, you got to make a decision. This is important. So he puts him in this elevator and takes him all the way up to heaven. They get to heaven, and there's people floating around on clouds, having a good time. They're just talking. And after a couple of hours, St. Peter came to him and said, have you made your mind up? Have you made your mind up? And the guy said, well, St. Pete, I hate to tell you this, I think I want to go to hell. That seemed like my type of place. I want to go to hell. St. Peter said, are you sure? He said, yeah. St. Peter puts him in his elevator, sends him all the way back down to hell, and the doors open up now. It is hot. People are crying, they're screaming, they're terrible. And he said, this man go, wait a minute, a couple of hours ago when I was here, there was a party going on. And Satan shows up and said, a couple of hours ago, I was campaigning. And the reason I tell you that, right now the left is campaigning. They're lying to you. So that's the reason the Lord had to break me and build me back. Because he said he needed a warrior right now. Because I'm going up against a wolf in sheep's clothing. And I think y'all seen that. And now he don't know what he's time for him to go. Because I'm here now. And what he has done to this country, what he's done to the state of Georgia, he should be ashamed. He can't run now. Don't try to hide. You're the one that voted that we have this inflation. He's trying to put it on everyone else. They say it's Putin's fault. No, it's not. You voted for it. You know, they gave up our energy. Giving up our energy makes us not secured anymore. Our military, think about it. They're bringing wokeness in our military. The greatest fighting force ever assembled is the United States military. And I say, I believe in peace through strength. But if we don't strengthen our military, we're going to have no peace. So we got to get behind our men and women in the service. Hey, I can tell you right now, Russia, Iran, and China not talking about pronouns, how you identify, how you feel. They're talking about war, but yet we're talking about how you feel. Hey, the guy I'm running against even agreed that a doctor in the military can do transgender surgery. Why shouldn't he be thinking about push-ups? But yet he's trying to fool you. He tried to fool me too, told me he was ready for a debate. But I told him, I said, this country boy don't know what you know, sir. But when I show up, you better be ready. And he wasn't ready. Y'all saw he wasn't ready. Y'all saw who should be the senator, and that's Herschel Walker. And now he should know that. And then, you know, he do not realize right now, for him to call our law enforcement names, like bullies, for him to call our law enforcement names, you know, the morale is down, recruitment is down. Let me tell you, we're a country of laws. You know, they're talking about making criminals heroes now, releasing prisoners from prison. They're going to make us prisoners in our own home. And what do we have to protect us? We have people like this standing behind us. They're standing up. They're standing up for you. So we got to stand up for them. Whoever thought of defunding the police? A dumb idea. Oh, wait. I can't say dumb because that's not politically correct. That's a stupid idea. We should have known that. Hey, I'm not a politician. I told you I'm a warrior for God. And what's going on right now is a shame. Hey, he's trying to separate us. Separate us because of your color. Do you know in the church he preaches from a great leader, Martin Luther King. He says not the color of your skin, but the content of your character. And he's forgotten about the character. All he talks about is the color. Because he wants to separate you, he wants to divide you. But in the Bible I read, it says a house divided cannot stand. So you can't divide us. We need to wake up, people. We need to wake up. Because I'm going to tell you something else. 23andMe has screwed us all up. We don't know what we are. But what I do know what we are, we're Americans. And we need to act like Americans. And the way we are Americans. And they talked about it earlier, this border, and I'm going to tell all you moms and dads, hey, it's Halloween, and there's a new war in town. China not your friend. China is not your friend. The Chinese people are good people, but the Chinese Communist parties are not good people. They're bringing fentanyl into this country. They're making it look like candy now. And we got to take our kids to Halloween, and they don't want to say anything about this border. Hey, you know 70% of the drugs crossing the southern border comes through Atlanta, Georgia. And you know the only defense we have right now is our law enforcement, which is the guy I'm running against is calling them names. And it's time for us to vote him out of office. We need warriors in Washington that's going to fight for you. And he got mad. I don't know if you saw it. He got mad at the debate because I said he voted for Joe Biden 96% of the time. That's not my fault. That's his fault. He need to get it right. And now I hear he's bringing in help. He needs help right now, I heard. I said, you bring him. You bring him in because they don't vote. All they do is talk. Talk is cheap in my book. What you got to do, you got to vote the right way. Vote for the Georgia people. The Georgia people don't want higher taxes. People told me I'm a conservative because I want lower taxes. I hope all you want lower taxes. Hey, they'll say I'm a conservative because I want school choice. I thought all of you want school choice. I'm a conservative because I want to protect the police. Everybody should want to protect the police. Hey, I was like, what in the world are they calling us names? They've been calling me all these names like it's going to bother me. They called me a coon the other day. I'm like, whoa, God, you don't know I'm from the country. A coon is one of the smartest animals out there. If you're going to call me something that's going to hurt my feelings. What hurts my feelings is these high gas prices. What hurts my feelings is people can't afford food on the table. What hurts my feelings, you're not supporting my military, my police officers. What hurts my feelings is you trying to now indoctrinate my kids because of the color of their skins. And then the leader, our leader would call you a domestic terrorist? And yet he want to negotiate with Iran. And I'm like, wait a minute, they have gotten the definition of words today. Remember, they didn't know the definition of recession. And they got it wrong. They didn't know the definition of a woman. They got it wrong. And now they don't know the definition of terrorist. They don't know a terrorist don't like you. They think a terrorist is your friend. A terrorist has said death to America. Death to Iran is real. They need to get their definition right. But what they're trying to tell you is this is the new normal. But I want to tell you it's not. So we need to wake up. And the only way we're going to wake up is come November. Only way we're going to wake up is right now. When you go to the polls, when you look down there and you see Raphael Warnock, you know he's not for Georgia. You know he's not for the United States. He's for California. He's for New York. Because that's seen the way he votes. I'm like, I'm for Georgia. He's for Joe Biden. And I don't know whether Joe Biden is for the United States. I'm not sure what he's for, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Because he's going to be gone soon, too. I said, right now, it is time for us to get the right people in office, get leaders in Washington that's going to be a leader, not a follower. And they get mad when I say, don't let them ride your bike no more, Senator. Get that saddle off your bike and straighten your bike up. You letting that president ride your bike. You doing everything they tell you to do. Hey, let me tell you, I don't dance and sing for nobody. I never have. I'm from Wrightsville, Georgia. The Lord has washed me in the blood of Jesus. So right now, I know I represent Georgia. And when I come out, I'm ready to represent Georgia today. Because I love you guys. You guys are my family. And I want to leave you with this. Because it get cold out here. It's getting cold out here. And I can tell you right now, Senator Warnock is really chilly right now. Because he know I'm catching up to him. You know, he didn't want to debate me, and I had someone that asked me at the debate, Herschel, I thought you were not going to show up. And I said, that was my debate. He showed up to my debate. I didn't show up to his debate because his debate was his donor. It had nothing to do with me. But I made him come and let everybody see who he was. And I hope y'all saw that he was at wolf in sheep's clothing. Y'all saw what he stood for because he started blaming people that had nothing to do with what he was doing. Did you notice that when they talked about that eviction? He blamed me. I just found out it that day. And he started blaming me. And then he brought in Dr. King. That really made me mad. Dr. King had nothing to do with what he's doing. He made all that money and put it in his pocket and started evicting people that was down only $28. And I offered to help pay for it, and he didn't want me to help him because he didn't want to admit he made it. And I said, don't bear false witness, sir. And I'm going to tell you this right here. If he won't keep the ultimate oath to our Heavenly Father, do you think he's going to keep the oath for you? And you need to think about that. In 2 years, you see where we're at. Do you want 6 more of that? I can tell you, I don't think we can stand 6 more of that. It is time right now. And I want you to tell your friends, to tell their friends. And if they don't have no friends, find some friends to go out and tell them we got to get out and vote for people that believe in the Constitution of the United States, that believe in America, that believes in this flag, that believe in our law enforcement, that believe in our military, and believe in us. Because we're people together. And together we stand, divided we fall. And I just want to leave you with this. I remember hearing this story about these 2 older gentlemen that love baseball. They love baseball so much that as they got up in age, one was getting ready to leave and go meet his maker. And as he laid on the hospital bed, the other one came in and said, can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor? And as he laid there, he said, what can I do for you? He said, can you let me know if there's baseball in heaven? The guy thought that was a strange request. He said, if I can, I will. The guy passes away. A couple of weeks later, the other guy's working in his backyard on a bright sunny day like this. And this cloud started coming towards him. And he knew it had to be his friend that left this world. And he ran up to that cloud. And he started shouting, is there baseball in heaven? Is there baseball in heaven? And the voice from that cloud said, well, I got some good and bad news. He said, I don't care about that. Is there baseball in heaven? And the voice said, well, the good news is there's baseball in heaven. The guy go, yes. Said the bad news is you're pitching tomorrow. And I tell you all that is, guys, we don't have no more time to wait. We have no time to wait. Because in just 2 years, you see where we're at right now. We can't wait no more. It's time for us to get up, stand up, get our life right. Hey, and I'm running. But I want to thank all the sheriffs that are here right now. I want to thank all of you guys, what you guys are doing. I want to thank all our elected officials that are here right now, because they're fighting a fight. But I'm telling you right now, they're getting a warrior finna come. And when I come, Jesus Christ comes with me. And he's a bad man. God bless you guys. Thank you guys.
Herschel Walker here out on the campaign trail ahead of our elections in November. I do want to remind all of our viewers that you can watch right here with us on all the upcoming races, get to know those candidates, as well as we're going to be speaking with policymakers all across the country ahead of that big November voting day. So Andrew Kraft hosting this every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. You can join us on Live Now from Fox on any of our platforms. We'll step away for a brief 2-minute break. When we come back, we have some fireworks happening inside of the courtroom in Waukesha, Wisconsin, where once again, Darrell Brooks is on the verge of possibly being kicked out of the courtroom. They just played a piece of evidence that was Brooks's music video he had posted on his Facebook page. So we'll be jumping into this trial right here to you on Live Now from Fox when we return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we're always keeping track of the latest top stories happening not only here across the country, but also around the world. As we mentioned earlier on Thursday, today, we did have Prime Minister Liz Truss resign from that position just nearly 6 weeks after taking it. She said she'd spoken with His Majesty the King about resigning, and she'll be staying in that role until a new leader is put into place. Now, we will be continuing to follow that story. Right now, we do have just a live picture out of London we'll be popping that up into a triple box as we go into a trial happening back here on U.S. soil. This one coming to us from Waukesha, Wisconsin. It has been multiple weeks now that we've been listening into testimony from witnesses who saw a Christmas parade attack back in November of 2021. The suspect is Darrell Brooks, who is also representing himself in this trial. So it's been very fiery inside of that courtroom. But again, he is accused of killing 6 people, injuring more than 60 others when he drove that SUV through the parade route. So we've been listening into the trial on and off. Do want to remind our viewers, usually we do also have second streams going on when important big trials like that are happening across the country. So LiveNOW, Fox.com, a great place to see all the platforms we stream on. And then, of course, you can interact with us on our social media channels as well. But I do want to take you out to some of that trial as, again, right now the judge is speaking with both sides as they're trying to discuss some more evidence that was just put into the courtroom. It was a music video featuring Darrell Brooks himself. So unsure why the state had to put that evidence in, but it looks like they're speaking about it. And again, things right now look like they're getting pretty fiery. Darrell himself standing up at his table instead of being seated. So let's go ahead, jump into that live run unfiltered right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
The state had objected. Since you're the proponent of what would presumably come in through the testimony of Detective Casey, what is your offer of proof as to why I should allow Detective Casey to come back on the stand and testify about his interaction, I believe it was with your mom, and possible testimony of your niece and nephew?
It don't matter with Detective Casey. He's off the stand. He's not going back on the stand.
No, but I told you I would recall him. I wanted to take it up outside the presence of the jury.
How do I supposed to know?
So are you withdrawing that, sir?
How am I supposed to know? I think I deserve a chance to rebut what was just said. I think I deserve that much if it's a fair trial.
What information do you want to provide to me about that last exhibit?
About what last exhibit? I'm talking about the audacity of the prosecution to just put that on the record when it's stating it's untrue.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's untrue?
We just heard her talk for 5-10 minutes straight. Now don't nobody know what I'm talking about.
I don't know specifically what you're talking about,
There's a reference made to what I'm supposed to know about the evidence stacking up and this and that, as if that has any bearing on what I still think and what I'm still going to present. It doesn't.
Well, that's not what we're talking about at the moment. I made a ruling on an exhibit.
She's been laughing and making comments under her breath the whole time during the whole trial, and I never said nothing. I don't know what's being said, but I can tell that it's directed towards me. I'm not an idiot.
I haven't made any of those observations,
I didn't
sir.
say
What
you.
I've observed,
I didn't say you, Your Honor.
No. What I've observed is
listen, please.
Go ahead.
For her to sit there and try to play it off as if she's not referencing to me, she must think I'm an idiot. That is very disrespectful to me. I haven't said anything about that until today. She's done it numerous times.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're
laughing under her breath. Her trying to cover up the microphone so they can laugh and hee and key. That they've been doing that the whole time. I didn't say anything about it.
I have not noticed that. What I notice are 3 attorneys who cover up the microphone so that they're not heard when they're conferring with each other about evidentiary issues or about testimony.
So why is it always laughing and giggling?
I haven't noticed that other than the one thing you pointed out.
Well, we have cameras. That's what the cameras are for.
Let's refocus our attention on what we're here for, and that's
this
trial.
Then I take that
do you have anything you want to put on the record?
I'm putting it on the record if I get a chance.
No, you need to let me finish. As it relates to the video and my decision to admit it.
She just admitted that she just now came with the exhibit. It was not, she just said, she just made it an exhibit. It was not an exhibit before she made it one.
So do you have some legal basis, sir, for your position? Because I'm not
What do I need legal basis for when she just admitted on the record that she just made this exhibit up right
she
now?
Didn't. That is a complete mischaracterization. Sure, she did not.
That's what. So she wasn't implying that by saying that she could pull anything out of her suitcase.
So that's a figure of speech.
Okay, so what is it implying to? What would that be implying to?
As attorney,
How would anyone? How would
I'm
anyone in
moving
my
on
position?
because you're not providing me with any legal basis.
I didn't even finish.
For me
You told me that I can make the record. I'm attempting to make the record.
Sir, as it relates to the video and my decision to admit it, do you
I
have
just said that
anything-
you didn't even let me finish.
You're not letting me finish.
You didn't let me finish either, Your Honor.
Because you're not providing me.
But how do you know I wouldn't get to that if I didn't finish?
You're not providing me with anything from a legal basis for which I would consider changing my mind. So the state's withdrawn their request to play the audio.
Then why play the video at all then?
I've already made a ruling on that. You're questioning the ruling. You're not asking me to reconsider it based on any legal basis.
There should be a legal reconsideration of it.
Then you need to provide me with the legal basis for that, sir.
So I'm supposed to just come off that with off the top of my head?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
You're representing yourself. It's not ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. So I was supposed to already come in here this morning and say, oh, a video is going to be shown off the fly at the drop of a hat. Let me try to find some legal thing to combat. How am I supposed to do that?
The bottom line is you opened the door to the playing of that video.
We're not talking about
opening no doors. And the video was
doors.
previously provided to you during discovery.
We're not talking about opening no doors. We're talking about being fair.
There's absolutely no prejudice to you.
Your Honor,
in terms of surprise.
With all due respect, if I had done that,
I am going to move on.
If I had done that, it would have been a big thing.
I'm advising you.
Are you asking me?
I'm advising you, sir.
Oh, okay.
I'm advising you to sit down and be quiet. And if you interrupt me again, you are on notice that you will forfeit your right to be present in this trial.
So you're holding me in contempt.
Mr. Brooks.
For the entire trial? Did you say the entire trial?
I never said any such thing.
You said for the trial.
Please?
So what do you mean? I'm asking, what do you mean?
Mr. Brooks, you continue to
that
come at me.
I don't consent to being called
You
that
continue to fight with me.
You are being
disrespectful.
I'm not fighting with you. I'm not.
I'm going to give you one last opportunity to sit down and be quiet so I can make a finding as it relates to other things.
Are you asking me to do that?
I don't need to ask, I'm telling you. Thank you. There were two other issues that came up that I advised the parties I would take up outside the presence of the jury and give, if appropriate, Mr. Brooks the opportunity to ask further questions of Detective Casey. There was questioning by Mr. Brooks about possible testimony and why it had to do with it was in the context of him questioning Detective Casey about speaking with Dawn Woods, his mother, and about a time in August, and there was some reference to his niece and nephew. And I sustained the objection. I wanted to take it up outside the presence of the jury. That's the first issue. The second issue was the questioning of Detective Casey by Mr. Brooks related to the jail search. Do you want the opportunity to question Detective Casey about either one of these two topics, is my first question.
Okay, why was it an issue with me bringing up
Mr. Brooks, I'm only going to ask you one more time, and if you don't answer
if
it correctly, then I
don't understand what was the problem in the get-go with the question, how am I supposed to answer it now?
Mr. Brooks, listen to me, please. I'm going to ask this question one more time.
Man,
it calls for a yes or no.
I don't like your tone and the way you're talking to me. I don't.
Mr.
I don't
Brooks,
appreciate it.
Sit down. I don't care if you don't like my tone. You've been pushing my buttons all day throughout this entire trial, and I have showed the utmost of respect for you, and I don't appreciate you impugning the integrity of this court.
If that's what you want to call it, that's fine, but it's not accurate.
Stop talking.
What you mean, stop talking?
I need to make a ruling. Okay, I'm purposely not putting you in the other courtroom right now.
Let's talk to each other like adults then. Because I've never told you to stop talking.
I'm going to ask this question one more time, and if he doesn't answer it, I'll take it as a no. Do you want the opportunity to question Detective Casey regarding either his questioning or meeting up with your mom and your niece and nephew about possible testimony, or the search of your jail cell? Yes or no?
What was the problem with me asking the question about the jail cell?
He's not answered my question. We'll move on.
I'm trying to understand. If I don't understand, how do I know? How do I know what I'm supposed to answer if I don't understand? And I don't agree to a stop.
All right, so you can see just all of that back and forth between the judge as well as Darrell Brooks. Again, he is representing himself. That was a point that she had tried to make inside of this courtroom, saying you chose to represent yourself. So when it comes to making some decisions on these legal standings, you need to be aware that it does need a decision to be made. And of course, there's been so much back and forth that we have seen inside of that trial ever since it had begun, again, nearly 3 weeks ago. So we will continue to jump back in and out of it. As you saw, they just went into a break. I'm sure the judge needing just a moment to herself to breathe, especially with some of that back and forth that has been taking place. So live now from Fox, we're also going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. When we come back, continuing to bring you more press conferences from across the country. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Did want to remind our viewers that we are keeping track of President Biden. He did go on to Air Force One earlier here this morning, and he's headed to Pennsylvania. So a couple different events for the president to take part in. Not only going to be talking about infrastructure, delivering those remarks around 2:15 p.m. Eastern time, but also he's going to be participating in a reception for that Democratic Senator candidate, John Fetterman in Philadelphia. So we'll be tracking President Biden's movements, bringing you those events here on Live Now from Fox. But we also have had many events that took place already here this morning. And so we want to continue playing them out. Also want to let our viewers know coming up here towards the end of the hour. So in about 15 more minutes, we're going to be speaking with a person who is very knowledgeable on the Conservative Party and Labor Party as they are now facing some big changes in the United Kingdom. As you can see here, Liz Truss stepping out on Thursday to resign from that prime minister position. We'll be, again, speaking about that coming up here throughout the rest of this morning and into the rest of the day as well. So until we do have some of our experts join us, I want to continue bringing you some more press conferences that have been taking place across the country. Going to go out to the United Nations Security Council, where they've been focused on women, especially as we know that there has been a lot of strength behind women's resiliency and leadership as well. So let's go ahead and bring you just some of those remarks made by our UN Security Council members right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
6% of mediators and 6% of signatories to major peace processes. This is unacceptable. 7 out of every 10 peace processes did not include any women mediators or signatories. Women's participation in peace processes and influence over decisions that affect their lives continue to lag very far behind. creating a very real barrier to inclusive, durable and sustainable peace. We must do better, and we must do it now. This will mean dismantling patriarchal norms that exclude women from power, putting forward more women mediators and negotiators, establishing more regular and formal exchanges with women mediators to continuously improve our approach, and securing greater and more predictable financing. Today, women peace builders mediate disputes, diffuse tensions, save lives in the hardest to reach places, yet their frontline work remains consistently underfunded. Mr. President, the Secretary-General has identified 5 transformative actions for the decade ahead on women's rights, and I urge you all to implement these without delay. He has urged special attention to be paid to protecting human rights defenders who face rising threats, reprisals and violence. These brave women are at the vanguard of women, peace and security agenda. For its part, the United Nations is acting to protect women leaders and human rights activists around the world. In Afghanistan, the United Nations mission has publicly condemned violence against women human rights defenders, including extrajudicial killings, arbitrary arrests, and detention and torture. The mission is engaging with the de facto authorities to advocate for the protection of human rights for all Afghans, regardless of gender, religion, or ethnicity. Our Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund, which has already supported over 600 local women's organizations in crisis settings, has opened a special window to support women activists who are at risk. Across the world, we are pushing for women's meaningful representation and participation in peacemaking efforts, with some success. In Sudan, the mission strategy for a gender-responsive process included a 40% target of women in delegations to the peace talks. This year, the mission facilitated the formation of a women's rights group which will participate in the next phase of political talks. Our political and peacekeeping missions promote women's participation in elections in conflict-affected countries, including by protecting women candidates from violence. In the Central African Republic, a female candidate for parliament alerted us that she was under threat. Peacekeepers arrived swiftly, and the armed actors left. Today, that former candidate is a member of parliament. In Mali, years of coordinated advocacy by women's organizations, the UN, and this Council have attributed to significantly increasing the share of women in peace agreement monitoring committee from 3 to 38%. And here I would also like to give commendations to the African Union and its efforts for women, peace and security. All
right, guys, we've been listening in here just to the very beginning portion of this meeting as they are speaking about women, also talking about peace and security for them all around the world. But I do want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us. We do have some new reaction that has been starting to pour in after, again, the announcement was made just here on Thursday about Prime Minister Liz Truss resigning. Again, she made that announcement. It was just a quick 2-minute speech that she gave outside of 10 Downing Street. But now some leaders with the United Kingdom are speaking and reacting to this big breaking news. So I do want to play that out right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and bring in their remarks.
Which one of us you'd like to answer? It would be quite helpful, wouldn't it, Sir Graham? We'll start with Beth Rigby.
Jake Berry, you're the Conservative Party chair. This, you have to agree, in terms of a governing party, is a terrible state of affairs. The public will be looking at you thinking, can these guys, can these men and women govern? What's your message to the public? And ideally, would you like just one unity candidate to come through?
Beth, it's up to the members of Parliament who will be standing about whether we have one or two candidates. My job as Conservative Party chairman is to ensure that if there are two candidates, in a rapid way, acting in the national interest, our membership can make their views known.
Your message to the public, Mr. about your message to the public? Are you sorry for what's happening? What's your message?
My message is that we have acted quickly, we will continue to act quickly to ensure that this country has the stability it requires. Yes.
Kind of to both of you, really. Are you stitching up the rules here to keep Boris Johnson off the ballot? And would you be quite happy with one person going forward and no membership stage?
We've fixed a high threshold, but a threshold that should be achievable by any serious candidate who has a realistic prospect of going through. A threshold of 100 members of Parliament nominating a candidate obviously allows for 3 candidates potentially to come forward. We clearly have no say or no knowledge of who those candidates will be at this point.
And are you happy for it to be one person and not go to the members?
Well, that is a matter for Sir Graham and the 1922 committee and the process they are running. In terms of our membership, we want to ensure that if there are 2 candidates that come forward, the members will have their final say. Yes.
How are you going to make sure the online voting system is secure? And also, what are you going to do about Tory party members who don't have access to online voting?
Without going into the security measures we will take, for reasons I'm sure we understand, we are satisfied that the online voting system will be secure. All efforts will be made, including outreach to members for whom we don't have an email address or members who are unable to vote online.
Are you expecting there to be any hustings between the candidates before they go before MPs? That will be public.
There will be hustings on Monday once nominations are closed.
Mr. Berry, as party
behind closed.
Mr. Berry, you used the if conditional so much in that statement as to whether or not it is 1 or 2 candidates or 3 candidates who go forward on Monday. Does this mean if there is one candidate who meets this threshold on Monday is the day the nation gets its new Prime Minister?
I think that's a question for Sir Graham. Well, the answer is yes.
Clearly that is the case.
Right, one more question.
Can I just ask, as party chair, would you like to take this opportunity to urge the candidates not to drop out if they make the final 2, to make sure that the members of your party aren't disenfranchised?
That is a matter for the process that Sir Graham is running. If there are 2 candidates, we will ensure that every member has the opportunity to vote. Thank you.
If there's only one, there won't be a vote.
If there is only one candidate, there will be no confirmatory vote of Conservative Party members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. On Thursday, Britain's Prime Minister Liz Truss announced her resignation. This coming as there's been a lot of controversy across the UK, but British Prime Minister again resigning, bowing to the inevitable after turmoil and short-lived term again here as they have been facing some financial market crises as well as other items across the UK. So we've been following this story ever since it broke, and we want to continue to talk about what's to come now for the Conservative Party. We do have joining us here on Live Now from Fox, a professor of history at American University, Laura Beers. And Laura, we're so appreciative of your time here today, especially as we've been looking at what's going to be happening now when it comes to that Conservative Party. We were just hearing from some of those Conservative Party leaders, and you said you were listening into that press conference. Where are they going to go from here? Because they kept talking about possibly having two possible candidates that could be replacing Liz Truss.
Yes, well, they're going to narrow it down to at most two by Monday. But it's possible that this will be effectively a stitch up, right? And that amongst the MPs themselves, they'll coalesce around one candidate and it won't even go to an election of the membership. So it's possible that we could have a new prime minister even before a week's time.
And when we think about when they kept mentioning if we possibly have two, who are those two names that have been spilling out? Because I know I've heard Boris Johnson. He's been a name that's been coming up here today. What are some of the other people who could possibly be looking to fill that role?
So Boris Johnson, I think, definitely would like to make a triumphant comeback, right? And he'll have the argument that he was the one who was elected with a mandate in 2019 by the British people as he comes into this contest. Rishi Sunak, who came second to Liz Truss in the last leadership campaign just over a month ago. Penny Mordaunt, who was also one of the finalists before it got down to just two candidates in that summer campaign, is another likely contender. There are a few, Suella Braverman, who resigned yesterday, arguably precipitating Truss's resignation this morning, will probably throw her hat in the ring. Kemi Badenoch, who again had put himself forward during the last round of elections. So there will be a lot. There's not an obvious candidate whom the party is going to coalesce around over the days to come.
And when we think about this changeover, this is going to be the fifth leader that Conservatives are going to be electing here in just the past 6 years. What does that mean and speak to about the party? And how is the Labour Party reacting to today's news as well?
Well, it underscores the fact that ideologically and culturally, the Conservative Party is divided. The Labour Party, unsurprisingly, is screaming for a general election. They're more than 30 points ahead in the polls. If there were a general election in the next month or so, they would almost certainly be elected in a landslide to form a government. But they are making a pretty legitimate argument that there has not been a case, barring in the Second World War, when Winston Churchill was elected with the full support of both of the major parties in Parliament to become Prime Minister. There hasn't been a situation where Britain has changed prime ministers twice without a general election. So this is unprecedented territory. And while constitutionally they can do it, there are real questions about the democratic legitimacy that this new leader would or would not command.
And I think, too, we had heard during her resignation speech, it was very short and brief, but she had talked with the King Charles. That's completely separate, though, from electing these members of Parliament and then also putting this new prime minister leader in place, correct?
Yes, it's more of a formal, you may remember that the last formal act of the late Queen Elizabeth was actually meeting with Liz Truss when she became prime minister. The monarch does meet with the prime minister, both as they come in and as they decide to leave office. But it's effectively, at this point in the 21st century, a symbolic act as opposed to one that can really change the course of events.
So how soon do you think we could see our Conservative Party members trying to unite together to put one person to move forward? Because, of course, I'm sure a lot of people are feeling that pressure to make it happen quickly.
Yes, and I think there'll be an effort over the weekend to really coalesce, ideally just around one candidate. But at the moment, people's heads are reeling, right? I mean, the speed with which Liz Truss was brought down, I think, took almost everyone by surprise. And trying to figure out what to best path forward, really to staunch the bleeding. I mean, the Conservative Party is in the worst position they've been in probably historical memory. And so it's trying to figure out what is the least bad move for the party moving forward in terms of finding a new leader.
And can you explain, too, when it comes to finding this new leader, why Conservatives might not want it to reach a general election? That could obviously put them in a difficult place.
Well, as I said, they're more than 30 points behind in the polls, which is probably the worst poll position they have ever had. And as in this country, there are some, sort of structural aspects that make it a little bit harder for Labour to gain a majority. But with a more than 30% lead, they'll almost certainly have a parliamentary landslide and be in a comfortable position to form a government. So the Conservatives want to avoid that. They want to find a candidate they can coalesce around and then hold on until hopefully the economy, which has been in a really perilous state for the last couple of months, evens out a bit, until the war in Ukraine hopefully comes to an end, or at least settles down, till the country is just on a more even keel, and just hope that their poll position improves before they have to go to the country in another general election.
And obviously there are a lot of world problems that they are concerned about, and who they elect is going to be a part of solving those problems. You had mentioned the war in Ukraine. President Biden here had also spoken to Liz Truss, saying that she was a great ally, good partner on helping with Ukraine. Was she put in a difficult position when she was, made prime minister, and now just 44 days later has had to resign? How about that changeover here over these last 2 months?
In terms of foreign policy, I mean, she had come in from being foreign secretary. She was committed to military spending, committed to aiding Ukraine. She's maintained those commitments during her brief time in office, though there are questions because of the state of the British economy and the needs to cut British spending about whether the extent of military support that Britain is able to offer Ukraine will be maintained. But she came in at a time when the economy, and particularly the cost of fuel, right? We think we have it bad in terms of rising gasoline prices here. They're talking about potentially rolling blackouts this winter in the UK because of a shortage of gas, which is used to fuel power plants in the country. And she faced an unprecedented set of challenges, but she really did make the situation worse for herself at the same time by pursuing, a rapid change of economic policy, and one that didn't command the support of the City of London, which is, effectively, the equivalent of the New York financial markets.
I think there is so many contributing factors that had led to this resignation. Again, just 44 days after she was made prime minister. This is the shortest term anyone's ever served. What are some of the important takeaways from her announcement today? And as we look ahead to move forward, what are some things that you're especially keeping a close eye on?
I think the importance of working with your colleagues, not just in the House of Commons, but across, across the aisle with the opposition and also with the financial markets, right? Truss came in with an agenda, and she pushed that agenda ahead. She appointed members to her cabinet, only people who really agreed with her ideologically, and didn't attempt to build bridges to Rishi Sunak's supporters in the leadership campaign that had just finished. And then she pushed through an untested set of economic policies without bringing the Bank of England, the City of London, other financial and social stakeholders on board first. So I think just the importance of building consensus and the importance of taking on and listening seriously to differing opinions before acting, I think.
And definitely that new leader is going to have to take all of those things into consideration and really keep their eyes and ears open here. So finally, Laura, let's just talk about this timeline, what's to come here as the Conservative Party is scrambling to find who they're going to all join together in behind and put in place as Prime Minister.
Well, they're trying to move very quickly, right? They plan to have a new Prime Minister in place within the space of a week. And this is partly because the new Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, is set to lay out his budget plans before Halloween at the end of this month. And so they want a new prime minister in place before that happens. And then they hope for a chance to stabilize the markets and calm the economy as they move into the Christmas season. What they don't want, right, is a new prime minister and then to go straight into a general election campaign. But those are the calls that you're hearing from the opposition benches, not just the Labour Party, but the Scottish Nationalist, the Liberal Party, the Greens, basically anyone who's not a member of the Conservative Party. And even some members of the Conservative Party are saying it's going to be hard to fend off demands for a general election in this situation.
Yeah, I agree too. I know that there is going to be so much that they're going to be working on here. Anything else you think important to mention before we send you off that you've been keeping a close eye on here today?
I think the most interesting, free radical element here is going to be Boris Johnson in the days to come. When he left office, he referred to himself as Cincinnatus, going back to Tentis Fields. And the thing about Cincinnatus is he retired, but then came out of retirement by popular acclaim pretty quickly. Right? And I think that Johnson is hoping that that will be his own narrative as well. So just watching to see whether he's really gone from the scene or not is going to be interesting over the next few days.
Yeah, some big decisions to be made and some important names coming back into light here. So we'll be keeping a close eye on it. We really appreciate your insight, helping kind of break down what's been happening in the United Kingdom with us. Laura Beers joining us again here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much, Laura.
Thanks for having me.
And don't forget, we'll be closely following this latest news coming from the United Kingdom. Live Now from Fox, going to step away for a brief break, continuing to follow this, plus other top stories across the country when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look here at the big board. We have been in the green all day here, but only up more than 20 points here. This also was something that was asked about to President Biden, if possibly our economy could be affected from the big news happening out of the UK after Prime Minister Liz Truss announced her resignation. The president did answer some of those questions, including his thoughts on Truss, just moments before he had left the White House to head to Pennsylvania. Let's go ahead, listen back into his remarks right here on Live Now from Fox.
what you're saying.
Liz Truss do the right thing. Do the right thing, Mr. President.
Who do the right thing?
Prime Minister Truss.
Well, that's for her to decide. But look, she was a good partner on Russia and Ukraine, and the British are going to solve their problems. But she was a good partner.
Are you concerned about the spillover effects of the U.S. economy, given the political and economic?
No, I don't think they're that consequential.
John Fetterman.
Message for Turkey and Hungary on the delay to NATO expansion.
I've delivered that privately.
John Fetterman is going to appear with you today in Pennsylvania. John Fetterman's going to appear with you today in Pennsylvania, but there haven't been that many candidates campaigning with you. Why are
That's
more?
Not true. There have been 15. Count, kid, count.
Okay, and are there going to be even more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should there be any restrictions on abortion at all? Any restrictions on abortion at all?
Yes, there should be.
What should there be?
And Roe v. Wade. Read it, man. You'll get educated.
No, I'm asking.
Okay.
All right, so you heard just a few brief comments being made there by the president before jumping onto the chopper to head to Air Force One. Again, he is going to be headed now to Pennsylvania. His remarks on infrastructure supposed to be happening around 2:15 p.m. Eastern time. Live Now, going to step away for our final 2-minute break of this hour, and at the top of the hour, going to keep you up to date on the very latest happening here across the country with our top stories. Good morning, and thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We have a couple different top stories we want to go over here as we are entering a new hour here on Live Now. Did want to pop up the big board. President Biden was asked if the recent announcement of UK Prime Minister Liz Truss, she made an announcement today saying that she is going to be resigning from her position. President Biden asked if he thinks that would affect our economy. Of course, that will have to be something we'll keep an eye on here throughout the rest of the day and into the week as well, as we are getting ready to wrap up a week. President Biden not at the White House today. He is already up in the air. He's on his way to Pennsylvania, where he's going to be not only giving remarks on infrastructure, but then also campaigning, doing a meeting event with John Fetterman, who is a Democratic candidate for the senator seat in Pennsylvania. So we'll be keeping track of President Biden's movements as he continues to make his his way to Pennsylvania to take part in some of those different events. And as I mentioned, some big news coming out of London, out of the UK today, as Liz Truss had made that announcement. Let's go ahead and get the very latest on what had happened as this political uncertainty is happening overseas. Here we do have Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan giving us a bit more on this top story from London.
Your faith in me to lead our great Conservative Party, the greatest political party on earth.
We'll be supporting Liz Truss and the new government every step of the way. Thank you all very much.
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you. I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party.
The UK is about to get another new leader. Prime Minister Liz Truss announcing her resignation Thursday after just 6 weeks on the job. She was elected with the goal of restoring political stability and tackling the country's out-of-control inflation, which is now at its highest level in over 40 years. But her policies, centered on a major series of tax cuts, were not supported by rank-and-file members of her own party, many of whom claimed they would only make the problem worse.
I came into office at a time of great economic and international instability. Families and businesses were worried about how to pay their bills.
Just a day ago, Truss was vowing to stay in power after taking over from Boris Johnson, who was forced from office in September following a series of personal scandals. The opposition Labour Party now calling for a new national election, claiming the Conservatives cannot be trusted.
A new chaotic low. All the failures of the past 12 years have now come to the boil. This cannot continue. Britain deserves better.
Here in London, most are welcoming the news, but there's also a sense of mistrust. Some say they no longer have faith in their elected leadership and they're turning away from politics.
You should be proud of your party and your country. At the next election, I don't think I'll vote.
Truss says there will be an election within the next week to choose her successor. She will remain Prime Minister until then. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Thank you, Alex, for giving us the details on that. And as I mentioned, President Biden spoke to Liz Truss, saying that she was a great partner, especially when it came to helping Ukraine. But President Biden here today, again, he's headed to Pennsylvania, where he will weigh in on one of the most closely watched races in the midterm elections. Now, many contestants from around the country are tightening, and control of the Senate may come down to a photo finish. So let's go ahead and get more from Washington with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader on this story.
We can say right now that looking at all of the seats in play, Republicans seem to have a distinct advantage in the House. But the Senate is another matter. It may all come down to contests in 4 states, including Pennsylvania.
God bless you. Thank you very much.
Pennsylvania Senate candidate Mehmet Oz at a Fox town hall event last night, hoping to build enthusiasm in the final weeks of his campaign, a race that could very well determine the balance of power in the Senate.
There's no question why this race is now neck and neck.
On that point, Democrats may agree this is neck and neck between Oz and Pennsylvania's Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. Fetterman's campaign appearances are carefully managed as he continues to recover from a stroke, and critics say it has left him unable to serve, something Fetterman and his supporters vehemently deny. President Biden will appear with him today in Pennsylvania.
The president has found him to be an impressive individual, and who is just as capable as who's just as capable as always.
While our power rankings for House contests show Republicans have a number of advantages, the Senate is a genuine toss-up with 4 pivotal races that could determine which party wins control. One Democratic strategist sees the field shifting.
I still think that they end up winning, but it's been certainly a great couple of weeks for Republicans, and I think it's because of that secondary issue, what's going on with crime and public safety, and that abortion is now sliding down to the 3rd, 4th, 5th most important issue.
And in the case of Oz versus Fetterman, there will only be one debate next week, just 2 weeks before Election Day. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Yeah, that election day going to come sooner than we know it. And again, it's just less than 3 weeks away from it. There's already been some early voting that has been happening across the U.S. Live Now from Fox going to continue keeping you informed on the very latest with the candidates and the races, speaking with policy experts as well and leaders from across the country, focused all on the road to the election. As I mentioned, though, before President Biden left to the White House, I know we just played it out for our audience a little bit ago, but he did speak about these issues, about Liz Truss. He spoke about meeting with Fetterman here today. I want to replay his remarks. They were brief as he was running out of the White House and jumping onto the chopper before heading to Pennsylvania. So let's go ahead and play that here for you on Live Now from Fox.
What are you saying?
Liz Truss, do the right thing. We did the right thing, Mr. President.
Who do the right thing?
Prime Minister Truss.
Well, that's for her to decide. But look, she was a good partner on Russia and Ukraine, and the British are going to solve their problems. But she was a good partner.
Are you concerned about the spillover effects of the U.S. economy, given the political and economic?
No, I don't think they're that consequential.
Mr. President,
John Fetterman.
Benefit for Turkey and Hungary on the delay to NATO expansion.
I've delivered that privately.
John Fetterman is going to appear with you today in Pennsylvania. John Fetterman's going to appear with you today in Pennsylvania, but there haven't been that many candidates campaigning with you. Why are
That's
more?
not true. There have been 15. Count, kid, count.
Okay, and are there going to be even more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should there be any restrictions on abortion at all? Any restrictions on abortion at all?
Yes, there should be.
What should there be?
And Roe v. Wade. Read it, man. You'll get educated.
No, I'm asking you.
Okay.
All right, so once again, President Biden answering just a few quick questions, not only on Truss giving her resignation today on Thursday, but also about him campaigning. As he had said, he has been campaigning with about 15 different candidates, but we may get a better look at that with John Fetterman out of Pennsylvania here today. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, going to play out a little bit of reaction from United Kingdom leaders, especially those from the Conservative Party. Plus, we're going to be speaking with someone about what this means for those living in Britain. I know there's been a lot of things that they've been having to deal with here over these last few weeks. The Queen passed away. Now a new leadership change once again for the Conservative Party. We'll be breaking down all of that here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back, as I mentioned, after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As we had mentioned, President Biden on his way to Pennsylvania. You can see the candidate there who he's going to be meeting with a little bit later here this afternoon. That's John Fetterman, who you are seeing wearing a suit, different than his usual look here today. But it looks like he's going to be taking part in these infrastructure remarks that President Biden's going to be giving. That's scheduled again to take place at 2:15 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:15 for the viewers on the West Coast. If we do, though, have any speakers ahead of President Biden that we think we should bring to you, we'll, of course, be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But did at least want to show this live look, especially as we know President Biden going to be campaigning there alongside Fetterman, meeting with him later today, as well as making remarks on infrastructure. And do have another camera shot just of the podium, but again, it's not set to take place here for a little bit more than an hour away. So let's go ahead and continue to talk about that big news that's coming from the United Kingdom. Liz Truss again announcing her resignation just one day after saying she would not be quitting on the people. So that obviously was a big breaking news that happened here today. We do have her remarks that she'd made outside of 10 Downing Street. I want to replay them out right here for you on Live Now from Fox so you can hear her words when she had announced her resignation.
I came into office at a time of great economic and international instability. Families and businesses were worried about how to pay their bills. Putin's illegal war in Ukraine threatens the security of our whole continent, and our country has been held back for too long by low economic growth. I was elected by the Conservative Party with a mandate to change this. We delivered on energy bills and on cutting national insurance. And we set out a vision for a low-tax, high-growth economy that would take advantage of the freedoms of Brexit. I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party. This morning I met the chairman of the 1922 committee, Sir Graham Brady. We've agreed that there will be a leadership election to be completed within the next week. This will ensure that we remain on a path to deliver our fiscal plans and maintain our country's economic stability and national security. I will remain as Prime Minister until a successor has been chosen. Thank you.
Once again, those were the only remarks that she gave just earlier here today, announcing her resignation. Again, it just comes a day after she defiantly declared she is a fighter and not a quitter. Obviously, circumstances have changed. She has spoken with His Majesty the King to notify him of resigning. And of course, now all eyes on the Conservative Party. Let's go ahead and play out some reaction that we had captured from just earlier here today as some of those Conservative Party members were speaking about what's now to come.
If you can indicate which one of us you'd like to answer, it would be quite helpful, wouldn't it, Sir Graham? We'll start with Beth Rigby.
Jake Berry, you're the Conservative Party chair. This, you have to agree, in terms of a governing party, is a terrible state of affairs. The public will be looking at you thinking, can these guys, can these men and women govern? What's your message to the public? And ideally, would you like just one unity candidate to come through?
Beth, it's up to the members of Parliament who will be standing about whether we have one or two candidates. My job as Conservative Party chairman is to ensure that if there are two candidates, in a rapid way, acting in the national interest, our membership can make their views known.
Your message to the public, Mr. Barry, your message to the public, are you sorry for what's happening? What's your message?
My message is that we have acted quickly, we will continue to act quickly to ensure that this country has the stability it requires. Yes.
Kind of to both of you, really. Are you stitching up the rules here to keep Boris Johnson off the ballot? And would you be quite happy with one person going forward and no membership stage?
We've fixed a high threshold, but a threshold that should be achievable by any serious candidate who has a realistic prospect of going through. A threshold of 100 members of Parliament nominating a candidate obviously allows for 3 candidates potentially to come forward. We clearly have no say or no knowledge of who those candidates will be at this point.
And are you happy for it to be one person and not go to the members?
Well, that is the matter for Sir Graham and the 1922 committee and the process they are running. In terms of our membership, we want to ensure that if there are 2 candidates that come forward, the members will have their final say. Yes.
How are you going to make sure the online voting system is secure? And also, what are you going to do about Tory party members who don't have access to online voting?
Without going into the security measures we will take, for reasons I'm sure we understand, we are satisfied that the online voting system will be secure. All efforts will be made, including outreach to members for whom we don't have an email address or members who are unable to vote online.
Are you expecting there to be any hustings between the candidates before they go before MPs, but that will be public?
There will be hustings on Monday once nominations are closed.
Mr. Berry, as party
behind closed.
Mr. Berry, you used the if conditional so much in that statement as to whether or not it is 1 or 2 candidates or 3 candidates who go forward on Monday. Does this mean if there is one candidate who meets this threshold on Monday is the day the nation gets its new Prime Minister?
I think that's a question for Sir Graham. Well, the answer is yes.
Clearly that is the case.
Right, one more question.
Can I just ask, as party chair, would you like to take this opportunity to urge the candidates not to drop out if they make the final 2, to make sure that the members of your party aren't disenfranchised?
That is a matter for the process that Sir Graham is running. If there are 2 candidates, we will ensure that every member has the opportunity to vote. Thank you.
If there's only one, there won't be a vote.
If there is only one candidate, there will be no confirmatory vote of Conservative Party members. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so here are some of those Conservative Party members again reacting to today's big breaking news. Prime Minister Liz Truss again resigning from her position just nearly 6 weeks after being put into that place. We do want to continue talking about some of that reaction that has been coming in, not just from some of those party leaders, but also from the people in Britain. I know they have had a big change up here, not only with their leaders. We also had the Queen, who recently passed away, a new king. And they've also been fighting off other crises across their country. So we want to bring in here Josh Rahm, who's joining us on Live Now from Fox. And Josh, why don't you just kind of explain some of that reaction here today? What are people saying about Truss's announcement?
Well, what I can say about the full situation, this is a hot mess next to a dumpster fire, inside of a car crash, next to a train wreck. The state of our politics right now is absolute chaos. You know, Liz Truss is our shortest serving Prime Minister ever in the history books. So I think it says something, you know, when it comes to what she would be remembered for. Yes, she'll be remembered for the energy package that she's put in place, but her tenure and her administration is going to be known much more for its chaos, conflict and infighting.
And talk about some of that chaos and conflict. What have been some of the big major concerns for people in Britain here as you guys have been fighting off a few different crises?
Yeah, so at the moment we have a mortgage crisis, an energy crisis, a financial crisis. The pound is in free fall. The markets are all over the place at the moment. So, you know, Liz Truss, in terms of her tenure as Prime Minister, you know, she 6 weeks ago, when she was elected by the Conservative Party membership to be our Prime Minister, she vowed on the steps of Downing Street, she says she will deliver. And she's delivered nothing but chaos when she and the then Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng revealed their growth plan. The markets then went into free fall. Liz Truss has been forced to do U-turn upon U-turn on all of her policies. And today, you know, that's what she said on the steps of Downing Street today. She said she wanted a low tax, high growth economy, and she has been unable to deliver that. That was the mandate in which she was elected to do so. You know, she fought out a very long fought and long drawn out leadership contest against the ex-Chancellor Rishi Sunak, and it turns out that her policies, that's what has been her downfall. Her policies, trust economics, as it has been dubbed in the UK, trustonomics. has been nothing but an abstract failure for the country. You know, she was forced to sack her best friend and the Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, and instead hired somebody from the other faction, Jeremy Hunt, who basically reversed nearly every single one of their policies. That wasn't put to the House of Commons yet, that wasn't put to legislation yet. So Liz Truss has unfortunately been forced to do U-turn upon U-turn on some of the core policies in which she promised to do, and therefore that made her position within the government as Prime Minister untenable, because other people like Jeremy Hunt have been seen to be running the country. She has been what's known as a PINO, a Prime Minister in name only. So her position became untenable, and then it all culminated last night. There was due to be a vote in the House of Commons on fracking and environmental policy, to which was going to be a confidence vote in the government. The minister who was at the dispatch box mistakenly said this is not a confidence vote in the government, to which that then resulted in scenes of absolute chaos where some members of the Conservative Party alleged bullying by other members of the party. There were scenes apparently of, I quote, manhandling and shoving. The chief whip and the deputy chief whip both resigned and then unresigned. So there has been absolute chaos, meaning that Liz Truss's position as Prime Minister it is now untenable, which she has now been forced to then resign due to the absolute chaos. You know, this is political careers, you're known to die by the sword, so to speak. And well, this has been one of the most humiliating tenures that any Prime Minister has ever had. U-turns on top of U-turns on core policies, backstabbing, infighting, chaos. Her administration's had it all.
And it sounds like, too, that there's so many contributing factors. It wasn't like there was one item that really had made this into an effect. You said, you know, there were so many policies that she reversed and had taken those, as you mentioned, U-turns on that ever since she stepped into that position, that really had led to this downfall.
Yes, and you know what I also spoke about there, I didn't even mention the resignation of her Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, who just a couple of weeks ago says it was her dream to see a plane of migrants take off to go to Rwanda. So, you know, her administration has had lots of controversies. Suella Braverman's resignation now, Number 10 were very keen on saying it wasn't so much of a sacking. It was very much a resignation because she broke the ministerial code, because she sent a draft ministerial statement to a colleague on a private phone, when that is apparently a big no-no for the ministerial code. So number 10 were very keen to emphasise that Suella Braverman's exit from the cabinet and from the government was a resignation and not so much a sacking. In her own letter, she says that she had to take responsibility for her own actions. But that's the thing with Liz Truss. There has been one thing after another, U-turn, followed by sackings, followed by people coming into the government that have been at odds with other members of the cabinet, that just, it was never going to work. Having Jeremy Hunt as Chancellor with Suella Braverman as Home Secretary, in terms of in the middle of the Conservative Party, they are ideologically opposed. So one could argue that it was never going to work. There's been full of infighting. But what is very clear is that Sir Graham Brady, who's the chairman of the 1922 committee, who is in charge of this leadership contest now for a new Prime Minister and a new leader of the Conservative Party, it is what is very key and what is very clear, take advantage of. That is the other party, the main opposition party in our country, the Labour Party. So there was this long drawn out leadership contest. You had blue on blue in fighting that Labour could take advantage of, and that had a lot of political instability in our country. particularly when, you know, we have this cost of living crisis, we have this energy crisis, we have this mortgage crisis, we have the pound in free fall. What this country does not need is more political instability, and that is why there is the need to rush this new leadership contest, so to speak, because what we basically need, we need a prime minister that can actually steer the ship and that can actually get this country through these political and economic crises.
And you're speaking to something I wanted to bring up too. The Conservative Party, obviously, they're going to be rushing to try to find someone to replace Truss as soon as possible. This is going to be the 5th leader over the past 6 years. Are people losing confidence in the party? And of course, they're also not wanting it to go to a general election because then that gives more of a chance to the Labour Party.
Well, the polls at the moment have it that Labour are currently at least 30 points ahead of the Conservatives. So if there was to be a general election called right now, we're talking an utter annihilation electorally of the Conservative Party, which is why the Conservatives at any point want to avoid a general election, because also one doesn't know what the Conservative Party actually stands for at the moment. You know, Liz Truss said she wanted one thing. She was elected on a certain set of policies, forced to U-turn on pretty much nearly every one of those policies. The Conservative Party doesn't know what it is or what it stands for at the moment. And any sort of leader that they would stand with at the moment would not really have that much of a mandate. So the whole point is the Conservative Party want to avoid a general election as much as possible because there would be an utter annihilation by the Labour Party. Sakia Starmer, who's Labour Party leader, says they are a government in waiting. They have a stable plan, even though actually, you know, it's clear amongst or at least it's very much, a lot of commentators think that actually the Labour Party have no proper viable opposition right now. But that's the thing. The feeling in our country is that, yes, you know, the government right now is absolutely hopeless. The state of our politics is an absolute mess. It's an absolute shambles. But actually, like, if there was to be a general election, it would be electoral suicide for the Conservative Party.
And when we think about some of these individuals who could be pushing themselves forward, saying, I want to be the next prime minister, obviously it's going to be a tough position to be putting yourself into. But who are some of those frontline leaders? Who are some of those names that have been brought up? Because I even heard the name Boris Johnson could be possibly in the running. He could be facing off against Rishi Sunak as well. So what are your thoughts on who the people in Britain, as well as the party leaders, could get behind and be united behind?
So the party leader, it's exactly what you said. The candidate that will be our next prime minister will need to be able to unite the Conservative Party. What the next prime minister needs is, at least first and foremost, it's going to be a contest of 2 stages. They will first need 100 names within the parliamentary party in order to go forward for the online virtual vote to the Conservative membership. So the current front runners, I would say, are there is reports that Boris Johnson is considering putting himself forward to return as the Prime Minister. However, I'm not sure if he'll actually get through to the final ballot, because remember, Boris Johnson was ousted by his ministers who handed in letters of resignation. He was ousted by the parliamentary party, so he would need at least 100 names of the parliamentary party in order to get on the final ballot for the Conservative membership. So yes, Boris Johnson might be considering running, but whether or not he'll get the votes, that's another question. I think the other 2 big names that are being very much considered at the moment are Rishi Sunak. He was the one that got down to the final 2 against Liz Truss in the leadership contest. He is the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, therefore he has the economic background. Effectively, Liz Truss's failures as Prime Minister was effectively almost a vindication for Rishi Sunak's policies, because he said not what the party wanted to hear, but what he thought would stable the ship economically, which has kind of been proven almost correct. So the Conservative Party could unite under him. Another contender as well has been Penny Mordaunt. Penny Mordaunt, she said, because she actually came third in the leadership contest against Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak. She was very popular amongst the grassroots. She's kind of seen as somebody that aligns with the kind of Jeremy Hunt side of the party, but also is quite popular with the grassroots candidates. As she said, with when she ran for party leader during the summer, and she got down to the final three, she said, "I am the candidate that Labour fears most." So she could, in theory, unite the party in terms of electoral chances going into the general election, the next scheduled general election in 2 years. Or Rishi Sunak could make a comeback saying, well, Liz Truss's policies were an abstract failure. My policies were the right policies to go by. I've been vindicated. You should get behind me. But then as well, people like the former Culture Secretary Nadine Dorries argue that Boris Johnson was the one with the mandate from the British people. He was the one that landed the landslide victory in the last general election with this 80-seat majority. He's the one that the grassroots really want. He is the Prime Minister. He was the one who was ousted by colleagues in the parliamentary party and not necessarily by the people in a vote. So it's very interesting, the dynamics at play. You've got three candidates, all of which have pros and cons against them.
And as we look further into these candidates and possibly who knows who may also just come up all of a sudden over this weekend, I'm sure that timeline, though, of the Conservative Party, they're really trying to get it moved through as quickly as possible.
Yes, absolutely, because over the summer we had the 6-week long fought out leadership battle, which Labour could take advantage of and nitpick at every little policy that any of the candidates are saying on the stage or at the hustings. It's very clear. So Graham Brady wants this to be done by next Friday, within a week maximum. And we actually could, in theory, actually have our Prime Minister on Monday, because at the press conference today, Sir Graham Brady said that if there is only one candidate that gets past the 100 MP, Member of Parliament threshold, the 100 members of the parliamentary party threshold, if there is only that one candidate that gets past that, they will then be the Prime Minister, and there will be no need to take the vote over to the Conservative Party membership of 300,000 people via virtual vote. So in theory, we could have our next Prime Minister in a matter of days, but it is very clear that there is this very short timeline. They're not going to have any postal votes in terms of the party membership. It's all going to be done virtually. It's all going to be done quickly. The Conservative Party don't want this long drawn out contest. They want this to be over as soon as possible, because they know they need to steer the ship. The Conservative Party has always had this reputation of fiscal responsibility, and they know that this whole crisis right now is damaging that reputation. They know that economically, for the markets, for the pound, for energy, for the cost of living crisis, they need to get the ship, they need to steer the ship back on track, and political instability will only hinder that. So therefore, they need the leadership contest to be done with as soon as possible. What the markets don't like is they don't like uncertainty, and a long drawn out leadership contest would only add to that, would only provide just that. So a short contest of a week will hopefully find our Prime Minister soon, will hopefully unite the Conservative Party. That's what the Conservative Party, or that's what the Parliamentary Party, that's what Sir Graham Brady, that's effectively, I think, what the country at least want in the short term, is for the Conservative Party to unite to get us through this crisis.
Right, and it is their duty to put someone in place, do so quickly so that they can try to fix some of these crises that you have been pointing out that are happening across the country. Any final things that you want to make note of here, Josh, as we continue to watch this fallout over these next few days and into this weekend? Anything you think important to mention when it comes to how people in Britain are feeling, or even what we're going to be seeing here in these next few days to come?
Well, In terms of first things first, I would like to mention His Majesty the King. You know, when we look at who his mother, her late Majesty, had for her first Prime Minister, she had a statesman, a war leader, the father of the nation, as he was known at the time, the grandfather of the nation, as he was known at the time, Winston Churchill, who got this country through the perils of World War II and who led the fight against Nazism. By the time the King gets coronated on Saturday, the 6th of May, 2023, he will be into at least, and it's important to say at least because we never know where it's going to go, he will be into his at least second Prime Minister as well. So that I think is important to mention. You know, Liz Truss will be known as the shortest serving Prime Minister in this country. She resigned on her 44th day of premiership. Her tenure, her administration will last no longer than 52 days at a maximum, maybe 53, 54 days. That's important to mention. You know, when we look at the realms of pop culture even, you know, the marriage of Kim Kardashian West and Chris Humphries of 72 days lasted longer than Liz Truss's tenure as Prime Minister. That, I think, says it all.
Yeah, there's been a lot of different memes as well as different pop culture references to her serving for just 44 days. I'm sure they're only going to continue.
I want to mention one thing quickly. So one of the papers in the United Kingdom, the Daily Star, actually for the last couple of days has had a live feed. Who can a lettuce outlast the Prime Minister, Liz Truss? And as it happens is this live feed, this lettuce in this live feed has outlasted Liz Truss, and this lettuce has made it into the realms of UK pop culture. And there are so many memes going around on social media at the moment of how this one lettuce has outlasted Liz Truss. People are saying, I've got items in my fridge and in my pantries, in my kitchen cupboards that are older than Liz Truss's entire tenure as Prime Minister. So, you know, this is her legacy, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is sad to think about. And too, I think something else that people had pointed out was that she had made remarks at the late Majesty the Queen's funeral. And so this is going to be some of the only things she's going to be remembered for is going to be, as you mentioned, you turning some of those big policies, speaking at the Queen's funeral, and then also not lasting very long when she was serving as Prime Minister, a piece of lettuce outlasting her. So we do appreciate you explaining a lot of this, especially as this is going to be still continuing to unfold here over these next few days. Josh Rahm joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much, Josh. We appreciate all your insight.
Pleasure.
Don't forget, Live Now from Fox going to be continuing to follow this story plus other top stories across the country. We're going to step away for a brief break, leaving you with a quick live picture from London. We'll be back here with more top stories and interviews from across the country and around the world in just a moment. You are back here live with us on Live Now from Fox. Thank you to all of our viewers who've been watching here with us all morning long. There's been big news out of the United Kingdom after Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, had announced her resignation. So a lot of people in Britain reacting to that. But we haven't even gotten to some of the other top news stories, including King Charles III. His coronation date has been set for May 6th, as we just heard with Josh Rahm. He's back joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And Josh, that's going to be a very big, important date for the royal family, especially as they are taking control of a brand new phase for the country.
Yes, absolutely. We're entering into a new era as a country, and King Charles III, everything that he is doing, he is looking forward into his reign. But of course, his coronation, the one big story surrounding this massive event, which has been announced as to take place on Saturday, the 6th of May, 2023, is not just kind of, you know, what will happen at the coronation, but actually the whole mood of the coronation as a whole. You know, it's been very much reported that there will be, just like Charles's vision for the monarchy, Charles is planning on slimming down the coronation, having less of the so-called flummery. The ceremony is going to be, or at least has reported to be, of a duration of 1 hour instead of 3 hours. So there has been talk of there's been a lot of talk about a slimmed down coronation, and this actually has been quite a controversial decision in some circles. You know what? We saw this at Her Majesty the Queen's funeral. Nobody does the pomp, circumstance, and ceremony and the pageantry like us Brits. And actually, people look at the royal family for that. People want pomp, circumstance, ceremony, and pageantry from the royal family. So the palace, when they announced the coronation date, they also gave not much detail, but at least a little bit of detail about what we can expect. And they say that the ceremony is going to be rooted in tradition and will be rooted in the long-standing traditions and pageantry. So that was the direct statement according to Buckingham Palace, because that's the thing, King Charles, he is acutely aware of the sentiments in our country, how we're feeling as a country at the moment. And, you know, he is very much a traditional man, but he's also a modern man, and he knows what this country is going through, and he doesn't want over-exaggerated spending whilst the country is going through a mortgage crisis, an energy crisis, and a cost of living crisis. So this is where the sentiment for the need for a slimmed down coronation has come from, because the king is acutely aware of public mood, and he doesn't want to overstep the mark. He wants a sustainable monarchy going into the future. That is what he's trying to do. Everything that the king is doing right now is giving a look towards the future of the monarchy, and he wants it to be a sustainable monarchy, and a monarchy that is loved. You know, he knows that no other member of the royal family could in terms of popularity, could come anywhere near to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. So King Charles is acutely aware of public sentiment, doesn't want to overstep the mark. However, this coronation will still be very much, I think, at least we want it to be a spectacle, and I think it will be a spectacle.
I think a lot of people are hoping it is a little bit of a spectacle too, because as you mentioned, you know, we are coming off of Queen Elizabeth, Her Majesty the Queen. She reigned for more than 70 years on the throne. Obviously, a lot of people hold her in a special place in their heart. So when you think about this big coronation, they really want to pay probably a lot of respects to her, but then also show that he wants to move forward. And as you pointed out, move forward in a smart way where they aren't putting it at a big expense and cost to the people.
Yes, but also I think people look to the monarchy for not just inspiration, but they want the monarchy to have this majestic feel, this huge pomp feel. They want the pageantry. They want the majesty. That's, you know, we call the king His Majesty. That is what the people want from the coronation. They look to the monarchy as almost, you know, there's a reason why the monarchy is anointed and not appointed, so to speak. There's a feeling that this institution is very much something that, not that the people can aspire to, but can find comfort from and can look up to. So they want that feeling of, they want the huge pomp, circumstance, pageantry and ceremony. That's exactly what they want from their monarchy. It's very interesting though, because obviously, Her Majesty the Queen did reign for 70 years, and her coronation took place on the 2nd of June. So, this being on the 6th of May, this is nearly 70 years to the day that King Charles would, 70 years to the day since her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth was crowned at the coronation. But, we look back to at the Queen's coronation, this is an incredibly poignant point in history, because the King, as at the time he was Prince Charles, was watching his mother's coronation and was stood in between his grandmother, the Queen Mother, and also his aunt, Princess Margaret, at the time. So, this is the real ceremony of the real passing of the baton, so to speak. When we celebrated Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee, yes, there was very much a feeling of this is Her Majesty the Queen's last hurrah. And even at the Platinum Jubilee, there was very much a theme of looking forward into the future. And we had, not at the flypast, but at the pageant at the end of the Jubilee, on the last day of the Jubilee celebrations. And we had the last balcony appearance of Her Majesty the Queen, and she stood only not with the extended royal family, but she stood only with the now King, the Queen Consort, who at the time were the Duke and Duchess of Cornwall, and Charles was at that time Prince of Wales, and also the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge and their 3 children. Very much a slimmed down monarchy. This was the main future of the monarchy going forward, on display for the world to see. That was the feeling even at the end of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. So very much this coronation is going to have themes of celebration of the past and the long-standing traditions that the monarchy has been known for, and the pageantry, but also very much a look to the future, because as I said, His Majesty King Charles III is very much a traditional man, so to speak, but is also very much a modern man.
I think another great point to mention when you speak about those who are closest with the Queen, we know there's been a lot of fallout with Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. So speak about that, because we do know the King, when he had made his first speech to the world, he did mention them in his speech, and it seems like he may want a better relationship than what they have left with. So what are we expecting when it comes to their involvement in this coronation?
Well, I'm not even sure how to answer that in terms of their direct involvement. What we do know is that the date of the coronation is the 6th of May, which just so happens to be Archie's birthday. We know there was a lot of fallout on social media and online from members of the Sussex Squad, who are known to be, that's the fan base of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. That's what they call themselves, the Sussex Squad. So they said, your coronation is taking it away from Archie, but actually, no, this is a date that would have been carefully selected by the palace, and would be planning, because at the same time, they don't want it too close. They don't want the same date as Her Majesty the Queen's coronation. They want Charles's reign to be, very much symbolic in its own right. So there needs to be a certain date for Charles. So, and this is a long-standing tradition, a ceremony that has been going on for centuries, for thousands of years in our country's history. We've had coronation ceremonies. So we know there was loads of uproar, but from members of the Sussex Squad, so to speak, online. But actually, very interestingly, Meghan Markle's recent interview she conducted with Variety magazine, that was conducted both before and after the Queen has passed away. Now, it's very much a case of, there have been questions asked from this interview. Is Meghan Markle distancing herself from the much and highly publicized and highly talked about and highly speculated documentary that has been made by a seasoned documentary Liz Garbus? Because she said, and I quote, she said, "It was nice to be able to trust someone with our story, even if it means it may not be the way we would have told it. So this is very much a clear signal by the Duchess of Sussex to be like, yes, it's not the way we would have told it. So anything that has been said in this documentary is not necessarily the way we would have told it. So kind of shying away from the more controversial elements, because it's been very widely reported that I don't think, and you know, I've spoken about it on other outlets in the US as well. You know, it's been very widely reported that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle weren't expecting the absolute outpouring of love for not just Her Majesty the Queen, but also for the royal family, for the monarchy, for the institution after the sad passing of Her late Majesty and in the period of Operation London Bridge. And they were taken back and they were taken by surprise, and they don't want to appear insensitive. You know, it's been widely reported that Prince Harry has been very much scrambling is the word that I've been hearing from many royal commentators and many royal journalists in this country. I've heard it from a number of people that Prince Harry has been scrambling to edit his memoir that will be released apparently, reportedly at the same time of this documentary. You know, the fact that Meghan Markle, who has previously gone on the attack over the institution, particularly in the Oprah Winfrey interview, in the Cut interview, she is now speaking only positively about Her Majesty, saying that, you know, even, I mean, actually, to be fair, she didn't ever go on the attack of Her Majesty the Queen directly, but she has always gone on the attack of the institution as a whole, the monarchy. They said just by existing, we were undercutting the institution, and she has said and she said just by existing we've been undermining the hierarchy, and she has said loads of stuff and made loads of accusations, obviously accusations about racism and bullying within the royal family. But now in this new interview with Variety, she has been lavishing nothing but praise with the royal family. Now she's actually said she's reflected on her first engagement with Her Majesty the Queen, and she felt nothing but warmth from that engagement. And she says how she felt Her Majesty's warmth and how Her Majesty has shown a shining example of female leadership and empowerment. So, you know, she's gone from one attacking the institution to then just lavishing praise. This almost seems like Meghan Markle is doing almost her own U-turns within the institution. Now, it's very well known and it's been very widely reported, especially on the royal family's website, Archie and Lilibet, Master Archie and Miss Lilibet, are still very much named as that in the line of succession. Even though it is their birthright to receive prince and princess titles, these titles are, in terms of prince and princess titles, these are given by the reigning monarch. So even though it is their birthright to receive titles, they have not yet been given the titles by King Charles III. So is this trying to mend a relationship? Is this them trying, is this because it has been very widely reported that King Charles III might be on edge, might be considering not giving them titles yet. So is this a move? Is this a repairing of the relationship? Is this a move to try and get Archie and Lilibet their titles? Who knows? But what this does seem like a U-turn by Meghan Markle, and very much distancing herself from the Netflix project, also bearing in mind what is coming up with The Crown.
Yeah, I know that there's just so much for us to keep an eye on, and especially with the very latest with Meghan Markle's news and the way that she's been kind of turning, as you pointed out, kind of turning around some of the words she had previously said. Josh Aram joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you breaking it all down, especially with the King Charles. As he's had some big shoes to fill. We're looking forward to his coordination, and we appreciate you breaking it all down for us here on Live Now from Fox.
Pleasure.
Live Now going to have to step away for a brief break. We'll be right back here with more of those top news stories coming to you from across the country. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're following one of the biggest stories happening here on this Thursday. Britain's Prime Minister Liz Truss announcing a resignation here today. Graham Brady, the chairman of the UK's Conservative Party that oversees the election of party leaders, confirmed a new UK Prime Minister would be in office by the end of the month. He says, quote, I have spoken to the party chairman, Jake Berry, and he's confirmed that it will be possible to conduct a ballot and conclude a leadership election by Friday, the 28th of October. So we would have a new leader in place before the fiscal statement, which will take place on the 31st. I'll be able to give you more details later on this afternoon. Now, Brady does say the election will be held in a little over a week. We will continue to follow that breaking news from the UK, just as we have been doing here as well in the United States. President Biden speaking about Truss, saying that she was a good partner, especially when it came to her role with helping Ukraine. We do have to slide away for yet another quick 2-minute break. Don't worry, it's the last one of this hour. And when we come back, speaking of President Biden, he is on the road. He's in Pennsylvania speaking about infrastructure, as well as also making some remarks with Fetterman, one of those, John Fetterman, one of those who is running in the state of Pennsylvania for a Senate seat. So we'll be bringing you these remarks on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look here in Pennsylvania, where President Biden was just giving some remarks on infrastructure. Now, he is also later today going to be participating in a reception with the Democratic senatorial candidate, John Fetterman, in Philadelphia. So that will be something, if our cameras are allowed to be at those events, we're, of course, going to be jumping over to that. You can see President Biden has wrapped up his remarks, but don't worry, we were rolling on it here for you and want to play it from the beginning, especially as he had a worker introducing him here today. Let's go ahead and bring that to you from the top here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. I would like to start out and say thank you to President Biden for coming back to see the progress that's been made on this important project. My name is Greg Stahl. I live in Somerset, Pennsylvania. I'm a proud 35-year member of the Carpenter Union Heavy Highway Local 274 and part of the team of men and women from Swank Construction that are helping to rebuild Fern Hollow Bridge. I've built a good career working on roads and bridges all over Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. Sometimes I've traveled as far as 2 hours to work and 2 hours home to provide an honest living for my family. I'm grateful for a career and the ability to continue working thanks to the investments made in President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure bill. On a personal note, this investment is just in time for me to retire with benefits in a few short years. Thank you. As I said, I worked on this bridge from cleanup from day one. I am proud that when a challenge is thrown at the union carpenters, we always come out on top and we get the job done. Thank you. And we're getting the job done all over the country because this investment is putting thousands and thousands of my union brothers and sisters to work from coast to coast. President Biden came to Pittsburgh after the collapse occurred when he announced his infrastructure plan at our Carpenters Training Center, I might add. And he's back today to see the great work skilled union labor has done to bring this bridge back into operation. Thank you. In closing, I'm proud to be a union carpenter, and I'm proud to be part of Swank Construction. And I'm so very proud to be an American standing here today to introduce our president, Mr. Joe Biden.
Pittsburgh. Please, sit down if you have a seat. And Gov, since you don't have a coat on, this is going to be painfully short. I'm not going to keep it too long. It's great. Thanks for that introduction. I really appreciate it, Greg. And, and thanks to the elected officials here today, Governor Wolf, one of the best governors I've ever served with in my life. And one of my best buddies from Scranton, as we say, Bobby Casey. I know his dad and his mom still around, and Representative Doyle, which tell you what. How about this one? Is this working?
Yeah, that's where I go.
Well, I tell you what, I knew he'd come here and do this. No, I'm joking. Can we get there? You go. All right. And Lieutenant Governor,
You were saying something nice about
I was saying something nice about you. That's why I went out. And but I'm saying we're going to try like the devil to keep you from deciding to leave. I wish you didn't. And John, thank you very much for running. I really do appreciate it. And Zell, you're gonna be a great lady in the Senate. As I said before, that America is the only country in the world that comes out of crises stronger than we went into the crisis. And that's the story I want to tell here today briefly. Just 9 months ago, January 28th, 2022, I was about to leave the White House on my way to Mill 19 here in Pittsburgh to talk about the resurgence of American manufacturing. We've created 700,000 manufacturing jobs since then. Before I left Washington, I got word about what happened early in that day. At 6:45, on a snowy day, the bridge behind me collapsed 100 feet straight down to Fern Hollow. and 5 cars and a bus were crossing the bridge at the time. Several people were injured. But by the grace of God, the school was delayed that day because of snow, and it was just before rush hour, so there was less traffic than usual. It had been a normal day, it would have been much, much worse. I decided still to come to Pittsburgh. I came straight here from the airport. When I arrived, Mayor Gainey, who's not here right now, was here. And Bobby and Connor and John Fetterman, they're all here, along with the responders. You all told me about the emergency workers that pulled the survivors to safety. They were heroes that day, and a complete catastrophe was avoided. But it never should have come to this. For too long, we talked about building the best economy in the world and the best infrastructure in the world. We talked about asserting America's leadership. We started about the best and the safest roads, railroads, ports, airports, and so much more. But now we didn't do it. We're finally getting to it. We're getting it done. We finally decided that instead of being ranked number 13 in the world, 13 in the world in infrastructure, the United States, 13 in the world in infrastructure, we should be ranked number 1. So instead of Infrastructure Week, which was a punchline for 4 years under my predecessor, it's Infrastructure Decade, a headline on my watch. With the help of your members of Congress here today, I signed into law a once-in-a-generation investment in roads, highways, bridges, railroads, ports, airports, and so much more. Over $1.2 billion. It's called the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. And it's the most significant investment in American infrastructure, roads, bridges, et cetera, than Eisenhower's interstate highway system. Pennsylvania alone has already received $5.2 billion just this year for hundreds of projects across the Commonwealth. And that's just announced another $2.5 billion to fix and upgrade Pennsylvania's roads and bridges. And there'll be billions more for other projects. Let me tell you why this matters. When I was here in January, I told the governor that we'd help rebuild this bridge behind us as fast as we possibly could. That day, the governor moved and signed an emergency order that let us move separate federal funding as quickly as possible to the project. The reason we could do that is because I just signed the infrastructure law a few months earlier. But had we waited for that money, it would have taken longer. The governor knew he could count on the new law to fund other projects to ensure the projects he already had started for infrastructure in the state would not be slowed down in the process. The result? Pennsylvania has been able to repair Fern Hollow Bridge in less than a year. And by Christmas, God willing, we'll be walking. I'm coming back to walk over the sucker. Although my staff said to me, you realize how many times you've been to Pittsburgh? I said, no. I said, 19. I said, but Bobby, don't tell them in Scranton. Don't tell them in Scranton. Anyway. But it's being done in record time. Normally, you'd be looking at 2 to 5 years to build a bridge like this, literally. And the total project cost $25 million, fully paid for by the federal government. And by the way, in the process of that, not a single penny of that money has cost anybody making under $400,000 in the nation to pay a penny more in taxes. And by the way, in the process, we also cut the deficit in this process nationally by $1.4 trillion just this year. So, Gov, the fact is, it wouldn't have happened without you, Gov. It wouldn't have happened at this time. That's not hyperbole. That's a fact. And you're working so hard to get it done. I want to thank you. This really matters. Folks in the neighborhood relied on this bridge, the walking path underneath, to commute to work, to take their kids to school, to run errands, to stay connected to other neighborhoods like Squirrel Hill and Waterfront in Oakland. And below the bridge, Frick Park is going to be fixed up when this is done to better than it was, hiking paths, new seating areas. This bridge was built initially in 1901. It was rebuilt in 1970. These guys behind me know that. None of them were here then, I don't think. But the fact of the matter is now it's a modern bridge of the 21st century with 4 lanes for vehicle traffic, a path for cyclists and pedestrians. This project has supported over 100 jobs, good paying construction union jobs. Laborers, carpenters, cement masons, so many more. The contractor delivering this project, by the way, has been a company that's been owned by the same family for 4 generations. A union company since 1930s that built our roads and our bridges, building during the New Deal, during Eisenhower's interstate highway system, and now the bipartisan infrastructure law. But you know, this is one bridge also tells a broader story. There are nearly 45,000, say it again, 45,000 bridges across this country in poor condition. In Pennsylvania alone, there are 3,100 bridges, 7,500 miles of highway in poor condition. And as I was talking to your person, Gov, also, we're going to get the railroad going, too. I'm a rail guy. Anyway, Pittsburgh's a city of bridges, but too many of them are in poor condition, like this bridge behind me before it collapsed. With the bipartisan infrastructure law, we're doing something about it. This is just one of 2,400 bridges across the country that are being repaired just this year because of this law. For example, the Allegheny County work's underway to repair the bridges of the Boulevard of the Allies. Not just bridges, though. Just outside of Pittsburgh, we're investing $850 million to replace and expand a 100-year-old Montgomery-Loxton Dam that's critical to the nation's economy. And I mean, we're investing, that investment is going to increase the capacity of this system, the locks, over 50% at a critical choke point in the river. That means we're going to be able to move an additional 14,000 barges every year, saving the equivalent of having to have 1 million hauls on tractor trailers to get the same material to where it has to go. These savings are going to allow the locks to be more efficient and move 10 billion tons of goods like coal, petroleum, and steel. And as a consequence, we're lowering the cost of transporting these materials, but just as important, we're going to reduce emissions that could come from the trucks and trains hauling it over reduce it by 3.5 million tons of CO2 a year. Cutting pollution in the air we breathe. This is good for the economy and the environment and public health. And Bobby, I promised you, he'd been on my back to get this done since I got elected president. Don't forget the locks, John. So I just think, I'm not sure how we're going to do this, but so long as I couldn't say no, so we get the money for the locks project done, I think we should call it Casey's Lock. I don't know. But Bobby, you have been, for a Scranton guy to worry about the locks in this side, anyway. In the Hill District of Pittsburgh, we're providing funding to revitalize the area by making sidewalks and streets safer for pedestrians and drivers and connecting communities that suffered for decades for lack of investment. And thanks to the infrastructure law, Pennsylvania's going to get $170 million over 5 years to build out the electric charging stations that are going to be available to all the electric vehicles that are going to be on the road. And that's just what we need because half of the new car sales in America are going to be electric by the end of this decade. My administration has recently approved Pennsylvania's plan, so the funds are available now so the IABW can start constructing these facilities. We're putting $20 million in a new 7,000 square foot terminal at the Pittsburgh Airport to include upgrades to the security screening, baggage check system, so it's easier and more efficient to catch your flight. No one knows better than the people of Pittsburgh that there are thousands of uncapped orphan wells, oil and gas wells, spewing methane into the air. These abandoned mines scattered throughout this area. It's a legacy left behind by the mining oil and gas companies. When the wells and fields went dry, the companies left, and left it for people of Pennsylvania to clean it up. Well, guess what? We're going to clean it up. Now my Department of Interior is sending Pennsylvania close to, and Connor, I know you worked on this, close to $350 million this year to cap the wells and reclaim the abandoned mine lands and polluted waterways, creating good-paying jobs in the process for the folks in the same communities that dug the wells in the first place. In addition, we're investing at least $100 million in Pennsylvania to get high-speed internet across the state, in every part of the state, urban, suburban, and rural. And no one's going to be left behind. 21% of Pennsylvania families don't have home internet connections. But never again should a parent have to drive their kid to a McDonald's parking lot and sit there to connect to McDonald's internet so they could do their homework. Not a joke. You saw it happening. In addition, there are over 150,000 lead service lines carrying water to homes and schools in Pennsylvania, and over 7,000 in Pittsburgh. This impacts children's brain development. I mean, for real. It's a hazard to their health. You can't have this in Pennsylvania. We can't have this anywhere in America. Now Pennsylvania is going to get $87 million to replace these lead pipes because every person, every child in this country should have access to clean, safe drinking water. And by the way, these projects are going to create good-paying, mostly union jobs. That's because I made sure the overwhelming majority of the funds in this infrastructure law are subject to Davis-Bacon prevailing wage requirements. I said when I ran, we're going to build a country from the bottom up and the middle out, not the top down. When the middle does well, the wealthy do very well. So this law is about more than rebuilding our infrastructure. It's about rebuilding the middle class, something John knows a lot about and talks a lot about. And let me tell you, I'm a proud Delawarean, but Pennsylvania is my native state. It's in my heart. I can't tell you how much it means to me to be part of rebuilding this beautiful state. My grandfather, Finney Scranton, would really be proud of me right now. No, I'm not joking, he would. By the way, he's an All-American football player, John, in Santa Clara. You know, I started my campaign for president here in Pittsburgh because there's no better place to talk about rebuilding the backbone of America, the middle class. After I accepted my party's nomination, Pittsburgh was my first major stop. It's here that I laid out my vision for building a better America with better pay and dignity for working people, people who built this country. My dad used to say everybody should be treated with dignity no matter where they're from. Because here's what I know. For most of the last century, we led the world by a significant margin because we invested in our people, we invested in ourselves, we invested in our land. But along the way, we stopped doing that. But not anymore. We're back on track. When you see these projects in your neighborhoods, the cranes going up, shovels in the ground, I want you to feel the way I feel. Pride in what we can do when we work together. And that's what I mean when I say we're building a better America. And folks, let's get something straight. We managed to get some Republicans to vote for this, 13 in the House and 19 in the Senate. And I'm truly grateful for them. I mean it sincerely. But a whole lot more voted against it, but are taking credit for it now. You know, you may have seen the news report on CNN describing Republicans who voted the infrastructure law after attacking me and Democrats for passing what they called socialism. Socialism. Well, now they're quietly and privately sending me letters. Not a joke. My administration asked for money. Ask for that money, talking about how important the projects in their district are and for America. I've got to say, I was surprised to see there's so many socialists in the Republican caucus. But look, and I mean this sincerely, even if they voted against it, I promised when I ran I'd be president for all the American people, everyone. We're building a better America together, even in districts or Congress who voted against this. They're going to get the money. And one last thing. This is all being done without raising anyone's taxes a penny if you make less than 400 grand. And we did it while cutting the deficit in half this year, in half. Let me close with this. It's been a rough 4 or 5 years in this country. For a lot of families, it's still kind of tough. But there are bright spots where America is reasserting itself, like here, where the best workers in the world are hard at work building a future, a better future for everybody. We're proving our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. We just have to keep it going, and we know we can. I have never been more optimistic about America's future than I am today, and I really mean that. Just remember, we got to remember who we are. We are the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity if we work together. This is an example of. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops, and thank you for what you've done, particularly all the workers here.
President Biden here in Pennsylvania, he was making remarks on a bridge that recently had collapsed. That was something that we brought to you back when that had happened. But here is speaking about the importance of rebuilding infrastructure all across the United States. Did want to make a note, too, that the president still going to be sticking around in Pennsylvania here for just a little bit, as he's going to be also taking some time to make some appearances with John Fetterman, who you're seeing here on your screen. Again, he is running as a Democrat for that Senate candidacy. So we'll be keeping a close eye on the president's movements. Do want to say that tomorrow the president going to be headed to Delaware, where he'll be speaking at the university, speaking about student loans. So the president not done traveling here for the week. Live now from Fox, stepping away for a 2-minute break. Going to continue bringing you more press conferences from across the country when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson, and we want to continue to bring you more news conferences from across the country. First, just a quick look at a State Department briefing. You can see spokesperson Ned Price. He is speaking from at the State Department on a number of different issues that we're facing. We'll be getting into this press conference here in just a bit on Live Now from Fox. But first, I want to turn to a news conference that happened just a little bit ago from Minnesota, where officials are looking into the death of a 17-month-old baby, the mother's boyfriend now being charged with murder. Let's go ahead and bring you the latest update right here on Live Now from Fox.
Lieutenant Joe Steiner, Joesteiner. On Tuesday, October 18th, about 7:28 p.m., Maplewood Police and Fire responded to 1492 County Road B East on the report of a 17-month-old juvenile female with significant burns. Officers and medics arrived on scene and found the victim, Jamari, with significant burns. Officers and medics rendered medical aid, and Jamari was transported to St. Paul Children's Hospital. A short time later, Jamari died at the hospital. Through investigation, Maplewood Police determined that Jamari had multiple other injuries other than the significant burns. At that point, through investigation, Maplewood police detectives arrested Jamari's mother, Hannah Hine, and Jamari's mother's boyfriend, Terrence Leslie, on suspicion of second-degree murder, and they were booked at the Ramsey County Jail. At this time, Terrence Leslie has been charged with second-degree murder. At this time, through investigation, there is no evidence to suggest that Hannah Hine has any direct involvement with her daughter's death, and she is being released. Questions?
If you could talk just about the disturbing nature of what happened. I mean, reading the complaint, it was very hard to get through. I can't imagine your folks seeing some of those things.
Very difficult. In my 22 years of law enforcement experience, I've never investigated a crime more disturbing or more heinous than this murder.
How did it come to be recorded like this? Do you think it was just an accident? He hit the record accidentally? I mean, this never happens.
Are you referencing the videos in the complaints?
Yeah.
At this time, through investigation, we believe that he videotaped some of the assaults on purpose.
Intentionally?
Intentionally, correct.
He's not the father of the child, correct?
He is not the father, correct.
Did you say what tipped you off to going there? Did he call?
The mother called and reported the significant burns to her daughter and requested medics to that address.
What was his demeanor on scene with you all? Was he cooperative, not cooperative? Was he emotional at all? Or?
I wasn't on scene and I didn't deal with him personally, but through reviewing the case, he was semi-cooperative. Obviously, we know at this point that the story that he gave us when officers initially arrived was not accurate.
What was that story?
His story was he was at home in the apartment with Jamari, and he was giving her a bath, and he left her unattended while he went to clean up a mess from the dog, and he stated that Jamari had fell into the bathtub, and that's when she sustained the burns. And at this point in the investigation, we know that the story he gave us at that time doesn't add up.
Is there any reason to believe that the mom is a victim in this case too? If there's violence involving the child, could there have been violence also like domestic violence?
There is information at this time that the mother is also a victim of domestic abuse.
You talk about how this impacted you in 22 years of law enforcement. What are the first responders, your officers who were there who had to witness this? How are they doing, and are you providing any help for them to cope?
Our officers and our medics and all of our first responders that responded to this incident are they're all shocked. Like I said, it's a very disturbing case, very difficult to be a part of. They are doing well. Here in Maplewood, we take mental and physical health of our first responders very seriously, and we're giving them the resources that they need to get through this incident.
Joe, has Maplewood PD had any previous contact with this with the suspect at this point?
At this point, I don't know that information.
How about the address? Have you had any prior calls there before, or is this a first time?
To that exact apartment?
Yes.
I don't know that either. And going back, I do know that we've had at least one contact with Hannah and Terrence in the past couple months. Other than that, I don't have the specific call history with me.
When you think about, I mean, a little 17-month-old child losing their life in this kind of way, how tragic is that to see a young life cut short?
super tragic. She had her whole life ahead of her. Beautiful little girl. Our hearts and our thoughts and our prayers definitely go out to the family and the friends in this case. Anytime we investigate a crime of violence or a homicide, it's difficult, but when it involves a child, especially as young as Jamari, it's extremely difficult to investigate.
Is there anything you're looking for from the public at this time?
At this time, if anyone in the apartment building where this incident occurred has any information around the time of October 18th throughout the day that may be helpful to law enforcement, we ask that they give us a call at 651-249-2608.
Do you anticipate your officers are going to be testifying before a grand jury in this case?
We're still working with the Ramsey County Attorney's Office to follow through with this investigation. At this time, like I previously stated, Leslie's been charged with second-degree murder. This is still an active investigation. There's still more information to sift through and evidence, but we have spoken today with the Ramsey County Attorney's Office, and Ramsey County Attorney John Choi himself has assured us that his office will provide us with all the resources needed to get justice for Jamari.
Do you anticipate this may go to first degree?
At this time, we're still sifting through evidence and information, so it's too early to determine that.
Any weapons or drugs recovered at the scene?
At this point, because it still is an active investigation, I can't comment on those specifics.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely a tragic scene there in Maplewood, Minnesota. That 17-year-old beaten to death there. The mother's boyfriend charged with murder. The child's mother has not been formally charged, with Ramsey County saying police have not presented a case against that mother for charging review. We're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Alive Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We are continuing to follow some of the biggest stories from around the world today, including Prime Minister out of the UK, Liz Truss, stepping down on Thursday after just 40-some-odd days holding that role. We're also watching the New York Stock Exchange. There's a few more hours left in this day. It was up in the green, but now has fallen down to 100 points below that make-even mark for the day. We also heard the prosecution resting their case in the Darrell Brooks trial. Of course, Darrell Brooks representing himself following that Christmas parade attack that killed 6 people. He's possibly giving an opening statement for his defense. I want to take us out there live here on Live Now from Fox to hear some of these remarks.
I believe your statement about that is a misstatement of the law, and I do not intend to pursue that further.
Can you show me lawful law that says that?
I gave you a written decision. I have done that.
Can you show me lawful law that verifies that?
Sir.
For the record.
I gave you a written decision.
I accepted for value in return for value.
And that's how I'm going to answer that. So
let's not verified proof. We still aren't.
Sir, there is no requirement in the law that the state or the court establish that. So
Actually,
your
there is.
noted.
Actually, there is, Your Honor. Subject matter jurisdiction has to be proven for the record. Has to be proven. Has to be proven. You know that just as well as
Mr. Brooks.
You know that.
Please do not make statements that mischaracterize the law.
You know it has to be proven
or that
for the
impugn
record.
the integrity of this court.
You know it has to be proven
and the
on the
proceedings
record.
Here.
You know
the
it
jury
has
is
to be proven.
advised to disregard the statements that Mr. Brooks is making regarding subject matter jurisdiction. They are not evidence, and you are to disregard them.
They're not presented as evidence. Just has yet to be proven for the record.
The jury will disregard the incorrect statements of the law that Mr. Brooks is stating.
Where's lawful law that is incorrect?
Mr. Brooks, please. I am going to read one instruction. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The defendant will now make an opening statement. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the defendant an opportunity to tell you what he expects the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. With that, go ahead, sir.
Obviously, I don't have any rehearsed or well-prepared speech, so I'm just going to speak from the heart. I would just like to first say that I want to bring to remembrance something I think everyone in this room has been taught pretty much as far back as we can remember, is that there's always 2 sides to every story. And for so long now, roughly a year, there's only truly been one side told of this story. And I've sat back and watched from countless narratives that's been put out there, the way this incident has been portrayed at times, and finally everyone getting a chance to get the full story. You won't hear me try to argue facts. The fact is that this incident was tragic, very tragic. That's not lost on me. Facts are that there's still a lot of people healing, a lot of families healing on both sides. And when I'm confident that the evidence will show, sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. When I'm confident that the evidence will show is that this incident was not planned. This incident was not intentional. And this incident it's never even thought about. It's easy to I'm sorry. Just need a second. I think it's easy to look at the magnitude of something like this and form opinions. I think it's easy to disregard a lot of factors. And I think in reference to what I stated earlier, it's easy to forget the other side of the coin. There's been a lot of suffering involved in this incident, a lot. Obviously, with the families, with the community, and even the alleged defendant's family as well. There's been a lot of suffering. A lot of misunderstanding. And I just want you to keep in mind everything that will be presented in its totality. Keep in mind. The power that you have. I believe that shouldn't escape your knowledge. This has been a long process for everybody. And what I believe is when it's time for you to make your decision, all of you, believe that, and I pray that it's the right decision. That all the factors are weighed. There's been a lot of words thrown out there about the alleged a lot of speculation, a lot of ridicule. Words like demon, words like monster. I know a lot of the time I've been before you see me with this mask on. Yeah, I've had my reasons for that. But I feel now is the time to, it's important that you see me for who I am. No mask for who I am. I think this is the moment for that. I pray that your eyes and ears remain as open as possible. And understand that you alone decide this matter. The power is in your hands, all of you. To determine for yourselves what truth is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And do we have their writing materials available? All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks, you ready to call your first, would be your second witness, actually. You need a minute? take a short break. I'll rise for the jury, please.
You were just listening into the Darrell Brooks trial. Very emotional scene there. Darrell Brooks representing himself. He deferred the initial opening statement, but as the prosecution rested their case on day 14, Darrell Brooks standing and taking off the mask for likely the first time there in that courtroom, giving an opening statement before calling some witnesses of his own in the defense. As he's accused of killing those 6 people, injuring some 60 more in the Christmas parade attack there last November in Waukesha, Wisconsin. You can still see this is a live picture here, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we also have a second YouTube stream going, so if you want to watch this trial in full, in its entirety, go to YouTube and type in Live Now from Fox. You'll be able to watch the entire proceedings on that channel if you're watching in other streams from different platforms there. So it is on YouTube if you want to watch this trial in full right here from Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue on here as they are taking a short recess there in that courtroom there in Wisconsin. Thank you so much for joining us here. I am Andy Mack. Thank you again for joining us. We saw several proceedings from earlier today. Very big news out of the United Kingdom. UK Prime Minister Liz Truss stepping down, but also President Joe Biden in Pennsylvania talking about infrastructure. We saw he was also in Pennsylvania and eating some of their delicacies. We were watching this picture unfold from just a little bit ago alongside John Fetterman there up for the Senate there in Pennsylvania. Very hotly contested race there coming up in less than a month here. We'll have the road to election, the important midterms election. We've seen President Joe Biden over the last few weeks eat tacos in California, have ice cream at different venues, and he's been on a lot of trips recently, and we've seen him now picking up more food there, possibly some cheesesteaks in Pennsylvania as they continue on here on Live Now from Fox. He also possibly took some questions from reporters who were on this trip as well. You can see Joe Biden there trying to pay for some of these things and obviously giving some big tips to other restaurants around the country on previous trips. I want to take you out to these remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Sir, why don't more candidates want to be seen in public with you like Mr. Fetterman?
Wear a suit. Where did you buy it at?
What are you talking about?
Tim Ryan in Ohio said he doesn't want you there. Warnock said wouldn't say. Do you think they're making a mistake?
No, there are 16 there I've already gone in for yet, and a lot more are asked. Another 20 or so. I'm going to be going in.
Why aren't you doing that?
I think so. It ain't over till it's over.
How do you feel like, sir, your economic message is resonating with voters in these key states?
Well, we'll soon find out. You have to ask these folks right here.
Don't ask us. Don't
Fire
ask us.
rescue, right?
Don't ask us.
Anyway, thank you.
Why aren't you doing more rallies, sir?
So if it does come to that, do you think you'll be able to work with the Republicans if they're the ones in control of the Congress? You've been saying you want to be a bipartisan kind of figure in the country.
I've always been able to do that. I got a lot of bipartisan stuff passed you guys never thought I'd get passed.
Are you worried about Ukraine aid with the Republicans in charge of the House?
Yeah, I am worried about that because they said they'll cut it.
Sir, do you have any plans to go to Nevada or Georgia in the coming weeks?
Pardon me?
To Nevada or Georgia?
Both the congressmen asked me to go out and know they're going to be able to get out in Nevada. And Georgia, they asked me to come down. We're trying to work it out now.
Are you going to go next week?
I don't know where I'm going. I've got about 16, 18 requests around the country, so I don't know who's going where. I get told.
How are you feeling about the election in general?
I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good?
All right. These guys, all they want to do is eat their lunch.
How many Senate seats will Dems pick up?
You were just listening to Joe Biden there in Pennsylvania, picking up some food and also speaking to several people just in the restaurant there. We're going to take our last break here of the hour on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We're just approaching noon here on the West Coast, and we're following some very big breaking news stories from around the world, including after 44 short days, Liz Truss is now out as Prime Minister in the United Kingdom. Here's more from Fox on these latest developments.
I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party.
The UK is about to get another new leader. Prime Minister Liz Truss announcing her resignation Thursday after just 6 weeks on the job. She was elected with the goal of restoring political stability and tackling the country's out-of-control inflation, which is now at its highest level in over 40 years. But her policies, centered on a major series of tax cuts, were not supported by rank-and-file members of her own party, many of whom claimed they would only make the problem worse.
I came into office at a time of great economic and international instability. Families and businesses were worried about how to pay their bills.
Just a day ago, Truss was vowing to stay in power after taking over from Boris Johnson, who was forced from office in September following a series of personal scandals. The opposition Labour Party now calling for a new national election, claiming the Conservatives cannot be trusted.
A new chaotic low. All the failures of the past 12 years have now come to the boil. This cannot continue. Britain deserves better.
Here in London, most are welcoming the news, but there's also a sense of mistrust. Some say they no longer have faith in their elected leadership and they're turning away from politics.
You should be proud of your party and your country. At the next election, I don't think I'll vote.
Truss says there will be an election within the next week to choose her successor. She will remain Prime Minister until then. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Thank you so much, and we will watch that very closely as the King Charles III, his coronation coming up next year, next May in 2023. So there will be some changes at the top of that United Kingdom in the Prime Minister role in the coming weeks as they have to make that change rather fast. Well, like you heard, inflation, a big factor in the United Kingdom. It's also a big factor for a lot of voters ahead of those very important midterms less than a month away.
Hello, everybody.
President Biden says he has more than one priority headed into the midterms, and that it's not just the economy.
There's multiple issues, and they're all important.
Thursday, he's in Pennsylvania to talk about infrastructure, highlighting a bridge that collapsed earlier this year and is now almost rebuilt. It's also a moment for an appearance with Democrat John Fetterman, who is locked in a tight Senate race. But Fox News polling shows it's inflation and high prices that voters are overwhelmingly concerned about.
Democrats certainly had a lot of momentum over the summer, but that's been blunted by concerns about the economy, inflation, high gas prices.
This week, the president highlighted abortion and reproductive rights and announced he'll release 15 million barrels of oil to ease gas prices.
And we ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. You know that old expression.
However, some Democrats believe they have thrown away voter enthusiasm by not talking about the economy.
I think that the Democrats have simply abdicated and walked off the debate stage. They have allowed Republicans to do all the talking.
Republicans say Americans will take economic issues with them to the ballot box more than anything else.
If we get better leadership into Washington, D.C., we can actually solve some of these problems.
According to Open Secrets, a nonprofit research group, more than $9.3 billion is expected to be spent on this year's federal midterm elections. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you for that latest update there, Lauren. Well, the ripple effects of the conflict between Ukraine and Russia continue to impact a global market, like you heard there with inflation, and it will continue into the winter months in terms of natural gas and other important resources. Here's more on the latest from Ukraine.
Russian airstrikes prompting a nationwide effort to curb electricity in Ukraine. Beginning Thursday, the country will restrict power supplies from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Local officials are warning residents of the potential for temporary blackouts if they don't comply. According to Ukraine's energy ministry, Russia carried out more than 300 airstrikes on Ukraine's power stations over the last 2 weeks. The attacks coming at a critical time as winter approaches.
Here we see hundreds of strikes at Ukraine, the shutting down of our energy system for people not to get through the winter.
President Volodymyr Zelensky says the strikes have knocked out 1/3 of his country's electricity. Some fear Moscow's air assaults could increase as forces see a growing number of setbacks in the war.
Putin has all but lost the conventional phase of this war. He's running out of missiles, he's running out of personnel, to the point where he has to actually reach out to other dictators.
Ukraine's counteroffensive continues to see success, especially in the Kherson region. It's one of 4 illegally annexed regions where Russian President Vladimir Putin declared martial law. Western leaders say the restrictions are a sign Putin is running out of options.
It seems his only tool available to him is to brutalize individual citizens in Ukraine, Ukrainian citizens, to try to intimidate them into capitulating.
Russian-backed officials in Kherson plan to evacuate some 60,000 civilians in the coming days. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Thank you for that latest update out of the capital in Ukraine as the winter months come. And it's going to be more and more important for those key resources there as they try to keep that electricity and that power on to keep people warm in those cities. Well, we're continuing to watch the trial out of Waukesha, Wisconsin. We heard the defense, the first opening statement for Darrell Brooks in that Christmas parade attack. Well, I want to take us back out there as Brooks, who's representing himself, will now start to call witnesses himself. Here's more from that scene in Wisconsin.
State a claim from which relief can be granted.
I will take that up outside the presence of the jury. Next witness, please.
So is the state not present?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to address that any further while the jury's present. I'll take that up outside their presence. Call your next witness, please.
The defense calls Nicholas Kirby.
All right. Nicholas Kirby. Is that a witness who's in the hallway? Do we know?
I don't believe in the hallway, but we will have him brought over, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. It'll be just a moment or two while we wait for that witness to come into the courtroom.
Of course, this is the proceedings day number 14 as this has extended. The prosecution rested their case earlier today about 1 o'clock in Central Time in Wisconsin there. Just a couple hours ago, they're resting their case and now turning it over to the defense as the prosecution had that burden of proof there as the defense now calling witnesses. You heard this is going to be the second witness Brooks has called here. And of course, you can watch that stream on our other YouTube channel right now. The full proceedings from inside the courtroom ongoing for the last 2 weeks in that Christmas parade attack, that heartbreaking attack that killed 6 people. Darrell Brooks accused of killing those 6 people with the car and also injuring some 60 other people. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We're watching various different feeds. We saw President Joe Biden in Pennsylvania from earlier today. Here's a look at the current stock market with just about 54 minutes to go of trading on this Thursday afternoon. It is down some 60 points right now here in the red as it was in the green earlier on today. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We heard various different topics. President Joe Biden, including constituents in Pennsylvania, asking about the war in Ukraine against Russia and the aid that has been helping the Ukrainians there as they continue to proceed. I want to go out to the State Department briefing as we heard much more today, and lots of topics will be on that. So let's go out to some of these remarks from officials there in our nation's capital.
It is good to be back. It is good to be back from travel. Even better to be back in this room, of course. I don't know why you laugh.
Very hard.
I don't know why you laugh.
I'm sure that
Palo Alto and Philadelphia were both much nicer, more hospitable.
This room has its own set of perks. So with that, we'll get started. Two things at the top. First, over the next week, Sudan will observe two important anniversaries. Tomorrow, October 21st, is the anniversary of the beginning of the 1964 October Revolution against military rule that caused the fall of that regime. And Wednesday, October 25th, will mark 1 year since the 2021 military takeover. Both highlight the Sudanese people's long-standing struggle to achieve democratic, civilian-led governance. We remain committed to helping the Sudanese people achieve the goals of their revolution as a country that is stable, prosperous, and at peace with itself and its neighbors, and urge all Sudanese actors to engage constructively in ongoing negotiations toward establishing a civilian-led transition. On these anniversaries, we remember the countless Sudanese who have bravely and at great risk demanded freedom, peace, justice, and an end to military rule. We honor all of those who were injured, harmed, or gave their lives for freedom in Sudan, and call on the government, including the military and security services, to fully respect freedoms of association, expression, and peaceful assembly. And finally, this week, on October 22nd, the United States will commemorate the one-year milestone release of the U.S. National Strategy on Gender, Equity, and Equality, or the NGS. With the release of the United States' first ever National Strategy on Gender, Equity, and Equality, the administration reaffirmed that advancing the rights and empowerment of women and girls in all their diversity is both a moral and a strategic imperative. Secretary Blinken is committed to implementing the NGS as a core component of U.S. foreign policy and national security. When women and girls can meaningfully participate in social, political, and economic life, it results in more peaceful, democratic, and prosperous nations to the benefit of all individuals. With that, Matt.
Great. Thanks, and welcome back, and I hope that this room is as hospitable for you as California and Philadelphia were. I was going to begin with Iran, but since your colleague at the White House has already addressed it, and I'm not really interested in you repeating the same thing that he's already said, but maybe some of my colleagues are, but I'm going to start with something different. And that is that you will have seen that the UN Human Rights Commission of Inquiry released its first report to the General Assembly today on Israeli activities in the Palestinian territories. And I'm wondering if you have a response, a reaction to what the findings of that report are.
Matt, we'll take a close look at that report. It has just been released, so can't offer a line-by-line analysis at this point. But what I can tell you is that we have made our concerns about this Commission of Inquiry clear from the start. Israel is consistently, unfairly targeted in the UN system, including in the course of this Commission of Inquiry. Israel is the only country that's subject to a standing country-specific agenda. When we re-engaged with the Human Rights Council last year, and later when we were elected as a representative to the Human Rights Council, we did so knowing that the Council has tremendous potential. It's precisely why we wanted to engage, and ultimately why we did re-engage. But we also recognize that there are needed reforms. This is an effort that we continue to work towards, to see to it that Israel is not unfairly singled out, and I use that term unfairly. I put emphasis on that. No country, the record of no country, should be immune from scrutiny, but no country should also be targeted unfairly. And that's the principle that we seek to uphold.
Okay, so are you aware of the findings?
Again, the team will go through it. I don't have a specific reaction to offer.
Let me give you a very brief outline of what some of them are, and let's just set aside whether or not the commission in itself is unfairly targeting Israel or not. It very well may. I'm not making an argument on either side of that. But what it accuses Israel of doing is, occupation, de facto annexation, forcible displacement. In other words, things that are very similar, if not the exact same, as what you accuse Russia of doing in Ukraine. Just last week, both the United States and Israel voted in support of a resolution condemning Russia for these things. And so I'm wondering how you square the two, whether the commission itself, the creation of the commission, is unfair or not. The allegations that it's making are very similar to allegations that you say are credible and true in the case of Russia and Ukraine. And so what's the difference?
First, Matt, when it comes to the report that was just released, again, we will go through it. We will go through it carefully and thoroughly, and we can offer more feedback on the specific assertions at that time. So I'm not going to go into the specific assertions, but what I will note is that we categorically reject the blanket comparison between the actions of the Kremlin, Russia in this case, that has launched and waged a brutal war of aggression against another sovereign state, a sovereign state that posed and poses no threat whatsoever to the Kremlin, a military campaign that has whose toll can be measured in thousands upon thousands of lives lost, a campaign that has been condemned, as you alluded to, by countries around the world, 141 countries in the case of the March vote in the UN General Assembly, 143 countries in the case of the annexation that Moscow recently announced and attempted with the 4 regions in sovereign Ukrainian territory. Matt, when it comes to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, this administration believes deeply in a 2-state solution. It has been at the core of the approach that successive American administrations have taken to this conflict. We believe that only through a negotiated 2-state solution can we arrive at a situation where we can have what really is our ultimate goal, and that is a reality in which Israelis and Palestinians alike enjoy equal levels of security, of prosperity, of opportunity, of democracy, and crucially of dignity. And that's something we're working towards.
Right, but the Palestinians and their supporters would argue that what you accuse Russia of doing in Ukraine in terms of war of aggression is very similar to what is going on in the occupied West Bank, and so I guess I'm trying to find what you find is different, because obviously Russia contests those allegations that you make against it, whether they're right or not. Israel contests the allegations that are being made against it in this report and by others, including human rights groups that you cite repeatedly, when it comes to Ukraine, when it comes to Iran, when it comes to other places. Is the difference that Ukraine is a sovereign state, in your view, and that Palestine is not?
That is a key difference. You point to some of what critics are saying. Look, no country is or should be immune from criticism. That, of course, includes Israel. Some of the criticism that we've heard, and we've, of course, offered our own over the course of recent months, is justified. Much of it is not. And so when you point to comparisons and criticisms, I think it is important to take a step back and to recognize the profound differences between those two situations. You mentioned one of them, and it is a paramount difference.
Well, listen, it's not me, the chairwoman of the Commission of Inquiry.
There are many assertions. There are many assertions around the world that are made.
She is the one who pointed out that just last week, 143 countries, including the United States and Israel, voted to condemn Russia for its actions. Not me. So sorry if you.
I know.
I'm repeating the point that she has made.
You're asking the question, and I'm making the points.
Let me just follow. So, with the issue of Greek, you said there's absolutely no linkage, no comparison whatsoever. You dispute that the Palestinians are militarily occupied, that Israel has annexed Palestinian land. Do you dispute that? Do you dispute that they have forcibly removed populations? Do you dispute that? Do you have any other different kind of information that can convince the world that you're speaking to that these facts that you cited are in fact are not That's not what the Palestinians are experiencing.
So we've spoken to the reality, to the plight that Palestinians face.
I'm sorry, Ned. I'm not talking about the plight and the reality and so on. You dispute that they are militarily occupied.
We don't dispute that, and we've been clear about that.
Do you feel that this military occupation should also end?
That the West Bank has been occupied since 1967.
Right.
That is why at the center of our policy is the recognition that only through a negotiated two-state solution can we achieve what Palestinians seek and what Israelis seek. And that is a reality in which Israelis and Palestinians enjoy equal levels of these virtues, of these elements: security, prosperity, democracy, freedom, and dignity. That's what a two-state solution can bring about. Just as we have acknowledged historical realities and realities on the ground, we've also acknowledged, as have previous administrations, that we're not there yet, clearly, in terms of a two-state solution, or even in terms of creating a constructive atmosphere in which the two sides can sit down together and attempt to make progress towards that reality of a two-state solution. That is why this administration, from the earliest days, has focused on practical measures that can provide some benefit to the Palestinian people, and you can measure those practical measures in the hundreds of millions of dollars, verging on $1 billion over the course of this administration in terms of humanitarian support to the Palestinian people. It's why we have maintained our sacrosanct commitment to Israel's security, knowing that if Palestinians feel opportunity and Israelis feel security, those are conditions that can help galvanize efforts to advance a two-state reality. We're going to continue working on that. We're going to continue to set the stage so that we can ultimately seek to make progress.
Okay, I tell you what, Palestinians appreciate all the help that the United States gives them, but they would appreciate more being free from occupation and controlling their own destiny. I want to ask you, you began by citing anniversaries and so on. Well, on October 26th, happens to be the first anniversary of the closure of 6 human rights organizations in Palestine. And you have not. I mean, your position remained mysterious. Nobody understands the treaty. I mean, have you said that you received their answers or to your queries and so on, but we don't know. What is your position? Are you, a year after this happened, are you calling them to reopen those, or are you saying now they are guilty of what the Israelis are accusing them of?
Saeed, we haven't said either of those things. What we have said,
but why not? I mean, Ned, I'm sorry, but why not? It's been a year.
Saeed, we have spoken, I think, clearly about our position on this. And our position is that human rights and the importance of civil society is applicable in countries and places around the world. Israel is no different. Independent civil society organizations play an indispensable role in reporting back and offering facts and scrutinizing the records. And this goes to the point I mentioned at the top of this briefing, that no country should be or is immune from scrutiny. And I think our Israeli partners would agree with that. That's why we have always contended there must be an extraordinarily high bar when it comes to taking action against independent civil society organizations. We want to see that bar protected. We want to see that bar preserved. The Israelis have told us that they had the requisite information to take the actions that they did. They have provided us in recent weeks with additional information. We are in the process of reviewing that, but this goes back to a point that we made in the days after this action was first announced a year ago. The United States does not have a relationship with these organizations. We've long considered the PFLP a terrorist organization. Our relationship with these organizations is not what other countries and groups of countries had or have today. So there is no question about us severing a relationship. We never had one to begin with. The principle that we think is important is that civil society plays an indispensable role plays an indispensable role around the world. We want to see that role protected.
Lastly, why are you remaining silent on the increased violence that is being inflicted on the Palestinians as we speak? I mean, as we speak today, Naples is besieged, Jenin is besieged, Tulkarm is besieged, and so on. Israeli settlers attack Palestinians day in and day out. They burn crops, they burn trees, they attack civilians, destroy cars, and so on. I have not seen a strong statement that you are condemning, for instance, this the settler violence against Palestinians.
Saeed, I'm a bit confused by the question because I know I have offered our alarm and deep concern for the trends that we're seeing in the West Bank and elsewhere. I believe Vedant has done the same in recent days. We've noted that the recent period has seen a sharp and, in fact, an alarming increase in both Palestinian and Israeli deaths and injuries, including among numerous children. Since mid last month, at least 23 Palestinians and 4 Israelis have been killed. Those numbers may have, in fact, risen even in recent days. There's one analysis out that suggests that this year is the deadliest for Palestinians in the West Bank in nearly 2 decades. That is something that is of great concern.
Yet you remain reluctant to condemn Israeli settler violence against the Palestinians. You have not mentioned settler violence against the Palestinians, even in your last statement.
Saeed, we always take issue, we always condemn violence against civilians, against innocent civilians. The fact of the matter is that we've seen an alarming increase in deaths on the part of Israelis and Palestinians. Some of this has been in the context and the conduct of security operations, but there's no question that civilians have been killed. That is always something that is deeply concerning to us, Yamara.
I just want to follow up on a couple of things that Kirby said. So he said the U.S. has evidence that Iranian personnel were on the ground in Crimea. That's a different level of military alliance between Russia and Iran. I'm just wondering where that leaves the nuclear talks that were stalling for some time. Is the United States, under these new circumstances, are you guys still pursuing to revive JCPOA with Iran?
Let me offer a couple broad words on the trends that we're seeing, and then I'll come to your question. But the reports and the information that we are providing today that you've heard from Kirby, that you'll hear from us as well, speak to really the evolution of Russia's campaign in Ukraine that we've seen over the course since February 24th of this year. When President Putin first ordered his forces into Ukraine, Russia, I think it is fair to say, had grandiose objectives. Russia's objective was to wipe out the Ukrainian state. It was to eliminate the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian democracy, in many ways, Ukrainian identity itself. It is wrapped up in this warped and perverse notion that Ukraine does not have the right to exist as a country. And so we've seen those grandiose objectives really transform into, I think, what is better described as grotesque objectives. As Russia has recognized that it's not in a position to realize those grandiose ambitions, it's turned to the grotesque. It has gone from seeking to topple the state into a race of people and a country to targeting and hitting power grids, electricity supplies, even more horrifically, neighborhoods, residential buildings, shopping malls, train stations, schools. In all of this, it's true that Russia has grown more desperate in recent months, and we've seen any number of indications of this desperation, the mass mobilization, the repression within Russia that has followed this mass mobilization, the attempts to annex by force, the imposition of martial law in the regions that President Putin sought to annex. Just think about that for a second. President Putin annexed these regions, claiming that there were individuals in these regions who so desperately sought refuge from the Ukrainian state that they wanted to join Mother Russia. And now Putin is, I think, proving the lie by declaring martial law in regions that he claimed just a couple weeks ago so desperately sought to join Russia. I think the fact is that even though Russia is desperate, doesn't make it any less dangerous in some ways. And we've seen that in Russia, perhaps out of desperation, turning to countries like Iran to provide the wares that it is unable to produce or to acquire through other means. Some of this is a reflection of the export controls, of the sanctions, of the economic measures that we've imposed on Russia. The fact is that they don't have the ability to organically produce, to import the key inputs that they need, and so they're turning to Iran. They're exploring arrangements with North Korea. And so as you heard from my colleague from the White House today, we can confirm that Russian military personnel based in Crimea have been piloting Iranian UAVs and using them to conduct kinetic strikes across Ukraine, including in strikes against Kyiv in recent days. We assess that Iranian military personnel were on the ground in Crimea and assisted Russia in these operations. Russia has received dozens of these UAVs so far and will likely continue to receive additional shipments in the future. In spite of all of this, we've seen Russia and Iran continue to lie, continue to claim that there's no there there. The Iranians continue to claim that they are not providing this material, and for indisputable proof to continue to emerge. And some of that proof was put on display before the UN Security Council yesterday.
Okay, but are you guys still pursuing a deal with Iran? Because that's what I asked. And also Kirby said, like, we're not focused on an Iranian nuclear deal right now. What does that mean?
Well, right now, the eyes of the world are where they should be. They are on the bravery.
No, but I mean, like, when he says we, like, I'm not sure he's talking about the eyes of the entire world, but mostly the eyes of the United States. So, like, are you guys still pursuing a deal with Iran or not? And what does the not focused mean? So
Humayra, at this point, of course, it's no secret that a deal does not appear imminent. A deal does not appear in the offing, at least not at the moment, because Iran's demands have consistently gone beyond the four corners of the JCPOA. We've heard nothing in recent weeks to suggest that Iran is prepared or preparing to change its approach. And so right now, the eyes of the world are where they should be.
Right. But under these new circumstances, is the draft that was put forward from your perspective, is that still on the table? If Iran were to take it tomorrow, are you guys still offering it?
That is a hypothetical that I don't think anyone expects to come to pass. The fact is that we continue, the president, let me back up, the president made a commitment that Iran will never acquire a nuclear weapon. We remain determined to uphold that commitment, to see to it that Iran never does acquire a nuclear weapon. Another proposition is that we continue to believe that diplomacy is the most effective, the most sustainable means by which to realize that commitment on a basis that is both permanent and verifiable. But the fact is that the JCPOA, the question is largely academic at the moment. And so right now we're focused, as is the rest of the world, on what is happening not in a foreign capital with negotiations, but right now in the absence, we are focused where the rest of the world is, on the bravery and the courage of the Iranian people. Gita.
Thanks, Ned. On what is happening inside Iran, there's growing calls for Iran to be expelled from the UN Commission on the Status of Women, and an NGO in Switzerland that advises ECOSOC has drawn up a draft resolution, and they say that they have also presented it or proposed it to Secretary Blinken to present it to the Council. Any thoughts on that? Any
We've made our position on this very clear. Iran's membership on the UN Commission on Women is contemptible. It is beyond inappropriate. It is outrageous. We've always been clear that some of the worst human rights abusers sit on certain UN commissions. I think this is, unfortunately, a good example of that. We have worked in the UN system beyond what we've done using our own authorities and with our own voice to condemn the violence that Iran is perpetrating against, in many cases, the brave women and girls who are doing nothing more but exercising rights that are as universal to them as they are to anyone else. We were one of 54 countries that issued a joint statement at the Human Rights Council calling for Iran to cease the disproportionate use of force against what are undeniably peaceful protesters. We don't believe Iran should sit on this commission. We're going to look at proposals to affect that outcome. We're going to take a close look at ideas, and we'll lend our support where it's appropriate for us to do so. Alex.
Another question, please. Yesterday, Iran announced that it has arrested several foreigners, including one American. And do you have any information, any update on that?
I don't, and I'm not in a position to confirm that. We have been in contact with the Swiss, who are our protecting power, and we have seen no reason to, we've not been in a position to independently corroborate or confirm those reports.
Thank you.
Follow up? Yeah, sure.
Actually, getting back to what you were saying earlier, that it's a lie. I mean, in your statement yesterday, saying it's a lie that what Russia and Iran are saying. Could you just give more to that? I know that it's intelligence. You're probably not going to get into massive detail, but can you explain why the United States is so certain that the drones were Iranian? Is there proof on the ground from the pictures you've seen? What's the basis?
Well, the reason we're able to offer the detail that we have, not only this week, but actually going back to July, is because we do have credible information that pointed to this plan, and more recently credible information that points to the presence of Iranian drones inside Ukraine, the presence of Iranian trainers inside Ukraine, operating in Crimea in this case. We do have credible information that Russian officials, prior to the presence of Iranian trainers in Crimea, received training in Iran. I, of course, can't detail all of this, but there's a reason why we started talking about our concerns long before the world began to see indications that our concerns were justified. Because we had information that was available to us, and now the rest of the world has information available to it, not only because of what we have made public and issued, but, for example, the session that was held at the UN Security Council yesterday, where a UN expert presented to the Security Council some of the ample evidence that the UN itself has in its possession of the operation of Iranian drones in Ukraine.
That was a closed meeting.
It was, correct.
Yeah, correct. So it's not like the entire world got to watch.
No, but I think it is also fair to say that photographic evidence has emerged. There are any number of indications that are available to people without security clearances.
Pointing to a closed Security Council meeting as the world having seen this evidence is not.
The world has seen evidence beyond that as well. Alex.
Thank you. Based on the chronology that you just laid out, you knew about this coming in July. You telegraphed. You were very consistent about Iranians' intentions. You also mentioned that you have now abundant evidence that they have been using it. You're not convinced by Iranians' lies, Russia's lies as well. And then you will not hesitate to use the sanctions, you said last night, which begs the question, why waiting this long? I mean, what have we done to prevent this from happening? Iranian drones have been claiming Ukrainian lives for weeks now. I'm asking it also because the boss secretary and you also mentioned that Russians have turned to other countries. So can you give us any reason or two to indicate that you have been discouraging China or CST or other countries from doing exactly the same thing that Iran is doing?
Well, much of this we've discussed, including at length in this room. When it comes to China, we spoke openly of our concerns in the earliest days of Russia's war against Ukraine that China might seek to provide security assistance, military assistance, or otherwise to systematically help Russia evade sanctions. We were clear about the costs that the PRC would incur if they chose that course. We were clear about that publicly. We were also clear about that privately. So we have not sought to hide the ball there in any sense. Neither have we waited or sought to downplay our concerns about this. And this goes back to what I said just a moment ago. We have been warning very publicly, including from this podium, Jake Sullivan from the White House podium since July, over the course of several months now, our concerns that Iran would provide this type of support to Russia. Today, we're making very clear as well that in light of Russia's ongoing shortages, some of which are owed to the export controls and the other measures we put in place, we're concerned that Russia may also seek to acquire advanced conventional weapons from Iran. That includes potentially surface-to-air missiles that will almost certainly be used to support Russia's war against Ukraine. So as you've seen well before Russia's war against Ukraine started, when we have information that is relevant to the threat that Russia poses to Ukraine, we have not hesitated to make that public. Secretary Blinken, you may recall, gave a very public set of remarks in the UN Security Council just a few days before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, where he laid out in exacting detail what we expected to happen, which in fact transpired. That wasn't the only case. It was probably the most prominent, but at every step of the way, we have sought to go out of our way to make clear our concerns, to warn the world so that we can be attuned to the lies that we're going to hear from Russia, the lies that we're going to hear from Iran, and perhaps even more importantly, to galvanize global action against these threats. We mentioned already yesterday that we began the process together with Ukraine, the UK, and France yesterday to hold Iran accountable for its provisions of UAVs to Russia in the UN context. It was the closed-door meeting of the Security Council to kick off a process under UNSCR 2231, led by a panel of experts. Today, the EU and the UK either took or announced important steps joining us in slapping new sanctions on Iranian individuals and entities, supporting Iran's support for Russia's war, and will continue to vigorously impose and enforce sanctions on those who aid Iran's support for Russia's war against Ukraine. The final point I'll make about this is that, of course, Iran's UAV program has been a concern of ours since the outset of this administration. Much, of course, has been made, and appropriately so, about the sanctions that we imposed on an Iranian actor, an entity, as a result of Iran's support for Russia's war effort, provision of UAV technology to Russia. But last October, we announced a series of sanctions. We designated members of a network of companies and individuals that provided critical support to Iran's UAV program. And to the IRGC and to the Quds Force as well. And the other, I think, notable element here is that, yes, these drones pose a risk to Ukraine. They pose a deadly threat to Ukraine. But Iran's proliferation of UAV technology, the threat that it poses, goes well beyond Ukraine. In announcing the sanctions last October, we made the point publicly that the Quds Force has used and proliferated UAVs for use by Iran-supported groups, including Hezbollah, Hamas, Kataib Hezbollah, the Houthis, and to Ethiopia, where our concerns, of course, are prevalent. So whether it's through U.S. sanctions, whether it is through international sanctions, whether it's through interdiction or through other means, we are going to use every appropriate tool we have to counter the threat by Iranian UAVs. One final point, This is all what we're doing to take action against Iran's technology. There's also a lot that we're doing to support Ukraine's ability to defend itself against the threat from not only Iranian UAVs, but the UAV threat more broadly. We provided 1,400 Stinger missiles, surface-to-air system, that our Ukrainian partners have used effectively. We have enabled countries to provide their own sophisticated air defense systems to Ukraine. One example we pointed to was Slovakia's provision of the S-300 in the early days of this conflict, something Slovakia was able to do because of backfilling support from the United States. Germany has recently provided to Ukraine important air defense capabilities, and the NASAM systems that are on their way are another key component as well.
What was the authority that the sanctions that you imposed last October were? What was that under?
It was pursuant to Executive Order 1338. Pursuant to Executive Order 13382.
Which is. What does that give you the authority?
Which is a counterterrorism authority.
And at the UN.
It was UN Security Council Resolution 2231.
Okay.
Can I ask
I'll let you come back and you can ask for us that.
2231, you just on this topic as well, you guys are doing a lot of this in partnership with your allies and partners to counter UAV proliferation, especially from Iran. Multiple times this week, 2231 was mentioned from this podium. And last night there was a statement on the abundance of evidence that Iranian UAVs are killing civilians in Ukraine. But you also, despite not, permanently killing the JCPOA talks right now, there's an executive order from here, and then there's the UN 2231, which expires in less than a year now, in 11 months. So are you guys working with partners at the UN Security Council to extend that? Because, as you mentioned, it's further than just Ukraine, the proliferation of UAVs. So what's what's the administration's point of view on 2231? Are you looking to extend that?
Our point of view is that we are going to take every action we can to thwart Iran's ability to use and to export this deadly technology. We've done so under U.S. authorities. There are UN Security Council resolutions. There's a UN There are UN panel of experts, and we saw last night the UN chair this meeting to share information on the part of a UN official to assembled members of the Security Council. So we're going to use every authority and tool we have, because we know the destruction of this technology. We know the harm, the death, the toll that it can inflict, not only in Ukraine, but in the region as well.
But is that going to stay? I mean, if there's you could say it's hypothetical, but I mean, if there's a deal, is that embargo going to be lifted immediately under a JCPOA, as well as, are you guys going to revoke Executive Order 13949?
You're getting well ahead of where we are. As we've said, no deal appears imminent. We are going to, in the absence of a deal, or if there one day is a diplomatic deal to permanently and verifiably limit Iran's nuclear program, we are going to use every appropriate tool that we can. I need to move around just so we can make sure everyone gets a question. Go ahead.
Following that closed-door meeting, the Russian deputy ambassador to the UN came out and he threatened to cut off cooperation with the UN Secretary General if they sent inspectors to look at those drones. Are you concerned about the implications for that, for like the Black Sea Grain Initiative or other cooperation with the UN involving Russia?
Certainly noted the defensiveness of that posture, and can't help but keep in mind the denials that we've heard from Moscow, that we've heard from Tehran, as we see these apparent pressure tactics. We think it's important that the UN and every responsible UN member state stand by the various Security Council resolutions, the General Assembly resolutions, really the heart of the UN system, the principles that animate the UN Charter and the UN system. That is really beyond the stakes of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. That is ultimately what is at stake. This is about Russian aggression against its peaceful neighbor, but it's also about Russia's attempt to subvert the international system that has served the world effectively for the past 8 decades. It's why 143 countries came together in recent days to make the point that a big country should not be in a position to bully a small country, that a country should not be able to redraw borders by force, that we don't seek to live in a world where might equals right. We think it's important in the face of intimidation, in the face of attempted coercion, that countries around the world come to the defense of the UN Charter, the way in which 141 countries did in March, and 143 countries did earlier this month. Michelle.
I have 3 questions. Sudan, Lebanon, and Syria. Sudan, more than 178 people killed in tribal clashes in Blue Nile region. Do you have any comment on that?
We deeply regret the loss of life. We urge an investigation into these deaths. The perpetrators of this violence should be held to account. We recognize the security situation remains fragile and intercommunal violence remains a threat to long-term stability. We and our partners on the UN Security Council are monitoring the situation closely. We'll continue to work with the government to advance the implementation of the Juba Peace Agreement and to promote peaceful coexistence among communities.
On Syria, any comment on the reconciliation between the Assad regime and the Hamas movement?
Well, Hamas is a designated foreign terrorist organization. It is a specially designated global terrorist group that operates a global network to raise funds to support its military wing. The group continues to threaten Israel's security from Gaza. It continues to propagate the deprivation and the squalor that so many Palestinians live in Gaza. Meanwhile, the Assad regime's outreach to this terrorist organization only reinforces for us its isolation. It harms the interests of the Palestinian people, and it undercuts global efforts to counter terrorism in the region and beyond. We'll continue rejecting any support to rehabilitate the Assad regime, particularly from designated terrorist organizations like Hamas. And this is yet another example of the Assad regime's reckless continued rejection of the international community's efforts to achieve a peaceful resolution to the conflict in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2254.
And my last question on Lebanon, the parliament there failed for the 3rd time to elect a new president. Meanwhile, President Aoun's term ends on October 31st. Are you concerned about any power vacuum there?
We've been concerned about the economic and political conditions in Lebanon for some time now, for months longer. We have been urging Lebanese officials to put aside their own personal interests, to act constructively in the interest of the Lebanese people. The Lebanese people, after all, have been suffering for far too long as a result of the mismanagement, as a result of the corruption, as a result of the insecurity, as a result of the power vacuum that you referred to. We want to see the emergence of a Lebanese government that puts the interests of the Lebanese people first, that will put Lebanon on stable political footing, on sound economic footing, and that will address the urgent needs of the Lebanese people.
You were just listening in here to the State Department spokesperson Ned Price giving an update on a variety of topics, the Ukraine-Russia war, Iran, and much, much more. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox Live, Raw and Unfiltered. Of course, we're continuing to follow some of the biggest breaking news stories from around the country, including this one out of Princeton, as we're continuing to follow the story of the missing Princeton student. Well, there is according to officials, a body of that missing Princeton student has been found. We're going to update you on that story coming up after this quick break. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue to cover breaking news right now out of Princeton as the body of that missing Princeton student has been found. Of course, this is a tweet right now from our Fox 29 associates there as they're saying the Princeton student has been found. Of course, this is a tweet from our Fox 29, Steve Keeley. The body has been found. Mercer County prosecutors say that approximately 1 p.m. on Thursday, authorities have located the deceased body of missing Princeton University student Miss Raj Unate there in Princeton. Her body was found outside the facilities ground behind the tennis courts at approximately 1 p.m. on Thursday by facilities employee. An autopsy by the Middlesex County Medical Examiner's Office will determine the cause and manner of death. However, there were no obvious signs of injury, and her death does not appear suspicious or criminal in nature. So that is an ongoing story we're following here on Live Now from Fox. I want to give you a little bit more background on why we're continuing to follow this story here out of Princeton University. The search continues as Friday marked the 1 week mark since her disappearance. According to the university's Department of Public Safety, the 20-year-old Miss Raj Unate was last seen around 3 a.m. last Friday near campus. The university has been using Facebook page public post updates about the search. Officials say an increased police presence has been seen on and around the campus. Unate's family says her cell phone last pinged at 3:27 a.m. at a housing complex near Penn's Neck before it was turned off. Of course, we're now learning new developments as a body of that missing person has been found deceased there. So it's a very sad finality to this story we're watching here on Live Now from Fox. 20 years old, Miss Raj Unate there as they're continuing to provide updates here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, that is a story we're continuing to follow right here throughout this day. We've watched that story develop for the last week as the search, Raj, for Unate continued. Well, right now, I want to shift gears just a little bit and head down to Southern California as our Fox 11 team, the Sky 11 their helicopter ahead of a reckless driver pursuit. I want to take it to you here live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Situations, we always like to remind you to veer off.